The story begins with the fact that Jiang was one step from becoming immortal in his previous life, but he failed and was reborn. Now he was moving to the top hidden in thick clouds. Many years later, Jiang finally managed to achieve his goal, which seemed huge. Now, right before the eyes of the young man were the same gates of immortality which, finally, could give extraordinary abilities to his body. Because as soon as someone goes through these gates, he will immediately cease to be ordinary mortal and will be able to develop further. At some moment, Jiang noticed something strange, as if the gate did not want to let him inside and prevent his immortality. Then he began to worry and turned to the majestic portal to open for him. But each person's movement was limited, and his strength was not enough to move on to the next degree of his life. Therefore, in order to hit him, Jiang went a sufficient distance and began to run directly to the portal with all his strength. Suddenly, the guy felt strange energy, as if someone had spoke to him, named the full name and called the martial arts. Then the young man raised his head and realized that he was surrounded by sharp heavenly swords of disasters that burned. Jiang knew that it was a very bad sign, and a few seconds after what he saw, the entire portal seemed to explode and flew into small pieces. The cultivator flew out of his dream and could not understand why he still could not overcome the last barrier. Then the voice of the abyss talked with him and explained that despite the fact that a man had the power of an immortal emperor, looking at his soul, it was possible to see that in his heart there was still a feeling of compression of a past life. And in order to enter the kingdom of immortality, you need to get rid of everything that mortal, which can at least limit. Thus, the last thing Jiang heard was the proposal that the gates of immortality do not accept him, and he must try again when he corrects all mistakes. The guy did not know what to do because he had to make a big way to be next to his goal, which he could not achieve from his own beliefs. But after an unsuccessful attempt to get immortality, the sky threw him to the ground, as if it were a bright lightning. After the fall, Jang was in the school territory where he immediately rushed to Unreliable and began to score. The young man could not protect himself, so he had to endure all the pain and merge the blood through severe blows. However, a few minutes later, the girl, who immediately rushed to her husband, went to screams and asked if she felt normally. But the men began to laugh at her with words that Yu needed to open his eyes and make sure that the guy in whom she had interest, a real piece. Zhang's body is fragile for them. They say not even to go to a person. The villains were sure that they were much better than him. At that time, Yao turned to the king and said that Jiang is much better for her in many aspects. A bunch of confident men did not agree with the words of the girl, but she was not going to change her own opinion. Suddenly, Yui noticed that Jiang began to thoroughly move his head and immediately rushed to him to help to get up. But now it was too difficult for the victim, so he asked to come to his feelings a little time and consciously. Seeing everything around and the place where he was, Jiang realized that after refusal he was sent to heaven to his students. When Jiang saw Yuo, he could not believe his eyes. He had not seen this girl for so long that he had forgotten her how she looked. However, after a long separation, the guy immediately pressed the girl in his strong arms and no longer wanted to let go. Yu could not understand what happened and why Jiang suddenly changed. In addition, a few minutes ago he was difficult to get out of the floor, and here he was already standing and hugging him. Meanwhile, Tian began to boil because his enemy stood and hugged with the girl he loved. It was unclear for his friends when the guy was so bold and now could be released by such respectable people. Nevertheless, Jiang stood in his hands and even several times asked him if he saw her and not ordinary delusions. Then he put his head to her shoulder and calmly said that he was sincerely glad to see the girl and very sad for her. Meanwhile, Zan began to scream even more and prepare for the next battle with his weak adversary, ordered him to move away from Wei, and Jiang was surprised when he saw Li, who still could not calm down and continued to mock him. However, in this life it was necessary to change everything to get immortality. Therefore, when I gained courage, Jiang recommended a man as soon as possible, otherwise it would be worse. For a moment I even thought that he was sleeping because no one was talking to him before, except for the one whom he considered the weakest. The boys began to discuss whether it was not the same well-known Jiang, and always running away from small threats. Now he began to threaten. Suddenly, Tang came closer to the Yu and put a brick on the ground so that she would not blame him for what happened. He did not want this, and Jiang provoked him. Then he rushed to the guy with words that he would not let him go today, despite even the words of Yao. At the same time, the girl stood behind Jiang and said that she was in a campus and began to explain the possible consequences. But suddenly, Jiang touched the girl's face and asked her not to worry about what could happen, because now his turn has come to protect the two of them. And he will be able to do this, despite what kind of obstacles. Yao could not believe that he had really changed a lot and gained courage. Now he could stand up for himself. But his words did not really like the king, who rushes to his friends, said that he would immediately remove the boy. After hearing, the men immediately attacked Jiang, who specially stood and expected the same. And as soon as one of the men tried to hit him on the head, the guy was quite smartly dodging, having a good opportunity to hit. Therefore, without losing the moment, he quickly hit the attacker in his stomach, who was a rather vulnerable place. Then the next villains began to rush to him with his fists. But they did not know that they had worse, only for themselves. Now Jang could give good blows, for which none of the men was ready, since everyone was accustomed to the fact that he is really weak. After the last of the soldiers was also wounded, Qian realized that now his turn would be a blow. Then this man began to worry. But the first thing that came to mind was even more provoked by Jang in his own words, and he was ready to continue, and Li told him that he was so weak that he could not cope with the crippled. After these words, the man gained courage and, using his special trick, rushed directly to the guy. In these hands it was a brick that he wanted to hit his back, and thus there was almost no chance of life. But he did not calculate that even in this method, Zhang could be more flexible and react faster. So it turned out, Zhang quickly grabbed a man by the neck, almost blocked his access to oxygen and held him for a while. Now he wanted to demonstrate all his strength, which he restrained for so many years, while he was considered the weakest and always humiliated. Thus, grabbing Li's shirt, the guy lifted him into the air and then suddenly fell to the ground, even broke with asphalt. The people who took place in a campus drew attention to a strong explosion that they heard from the university's fence. And at that moment, Zan lay with bleeding. Having no power to help himself, Jiang decided not to stop, and in order to completely humiliate the villain, he put his leg with dirty shoes on his head and pressed even more. Then he took off his glasses, wiped them, and turned to Li with the words that Yao was his friend. And this should be remembered. And from today, everyone who has been under the influence and leadership of Zan, it is better to stay so far from him and Yao. And when this rule will be broken, it will make all the banks feel such a pain that they did not even know before. Nevertheless, Li also did not want to give up and ordered Zhang to immediately remove his leg from his face, otherwise he would be worse. The man tried to remind the guy who he was in the eyes of others, so he was interested, and he wanted to listen to it. But Jiang himself knew that by this moment he was a real failure who could not even protect his girlfriend. This only began from the moment the young man dared to make bloodshed, being even young. Once he saw how the girl brutally beat anyone, and even without thinking, he ran to save her, but did not know that the man he was going against was the richest child of his generation, San Haiyan. Later, the girl suddenly began to deny that she was beaten, and even made friends with San Zhang. But later, for the sake of revenge, they also reached the father of Zhang, who was ready to kill his son in his eyes. What they really did, this is a large injury to a young guy who spoke all the time about his peers. Nevertheless, he was always called to ordinary garbage. How to live like him? You can't even go out. After the incident of his life and roots has changed, now Zhang has become a coward that was afraid of any suspicious sound. Nevertheless, the same girl named Yuo never stopped believing in him and was always there, despite the troubles. Yui was detained in their rock, since those who can always support and give good advice never throws or insult. They decided to go to Danshan University together, despite the fact that life was not sweet. But when Zhang was next to Yu, it seemed that everything was gradually becoming better. However, when he thought about this, the last and only ray of hope for his life was taken, and everything returned to his place again. Yui never did anything bad and did not harm anyone, always tried his best to help everyone. But who could think that her best friend would betray her? In the process of struggle, in order not to allow them to touch their body, Yu committed suicide, jumping out of the building to protect their integrity. After the terrible tragedy, Jiang simply tried to close his ears and eyes to isolate from this world and become unnoticed. At this moment, he was more painful as before. Even the incident with his father did not become as painful as the fact that now he has lost such a close person. Jiang could not hold back his tears. It seemed to him that they flowed into the ground and remained in its depths. For several years he was painful and desperately, until a young man accidentally stepped on an ancient teleporting array. After that, cultivation is unexpectedly achieved by a special world that comes out of an ordinary person. Cultivation is possible. It was luck or fate. And during the trip of the New World, Zhang stumbled upon a book that contained more and higher martial arts of 10,000 ancient races. In this world, the boy managed to find power to take revenge, and therefore he promised himself that he would continue to develop until he became an immortal emperor. And then, when you can go through all the obstacles, he will specially return to his ordinary world to take revenge. However, when he thought that he had enough strength to go through the gate, he failed because he was still too weak. Because who could know that Jiang would return in time from his mistake to his old University of Danshan? And now, being in this place, he needed to recover and understand what. Meanwhile, Yo tried to talk to a young man. The girl felt some changes in the boy, so she directly asked what happened and why he became a different person. Then Jiang smiled and said that regardless of how it changes in this, he is true. Whom you know, it will remain for her forever. Soon, Miss Zhou Huai approached them, who expressed her dissatisfaction and said that she overcame loud sounds and hoped to see something interesting, but instead met Laser Janga Frus. At that moment, the guy immediately began to apologize for the spoiled mood, and Yui turned to Zhou's sister and asked her not to merge. Nevertheless, the woman advised the girl not to waste time on this boy. In addition, the master Jang invited the girls to the party, for which they needed to prepare. When Jang heard about the party, he realized that it was about the same bloody day when he lost Yu for the first time. Therefore, to prevent more, he immediately turned to the girl. But she immediately asked. He also believed that she should not go to a party. Suddenly, Jang felt purple energy in his sleeve, which suddenly appeared. But this was explained by the fact that now the guy was no longer the same as he was once, being a guard, and told Yui that she could go and relax. In addition, this is a good way to find new friends. This is where they left. Only Yao added that Jiang will return to the hostel and rest well after what happened. But in fact, the cultivator could not afford to live again at this moment, so he planned how to do it better. The path of the immortal emperor, one of the most powerful methods of growing in the world, where Zhang the First was a swayed Zhang Noerst, and purple energy is a source of the force of the open world of chaos, a legendary treasure for which everyone fought, and it is extremely desirable to get it. Jiang was only one eye to see this when he was wounded as a result of a heavenly disaster. He never thought that he could get it in this space and time. Developing the path of the immortal emperor and the use of purple energy, he will be able to create the king's body. And as soon as this is completed and improved, no one will worry about the heavenly disaster, which seems so terrible. However, now Zhang is only at the first level. The spiritual energy of the earth is too weak, and after the first level, further cultivation will be another difficult task. But during his thought, Zhang saw something strange near the forest in which he loved to walk alone. A red radiance appeared in front of his eyes, that his strength about the fluctuations of spiritual energy, which looks like a storm. Jiang had to understand what caused this phenomenon, and at first he suspected ancient martial arts. It was in the place that became the source of the red glow that the process of mastering these arts passed. The eldest, who tried to get a weightless but such important energy, was very upset and evil from failure. His subordinates tried to reassure the old man, but he was even more annoyed by the fact that young people still did not understand the whole problem. Therefore, when a person got angry, his gaze became as red as a glow that shone in all the forests. Suddenly, the elder began to talk about spiritual energy, not stopping, repeating the same words in a circle. He looked with terrible eyes and sternly said that he just needed to get more spiritual energy. Then the people around were frightened because they realized that the elder entered the Birch regime, so it was necessary to call him Mr. W. However, unexpectedly for everyone, instead of the master, a young Zhang appeared, whom none of the audience was known, so the defenders were preparing for protection. But the guy explained that he came to the elder, that he began to explain that he was using the inappropriate method of growing, and when it continues in the same spirit, it can remain crippled for life. And then the old man's life will begin to quickly disappear and leave his body. At this moment, the elder felt a lot of spiritual energy, the source of which was so close to him. After that, with demonic eyes, he said that today he took all the spiritual energy of these strangers to quench his thirst. Then he suddenly rushed with his fists at Jiang, who did not expect that he would be so in response to help. But as soon as the man entered the spatial zone of Jiang, the energy of the boy seemed to stop him, and did not even let him touch him. The elder could calm down for a second because it became unclear why he could not get what he wanted. Then Jiang smiled and told the old man that he had not just come to him today and could help. Now he needed to take control of the old man who argued and did not want anyone who was so young, ruled him. Simply, despite the age, Jiang had much more experience and resources, so only a few movements he managed to invest the elder. Now he fell into his own hands because he could not resist the special methods of the guy whom he recognized in another world. Once again touching the elder, he confirmed his theory. As it turned out, the used method included only the main respiratory methods. Therefore, when a person reaches a certain level of cultivation, this method cannot clear this energy from the house of pulleys that gradually drive him crazy. The guards who always walked next to the elder did not understand what Jiang says. Therefore, they decided to simply exclude this. But given how the wise young cultivator was able to, and ordinary guards will not be able to overcome it, when he showed his subordinates that he should not rise on his hand, he ordered them to die and not interfere with him. The man was a few meters from Jang after hit him with one hand, almost without effort. He wanted to save his elder, but now he humbly was under the influence and clear leadership of the young man. He turned to his subordinate and ordered him to be silent, following everything that the young cultivator would say. The guard was convinced that the eldest was in errors, but he turned to him for his name and said that this man followed his tongue. It was difficult for Ghana to accept the fact that now he needed to stay away. But there was no choice, since the elder repeated his order. In a matter of minutes, the old man carefully laid his hands on the ground and tried to get up on his own so as not to retreat. Feeling well, he introduced Jang as a Gozan. He did not expect that during the training he did not expect. He was grateful to the boy for his help, but it was not difficult for Jang. He believed that this meeting was fate. However, during the healing process, the young man suspected that the elder has an internal trauma from which he suffered for a long time. Because the path of cultivation is dangerous for his health, sovereigns did not want to accept the fact that he might have to abandon cultivation in order to save his life. But despite this, Jiang was still seriously looking into his eyes and emphasized that at any time he would break down during the training of the older life. At that moment, the state people seemed to fly to his life, because now he had to abandon his dreams and goals. Gan could not even believe that the stranger was able to find out about the internal injury of the eldest in one point of view. So now, there are a lot of questions about this youth. She did not just want to leave his cultivator's path, so Jiang asked if he knew something, that he could cure him. The guy thought and said that when the option is not suitable for the elder, they just need to change his cultivation. So now, the old man should tell about all his paths, and he will help change him individually, of course, if not opposed. The elder could not believe that a young man could improve his growing path. In his opinion, this was impossible, because this technique was passed down from generation to generation. Jiang saw that the elder hesitated greatly, so he asked that he had some doubts about his words. This person had his own problems and secrets that he always carried with himself. So now he needed time to think about the sentence. Nevertheless, he knew that the family was still in need of help, and perhaps this guy was sent to you to help him. Thus, without losing, the eldest decided to enable the jingle and take a chance to grow. Then Zosin received his book and stretched it into the hands of a young man, with whom he trusts him and will wait for his wisdom. Jang quickly made a book with prescribed cultivation methods, which he looked at and already made some conclusions. What he saw was already suspected after the healing of the old man. Touching his body and understanding all the nuances, he took the book and put it in his pocket to the old man so as not to worry. He understood the essence of his technique, so this would not be a difficult task of improving it. And while he decided to leave, he promised that when he improved the device, he will personally contact the elder who will already wait for the news from his young master. Gan turned to the old man and asked if it was really normal. It was so easy to trust the stranger. Tell him about family secrets that were connected with his whole life. But Sia said that everything would be normal. Because, in the eyes of a master of such a level as Zhao, a set of his methods is rather an album with pictures. Then Gan realized that this young guy was also a martial artist and a strong cultivator. After that, the man decided to personally write to Jang, because the gentleman ordered him to find out if his secret book of martial arts had changed. However, now the guy had other things. Zhou just took Yao to a party and asked why the girl took with her quickly, whom she did not even invite. But Jang himself replied that he was a guy Yu, and it is natural that he accompanied her to a party. In addition, the organizer invited several guys. Zhou was shocked by the fact that her friend was still meeting a loser who was hated. So she asked Yao if she was confident in her decision. Meanwhile, Zhang solved the problem with his subordinate elders, agreeing to meet him in an entertainment center where he will wait for 308th room. And in order to reassure Zhou Huai, the young cultivator said that he had prepared her a special gift that she would like. The girl was interested in the words about an excellent gift, but she continued to mock the boy and asked if he could afford it. Then he smiled and asked not to worry about this problem. It is better to find out everything when he saw with his own eyes. Soon, the car with the guests came to a large entertainment center, where a party from the richest students of the university took place. And Jang was already waiting for the building, who asked his guard if he prepared everything in accordance with his order. The man said that everything is ready and not concerned. At that moment, he got out of a car that was slowly sweet for the guests that she brought. The person looked at all this and realized that he would have fun tonight, so it is necessary to act in accordance with the plan. The participant turned to the main guest, Yu, because he heard about her as a girl at the University of Danshan, as I did not expect to see her today. Then he came closer to the car, turned to the girl and said that he wanted to offer her to go into the room, but Jang knew everything in advance. Therefore, looking at him, laughing at the words that it was ridiculous to watch how the bully tried to pretend to be a gentleman, at that moment the guy walked away, but he managed to quickly move into the car and turn to the answer. Then Zheng Xiao did not understand how this happened, that instead of the hand of a young lady, he now holds the hand of a guy whom everyone always tried to disgrace. And Jiang, meanwhile, got out of the car and said that he did not need to overload himself, because he can find a room with his girlfriend on his own. In addition, he decided to officially get acquainted with the owner of the club and asked if the young Mr. Xiao would be. He would not be offended when another person joins his party. The man behaved accordingly and said that there was no problem in this, but he thought that Hayui was disinterested for him because she brought another man to his party, and in addition, he was the guy of the most beautiful girl. Meanwhile, Zhang thanked for such love and returning to his girlfriend. He was ready to have fun. Xiao invited all guests to go inside and relax for several hours, not worrying about anything. When the couple went to the club door, because Yui began to worry and asked the guy if they should go home. However, Zhang asked her not to worry while he was nearby. Meanwhile, Zhang himself tried to quickly change the entire plan of action in order to get the result he wanted. He turned to his guard and ordered all the information about this stranger and warned Van Luna to be wary. Xiao said that when everything goes in terms, he will have to act as always, but the guard assured him with words that he can do quickly. Soon, all the guests went to the 308th rooms, where Chikia was more interested in the question when the sister of the Yao managed to start meeting with the boy. Then the girl replied that she was still familiar with Zhang. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong began to pour alcohol into glasses, and it was this action that seemed strange to Zhang, so he carefully followed her movements. Remembering this case from a past life, he suspected that a friend could sprinkle something into the drink. And when she finished, she turned to all guests and said that this was enough to talk about Zhang. It should be drunk. Then she made a very quick hand by the hand, behind which Jiang still watched, noticing something suspicious. After that, Hugui mixed his glasses with each other and pulled out the one who thought she was from the very beginning. Remembering Jenna, who organized this party and invited her, the girl offered to drink for him first. At that moment, Xiao himself smiled and thought that Yui would drink a drink before, and he could do whatever he thought. Jiang did not drink alcohol, who poured him, but watched how the organizers could simply get into his trap right now. Instead, he broke the glass on the ground that everyone paid attention to the acute sound and glass that flew in different directions. Noticing that strange things began to come from Heis, Zhang was convinced that he had made the right choice. Chu began to gradually undress, saying that she was surprisingly too hot. All her face blushed, and her body began to sweat. Suddenly, Xiao's guard entered the room, who said that he was able to find out all the information about the new guest. He came closer, and Whisper said that Jiang did not have the past, and his father was generally an empty place. This really assured a person, and he decided that now it would be much easier to do, and there was nothing to worry. After that, Xiao received 2 bank cards of the same pocket and threw them on the floor. He turned to Zhang with an offer. He said that on these cards the total score is 100,000. So, Jiang must take this money and disappear from the club. Yui began to worry and contact the club owner what was happening and why his behavior has changed. Then Zheng told the beauties that he was buying her from his boyfriend 100,000 one night. So now he just remained to agree with this. Zheng was convinced that his plan was reliable. So he asked Miss University that she was thinking about the guy of her beggar. This time, the girl wanted to intercede again for her boyfriend, who was used to protecting her own back and did not see problems. Suddenly, Jiang still took a bank card, which Xiao offered him. Now everyone was convinced that the young man agreed. Yui began to worry about her position because she did not know what she would now wait for her after she leaves the club. In the eyes of Yao, tears appeared immediately. She did not want to leave her lover for the sake of a villain who bought it as an ordinary product. But this was no matter what it was. The bully began to rejoice. because his enemy still agreed to money and does not interfere in them now. However, at that moment there was something strange of them. She began to fly into small pieces right in the guy's hands. Now Xiao did not know what to do. He saw his eyes as plastic bursts without effort. But now his turn has come. Jiang grabbed his face with his face and rose, wanted to explain the situation to him. Yue was very scared because the events changed too quickly, and now it was difficult for her to understand what her future fate was. Nevertheless, Jiang firmly held Jean and said, because it was already worth closing his mouth and not tell him and you. At that moment, Xiao immediately turned to Van Luna and ordered him to come to him earlier in order to free the young man's hand. Then, Hugh even found his strength and told the boy that he would immediately free Zhenya if she wants to leave this place on two legs. Nevertheless, he just laughed and said that nothing bad would happen if he forces this villain to pay for all his sins, slowly suffers. Suddenly, several healthy people were surprised in a room, which had a lot of courage to contact Zhao Xiao on their territory. One of the men came a little closer to the owner of the club and, laughing at him, asked how he fell into such an unpleasant position. But I was not ridiculous. So he ordered a person to immediately approach him and help to get and save his life. Then Jiang felt that he should act in accordance with his plan. Otherwise, there was a risk of losing his beloved girl again and staying with the sufferings of his spiritual suffering, which would prevent to develop. At that moment, he began to move towards the guy and said that he almost did not need an attempt to teach such a weak guy. Therefore, he immediately clung to Zena to quickly help the club owner and begin to act. As a result, Jiang did not want to give this back and threw it on the wall, which rolled on the floor. Now it was the turn to deal with a healthy one, who continued to hit very quickly, from which Jang managed to evade. He could not show his emotions, but his each movement was perfectly honed after many years of growing and studying martial arts. During one of the movements, the boy still managed to get a little further and hit the guard in the stomach, from which he would have to suffer. But his body turned out to be much stronger, so the person did not even turn his face and did not bring a single muscle. He looked at Jiang and said that such a weak blow was not enough to even raise the body of a soldier like him. However, Jiang replied that such a stupid clown as his opponent would never understand the depth of true martial arts. Because when the cultivator touched his body, he dealt a special blow to dominance over the mind, which could now be successfully used. Then he ran a hand and ordered the healthy to immediately leave the rooms and raise his so-called dog. The man obediently took Van Moon and called Jiang. His master left the room. She did not like it, but he could not do anything. Understanding these two, the guy now remained to solve the issue with Jez, who was surprisingly quiet. Suddenly, a man instructed a weapon in the head of the guy from behind and said that he would never think that such a botanist would learn several methods of martial arts. Nevertheless, he will not be able to go against weapons. Thus, a person wanted to see if Jang could stop him with his useless techniques and at the same time win this night. At this moment, the cultivator began to worry because he used too much spiritual energy, healing the senior this morning. Now he was afraid that he could not fulfill the technique of his king. Jen was still holding a weapon near the guy's head and asked if he would use his superpower against him, as he did recently. Watching this action, Yu began to pour in her boyfriend, so she realized that she just liked something to do. The girl noticed that next to her, there are several glass bottles of wine that can be successfully used as a weapon. Meanwhile, Jung was busy having continued to mock Jiang and ridiculed the fact that slander was silent all the time. Suddenly, Yao suddenly turned a glass bottle right in the direction where the club owner was. The girl managed to hit and break the bottle with the power of the blow. At that moment, Xiao immediately began to scream in pain, and Yui screamed Jang that they should immediately leave this place until Xiao was called by another guard. But, watching all this, Jung grabbed his head and said that of these two today, no one could leave this room. However, everything was not so simple. Now Jiang had more opportunities to show his strength and not spend so many resources on it. Therefore, he grabbed his hands and quickly broke them behind his back, which still tried to resist, although this did not make sense. Meanwhile, almost without effort, he could use a lot of variations on how to punish a bully. But at first he decided to click on him morally. When Xiao was in a hopeless position, he asked him who now could not leave this room. At this moment, Jiang realized that he no longer needed to prick the guy, and it would be good to behave obediently. Therefore, having launched a tear, he calmly agreed with the fact that he simply did not leave his own VIP in the room today. However, immediately a person decided to click on a complaint and said that he has a sick mother he needed, so he should not kill him. Meanwhile, important people with the guards gathered in the corridor who checked the order in their entertainment center. Suddenly, one of them heard violence from his best room of his hotel, and suspected that it would be necessary to deal with these guests who could destroy his reputation with their cries. But when he spoke with the guests, he heard a familiar voice. As it turned out, this husband was the father of Zhen Xiao. When the guy in the room realized that he was his father, he immediately began to seek help and begged him to save him. The old man did not understand who dared to attack his son, so that right on his territory, saying that these two were looking for their own death, suddenly, a stranger who called him a manager went to the man from behind and asked this to happen, because he asked to find him so as not to walk around the hotels. As it turned out, this man was a master in which Xiao's father tried to explain the situation with his son. At the moment, when Ventna heard that the master was behind the door, he began to laugh with Jiang and said that he was better released, as serious people were already quite close. Nevertheless, Jiang knew a little more about the master than about this little scoundrel, so he turned to him like Xiao and asked why he went for so long. Then Xiao did not understand why an ordinary guy allows himself to speak with the majestic Xiao, in which everyone respected in this city. In seconds, the man entered the room and contacted Jang when the master bowed and apologized for the delay. He said that the elders could not come in person, so he asked him to come and take the great cultivator. After the conversation he had heard, Xiao spilled with his father, not understanding these connections. The old man could not believe that the elder from the Linum family could in some way be connected with the fact that the guy who is now holding his son, and at that moment, Jiang turned to Xiao and said that he was trying to keep everything under control. But now his father also arrived, so the situation seems more difficult. Understanding the situation, his father immediately began to apologize for such a reason and poor education. So he tried to apologize on behalf of his son, but the apology was not enough. Jiang said that Zheng moved to his girlfriend, and he was in his eyes. So one word here is not enough. Xiao suddenly began to scream and told his father that he did not believe in these words. They say they want to replace. He asked to call and punish Jana soon. Immediately after the last words, his father hit his son and ordered to force to silence. The old man knew about all the terrible things that Xiao did in his club. Therefore, he was convinced that all the words of Mr. Zhang were not just slander, but also pure truth, and it was worth understanding this. When Zheng realized that he had not received his parental support, he fell to the floor and began to cry. Meanwhile, his father turned to Mr. Jiang and said that he could pour his son as you want, but begged to save his life. Jiang agreed with this request, but asked if the old man would surrender later. The master turned to old Zhen and advised him to remove all the performance that his son arranged. The man again apologized to the respected guests and promised to do everything. Meanwhile, Xiao asked Mr. Jiang why he allowed such a bully to go only after one blow. How too weak punishment. But the guy explained that this blow was enough to destroy his meridians. Now he will not be able to do something like this in the future. Then they all went further together, but the master stopped again and said that he almost had to put something important. Then he pulled out the card and said that it contains 10 million. That the eldest was proposed to transfer compensation in gratitude for improving the growing path. The eldest knew that such a reward would not be interesting for the great master of martial arts, but still asked to accept this gift. Suddenly, Zhanga began to tremble. He pretended that he did not take the money, but he was deeply happy in his soul, that he could definitely finally buy enough medicinal herbs to restore his spiritual forces. And before the XIO added that the eldest would still want to discuss one thing, and it is advisable to do it in a personal meeting, so he asked if Jang was free and whether they could go together. Jang was not against sending the great senior to the house, but suddenly he was stopped by Yao. The girl carefully looked at him and said that there is one thing that she would like to talk to the guy before he leaves. The young man did not know how to answer him. He was afraid that he could do something wrong, and it scares his beloved girl. Jiang turned to Mr. B and said that he would join a little later, and while a person can wait for him in the car, now the young man had a little time to take a walk with you and discuss what could not wait for the next day. The girl was not sure of her words, but immediately apologized. Jiang previously warned her to stay away from Hayes, but she would not obey him. Yoi could not suspect that something like this could happen. In addition, she was ashamed that she attracted the boy in full situation. Then he smiled at her and said that now his turn was to protect his lover from everyone, so he asked that he would regret it. Suddenly, she asked Jiang not to talk about such an oath if he did not want her to be disappointed in the future. But after these words, during a walk, Yu stopped right in front of Zhang and stopped. She said that she was embarrassing her. The guy was afraid that he could somehow touch the girl with his own words or actions, so now he listened carefully. Yao said that Zhang was strong in the last days, and she was sure that he had some secrets from her. At that moment, the guy began to worry even more, although there was no particular reason for this, since no one knew about his second life. But before ending the conversation, Yao asked him to be careful and defend himself, and everything else would not matter. And putting her hand on her heart, she added that in the case when something happened to Jang, she was not sure that she could survive this pain. The boy was very pleased to hear these words. They inspired his meaning in life, and he knew for whom the whole difficult path would go. But instead of many words, he simply confidently approached Yao and suddenly kissed her. It happened for the first time that night. Do not rush. They walked under a beautiful night sky for some time and suddenly talked with their lover. He came closer again and carefully took her face that he promised to be careful and always protect the girl. And now Jiang had to finish his business with the elder, so he got into the car and went home. Yai spent him and simply looked at the path, hoping that this time he could still keep his promise. But while the warm summer wind developed the hair of Yao, suddenly another acquaintance appeared, which immediately went to the girl. He greeted and said that he did not expect to see a friend at that time and in such a deserted place. As it turned out, the young man was called Zhao Jinchen. He invited the girl to take her to where she needed, and in addition, at that time it would be possible to talk. Yu was already tired of sewing this gentleman, so she again emphasized that he should not worry about her. And they have nothing to talk about. Then the guy did not ask him with such indifference because his uncle and aunt said that they should be piercing to facilitate their future marriage. After these words, Zhao tried to touch, at least, the girl's shoulder, until she noticed this. Nevertheless, Yus immediately noticed that the guy was trying to put his hand in her shoulder and evaded in advance. He did not allow this to do this. She was already bored from these cheers on the side of Jinhen, whom she repeatedly denied, and explained why she was against this marriage. But this time she decided to do the same and emphasized that she already has a boyfriend, and she was not going to marry Zhao only for the birth of their families. And when the guy loves her parents so much, let them get married themselves, but do not attract him. After these words, the girl turned and went aside, and Zhao stayed at the car and only looked at her. And he thought that Yao was the same little girl who refuses to accept the reality of this world. Nevertheless, she only needs to wait, and she will see how he will win her boyfriend with her own hands. Meanwhile, Jang arrived in the family. The eldest was a great honor that the young man decided to help them. And they, in turn, promised to help everyone. And you just need to know what they need. Jang was glad that the old man was so polite, but now he was still one request, and he asked him to listen to him. At that moment, the guy photographed and set him on the table with the question whether the old man knew about the man depicted on paper. This was one of the most cruel enemies of Jiang, for which he wanted to take revenge, and that he would be as difficult and painful as possible. The elder photographed and thought that he said that he had never seen this person. Nevertheless, it looks like children from the second generation of the Jansen family. Hearing this, Jiang thought that now it would be more difficult for him to realize his plan than he expected, and hoped. Then the eldest realized that this man probably made a lot of evil for Mr. Jiang when he asked so much. The young man explained that this man once humbled him and broke his legs to his father, which almost destroyed his life. And at that moment, shed this pain, he did not notice it. But now that time and resource to think about it, everything has changed. Now the question was why a rich guy from Yang Tizin to overload himself with all this and create problems because of the little things. The eldest realized that Jiang told him that all this was not only in this case, so he directly asked how he could help in this situation. Jiang suspected that it was that which did not lie on the surface. And if this does not cause unnecessary worries, he would like to ask the old man to help to find out about the forces standing behind him and his family. At that moment, the elder got up from the couch and said to Jianggu that he could be sure that he would send someone to investigate the case right now. Then it seemed to have additional problems for the family. But the old man replied that from the day of their acquaintance, now the problems of Zhang, these are also his problems. Meanwhile, the Hun martial arts school came to see your older brother for help from revenge. He was in tears and began to complain about Jiang, and who said that he was brutally addressed, that even a scar on his face remained after their battle. In addition, he humbled him publicly when he hid his power. The man was surprised when he heard about Jiang, and whom everyone was considered a selfless botanist and did not belong to Sirius. But the price said that unexpectedly, this botanist, it was unclear where it took possession of martial arts. He was able to put 3 men on the ground without unnecessary efforts. The terrible trail was surprised and said that this is an interesting case that he would like to know more about. C got up and said that a recently difficult situation, and therefore it turns out that there is no one to practice. So now he wanted to check and personally understand why Jiang recognized there and how much he was the enemy. On the same day, Jiang decided to enter the university in which it was not so long ago from his personal problems. But while the guy went from one court to another, a stranger who tried to catch up with him began to run after him. Jang did not pay attention to this, since the crowd had many other students who could also catch up with anyone. However, at some point, the stranger began to call. And from what he already decided to stop and see who he was calling him, as it turned out, this stranger was Juhao, the old acquaintance of Jang, about whom they had long talked. He was the only friend of the young man. When he saw a friend, he asked why he ran so fast as if anything happened. But barely recovering Ju's breathing said that Jang should flee. It was a price that turned to Jiang, and ordered to cope with the young man for the humiliation that he had to endure. After he heard, Jang began to think about why he could be sent, but there was no time for this, because Zhao Jikan was already here. When a young master appeared at school, all the girls were suddenly ready to get to their feet and spoke. Not stopping that he was unsurpassed, Jikan turned to the cultivator and said that, according to rumors, Jang became a rather strong enemy. So he offered to exchange several strokes to assess each other's level. For Jang, this proposal seemed strange. He realized that in these words there was some insidious plan, so he had to be careful in his decisions. Therefore, in order not to get into trouble, and simply turned around and replied that such proposals are not interested in it. This caused a lot of indignation in Yukon. But this man was not going to give up so simply. And at some moment, a lot of energy began to accumulate in his hand. Therefore, it seemed illuminated. Suddenly, the man rushed into Jang from his back with the words that no one in the platoon to become a representative of powerful energy to the face of a representative. Jang did not count on this, but now he had no choice but to join the duel and show what he was capable of. Suddenly, a hurricane seemed to form a hurricane, as if there were already people around the wind. It was at this moment that the battle of two forces began. Jihan tried to win, and Jang had to protect himself at first. Only then he moved to the attack. While the young man was trying to resist the great force, he began to feel something strange. This was not enough for his energy, but soon he realized that he had a problem with the ancient art of Mingjin, which he asked the enemy. At that moment, Jikan smiled maliciously and said that his knowledge and skills in this area where they do not end. After the last words, a person used his special equipment, with which he managed to transfer the enemy to the other side. Then he raised Jang and put a lot of effort, threw him forward so that the guy flew. When Jang hit his whole body on the wall, Jikan advised him to first find out who was the owner of the dog, which he tried to trample. Nevertheless, these words were not important for the young man. He was worried that Jikan was stronger than him and was so easy to win. However, suddenly he realized that his cultivation did not return, and it was a rather sad sign that indicated danger. Then he examined his face from whom the blood flowed, and realized that now he needed to use some special to restore cultivation. Thanks to the arrival of Jihan, many people gathered at the university. So Jang thought that when the form of the immortal emperor was open, irreparable consequences may appear. After the blow, the glasses of the young man flew to the side and crashed. But now it was not the main thing. Suddenly, Jang began to feel the sunlight, which with his rays touched his face and penetrated his body. Meanwhile, many girls were still rotating near the Jihan who wanted to get a guy so much that they even forgot about pairs. However, Jang had his own plan. He came closer to the enemy and calling him Budla, he called himself. Now the face was without any scratches. On the contrary, he smiled confidently. And even the absence of an eyepiece did not damage him to see everything around. At that moment, Jihan thought about how the young man gained all his power to blow his fist Hong. And he could still stand and smile as if he were in order and did not feel pain. Then Jang became closer and raised his hand up to begin the transformation that there was a Jikan previously about special power. He then added that the Great Master managed to get him out of his temper, so now he will not be responsible for the consequences. Suddenly, Jang, thanks to one jump, was high in the sky and seeped his hand directly to the enemy, began the stage of transformation. Jikan did not understand what the guy was trying to do. It seemed to him that it was a common fun, which he tried to attract attention. Nevertheless, he still watched the movement of Jang and noticed a real workshop that he could not have an ordinary schoolboy. Then it became clear to him that he had the legendary stage of transformation of great energy right in his eyes. Jang looked directly into the enemy's eyes and said that he did not understand anything in the things that he tries so for everyone. When Jikan saw what speed Jang could move, he was frightened for a moment since he had never dealt with such a transformation before. But Jang no longer stopped. He managed to use the energy of the sun to convert it, which he could direct as a weapon. After each movement of the boy, there was a special gold mark, as if the sun's rays followed every step. It really scared the Jiang. Now he had to skill skillfully so as not to burn in these sunburn. Then the man first saw Jang, whom no one had ever noticed from his glasses. Therefore, when the guy was close enough to Jihan, he inflicted him with the first blow in his face, so the blood went. In addition, he could clearly control his legs and hit a person in his stomach, so Jihan twisted, and it was difficult to even make a movement. From the cough of blood, a man could not say a word, and Jiang was satisfied with his work and asked the enemy. He could not do anything else. However, in order to finish what he began, Jiang hit another decisive blow to his leg that he sent Jichan a few meters. All people around began to worry about what was happening. Especially incomprehensible was how someone could defeat the great young master. Nevertheless, no one wanted to intervene and help him since the powerful energy of Jiang was still emitted in all directions. Meanwhile, Jikan was in a rock that almost hit his body as soon as Jiang did it a few minutes ago. The crowd became unclear how the finalist of the National Martial Arts Championship was beaten by such a state that he could not move now. Someone even said that, unfortunately, real martial arts no longer exist in their world. But it was worth noting how Jiang defeated him almost to his death. Meanwhile, he decided to call Yu, who told him that her parents learned about their relationship, and now they wanted to personally meet a guy at a party in honor of their birthday, which will happen in a few days. After such news, Jang had to be sent in cases that were associated with the Mr. Xiao, who was very embarrassed and waited for the guy. When Jiang came to the house, the man immediately ran to the meeting and thanked all the gods for the fact that he had still come. The guy immediately said that you look a little time, because he came at the request of Lao to present several medical materials for him. At this moment, Mr. Yu explained that the eldest had problems. Jiang was very surprised that Linen still had people who could harm the family. Then the man explained that today, the family of Dinfan suddenly burst and called the elder on a duel, putting the wealth of both families on the map. And Mr. was unknown what methods they used, but the eldest lost significantly and could not help himself save his family. When Jang heard the news that the family laid their wealth on the map, it seemed to him a rather interesting trifle. Soon, several more guards arrived, who together held Mr. Jang to the place where an important duel took place for both families. Now the family was necessary for outside help, since his strength was absent for some reason, although this has never happened before. However, when he came to the ring, Jiang saw a great clash between representatives of both influential families. The old Dinfan knew about many different arts of vinegar, so he now decided to use a new technique that was something unusual for him. It was precisely what was the blade of a water blade that Suijian, a technique that could not master, but its effectiveness was on top. Then, the old Dinfan looked at his enemy and said that when he feels that he could not resist this technique, it is better to throw a towel into the first and recognize the defeat. They do not say that it is not a shame. But, despite the fact that the eldest was disappointed in his own power, he still wanted to go to the ladder and not betray his family. The old man directly asked if Dinfan was so sure that he could take possession of his family, but it was nothing more than a dream. Hearing these words, Dinfan rushed forward with the words that in this case it was unnecessary to wait for mercy. When the elder saw the danger, his gaze changed a lot. As if the whole life and life of his loved ones, people flashed before his eyes. But while Jiang watched this dishonest duel, he realized that there is definitely any waving. But it is difficult to understand what is wrong. Dinfan was physically more than his opponent, and his weapon was much more powerful than the one that was used by the eldest. At some moment in the eye of Jiang, the special energy emitted from the water swords that Dinfan used, suddenly the guy's head went to his head that a person does not use his power, and there is a foreign intervention. After that, Jiang began to turn into all directions and look for whether anyone was suspicious here, which could help the old Dinfan in his turbulent affairs. But soon the guy noticed a stranger on the territory of the house who was suspiciously dressed, and all the time did something with his own hands in the air. Then he noticed the same purple energy next to him, which also emitted from the sword of Dinfan, which testified to their connection. The guy looked and realized that it was expected. Now it is not surprising that the old man decided to put all his wealth on the map. Now he was just a diet insect in his eyes, and Jiang was waiting only at the moment when the second round began. And although everyone watched a duel carefully and very difficult, Jiang had already come up with a plan for how to correct this critical situation and help the elders. The guy decided to take advantage of the seal of God, which was on his hand and could turn spiritual energy into a weapon of various forms. Now it was only necessary to wait until he absorbs their whole dark energy and see if Dinfan can lend them to the outside. And in order to absorb the same energy, Jiang is an inconspicuous absorbing beetle that he can help him. Then he sent a magic insect to the sky and said that it could eat as much spiritual energy as it would suit. Suddenly, people from the crowd began to notice how the beetle in the sky began to suck the dark clouds of energy. And it was unbelievable that it was quite small, but it could absorb so much. Now people were curious what was happening in this duel. Then it became the same stranger who helped Dinfanu. The man realized that he was not just a beetle, but a spiritual object created by a man. And looking at the sides, he realized that there is another owner who decided to intervene among the audience. It was difficult to understand who participated in this case, but the stranger felt a special energy emitted from Jiang. Meanwhile, everything began to change on the battlefield. Dinfan noted that his forces seemed to decrease with the chances of victory. He could not understand how all the spiritual energy, which he received thanks to his assistant, now just disappears somewhere in the sky. Being afraid, a man glanced at the one who actually managed his strength and hoped that he would understand everything. However, the same stranger was convinced that he could correct this small trick, which would not be an obstacle to him. Now the hidden master also began to act and, thanks to his energy, created a giant bird, which was scared by the little bug Jang. This eagle was purple, just like the dark energy, which was dishonestly decided to apply to this duel. Then Jiang looked into the sky and realized that he had once seen something like that. And people around tried to understand whether this vision is it really all? Then, the anonymous master said that even when the boy manages to achieve 72 transformations of San, he would still not have avoided revenge on the god Erlong. Meanwhile, in the sky, a magic bird tried to defeat a special beetle, which, despite its small size, still continued to go out and collect energy. The eagle made many attempts to crush or eat an elusive object for him, but he still did not work. However, on the battlefield, the struggle became more and more fierce, and suddenly there was a strong explosion through which the elderly rejected. The man tried to brand his own body, but he did not have sufficient power, so there was only a deep mark on earth. He froze in one position and only listened to the words of condemnation from others who lost faith in him and were sure that the old man had lost. But he was still hoping for the help of the great young cultivator who watched the action. Then Mr. In and asked the G on Jiang intervened. At least something to do and help the elders who could not last long. But Jiang still looked into the sky and asked the person not to worry, because the darkness in the sky tries to absorb these bugs. And when a large bird was able to do this, according to Jiang, he signed a mortal proposal. Since these beetles were much stronger, and despite the size, the effectiveness of her energy was much larger. At this moment, a stranger who called his dark bird realized that his animal would simply explode now. Although he did not understand why this happened because these mistakes were completely absorbed. As expected, in seconds there was a large explosion of two energy creatures that contained too much. Despite the fact that the animals were relatively small, and the explosion that occurred through them was really significant. But at that moment, strange things became the elder, as if new foreign energy filled his body. Dinfan watched, as if from this side of everyone could not understand what was happening on the battlefield, and where to develop his own energy. Meanwhile, Lao's hands, as if the chambers began to shoot, but do not bring any discomfort to the oldest. He tried to see closer that his body flows and gives a lot of effort to continue the duel. Then Mr. informed him that he was the spiritual power that Jang handed over to him. Lulina also used the spiritual energy of another person, so he was able to partially defeat this match. At this moment, the eldest realized why this bag for sand suddenly became so strong. However, now that he owns the energy of Mr. Jang, he defeated his pocket. The elder looked at the Dinfan and said that now he was preparing to death in response to these huge actions. When Jisuyu was filled with the strong energy of Jiang to go to Dinfan, the person realized that he needed to immediately solve this situation. But with the exception of dirty and dishonest methods, he did not know anything. So he told the elders that his grandson was in his hands. And this turned out to be true, because when the old man looked towards where the audience stood, he saw his granddaughter, next to which Dinfan guards. As it turned out, the girl was called Fenier, and since she was connected, she could not say a word, since her mouth was also glued. When the elder saw the girl, his heart began to pour into the blood and pain, because now he is at risk of his life. Then the old man could not save and quickly rushed to the Dinfan, who replied that the main thing for him was to win, and regardless of how it was won, nevertheless, The old schedule was not going to win and told the state that it was not too late to expel his defeat and return his life to his granddaughter. Otherwise, this will not be responsible for the consequences that it can be applied to Fenier, which was defenseless. At that moment, Dinfan came closer to Sia and said that his grandson could die because of his stubbornness and thirst for victory. The audience could not believe that Dinfan Janssenen was so cruel that they would use similar methods for the sake of victory. Then, Mr. Wu said that the situation became more serious. Since the elder loves his granddaughter, most likely, now Jiang will enter this struggle. And he warned Xiao that when he simply gives a signal, he needed to run before Lao's grandson, and most importantly, to do everything quickly. Since, regardless of how quickly he will not have time to neutralize the knife in the neck of the young lady, and if he is noticed, he will immediately kill the girl. So it is too risky. He once again emphasized that he would not kill the young lady, but he needs help, so it is better to just trust him. Then Jiang decided to use the magic of control of the soul, which once helped him neutralize the villain. At first, it was necessary to grab the mind of the guard, who held the knife near the neck of the Fenier, who was very scared. Meanwhile, Dinfan ordered his accused to twice to hit the girl in his stomach, so that Lao would prefer to decide that he was more important, the life or victory of his granddaughter. The elder looked seriously at the villain and said that he had cursed him for the rest of his life and wants him to feel the same. Then the second guard was simply approaching the Fenier chick to fulfill the order from the Dinfan and hit the girl in the stomach. The young lady was scared, and tears were in her eyes as she realized that now she could happen to her. But suddenly one of the defenders, instead of hitting the girl, turned his fist on his colleague, in which blood from the nose came out of the blow. Mr. Yu could not believe that Jang still managed to intervene and help free the girl. But now his turn should act. From what he saw, Dinfan almost lost consciousness. He could not understand why his subordinates did not listen to him, but decided some of their personal affairs. At that moment, Jang shouted at Xiao so that he would act immediately and took the girl from the hands of the bandits who were going to get rid of. Mr. to some extent was able to immediately pick up the young lady, and while he politely tried to imagine her so as not to violate his personal boundaries, Dinfan realized that he needed to immediately return to the consciousness of the guards. Otherwise, they kill each other at this pace. But in a matter of minutes, the magic of control of the soul began to dissipate and lose their properties, so the guards gradually realized what was happening to them. Anyone who took control could not understand at all how it happened, that he held his partner and inflicted strong blows. However, now it was no longer important. The main thing is that the elder's daughter was already in Mr. B's hands, and she does not threaten her. Therefore, when it was more or less safe, the man turned to a woman and called her a woman. He decided to introduce Mr. Jang. The man said that from this young man the girl was saved, and now she is safe. In response, Fenier thanked. Jang said that spiritual power not only absorbs the soul, but also dangerous for the body, so it should be used with caution. Nevertheless, the grandson of the elder could not understand how the guy who looked so weak was able to save her from the bandits. But now it was not the most important problem, since the struggle in the arena was still ongoing. And having lost auxiliary forces, Dinfan suffered from pain. He lay on the ground, rose, while the eldest was in his hands a lot of energy by Mr. Jang, who was going to use to win. Then the old man immediately asked the enemy what even cheap tricks he left, and how he dared to attract his grandson into this business. Then Dinfan called his brother and said that he would win. Now the eldest can take all the wealth of his family, and after so many years of friendship, he asks for mercy. However, after his granddaughter touched his granddaughter, the elder could not make peace with him and said that he would send him to hell. Then the decisive blow and blood of the Dinfan flew throughout the arena, as well as its screams from pain. At that moment, Dinfan had a whole life that he wanted to improve his victory before his eyes. But, as it turned out, the elders decided not to kill him, only to damage his hands, from which a lot of blood came out. The old man turned to a bunch and ordered him to listen carefully because it would be his last warning. So now, when Dinfan was thinking about doing something with his granddaughter, at least again, or at least to touch her finger, he will certainly commit suicide. Then the old man turned to the audience who gathered around the arena and asked someone to bring him paper. Then he prescribed the terms of consent to the sheet and contacted Dinfan, recalled that he was the first to call him. Therefore, he hopes that he should not recall how he needs to do next. A person without unnecessary problems did not agree with all the conditions and saw that after that the sharp magic sword disappeared from his wounded hands. Then the defenders immediately approached him and helped to get from the ground to go to the medical center earlier. But first, The old man decided to talk with the master, who promised him before the battle that he would definitely win his strength. So now the question was raised, and Dinfan wanted to hear an explanation of how it turned out that he had lost such a shameful defeat. The stranger explained that the highest master was present among the crowd, so he advises to leave this place as soon as possible. At the same time, he needs 3 days to restore strength. After that, he will be able to collect enough energy to wash away today's humiliation of the blood of the one who has become along the way. Then the old man replied that after these 3 days he would return to him everything that he lost in this battle twice. Meanwhile, Jang suddenly began a lot of guy, and it has not been recently. The guy realized that someone was talking about his back again. This served as a special sign of danger. Suddenly, the elder suddenly approached the boy and said that if not for his help today, he would have lost all the wealth of his family. The man explained that this Dinfan was always swore, but today he dared to come and challenge him personally. It was really unexpected. And a man in black who secretly helped him with his own technology, he had never met Junli before. It turns out that everything is not so simple. Both the elders and Fenier thank you for their help. And since the old man considers himself not worthy to get all the wealth from Dinfan's family, he hopes that Jang will bring everything to himself and will not resist. Jang replied that when the old man really wants this, he agrees, but he is not very well guided by things, so he asks for help. At that moment, Fenier thought that this guy looked quite ordinary, but that his uncle respected his grandfather, so he is most likely a martial artist. Then the girl came up and asked her grandfathers. He never said that he wanted to find a master who would teach her martial arts. Therefore, she suggested asking the master and whether he will be against such an offer. As it turned out, the Fenier did this only in order to make sure that Jang could be the one who gives for himself. The guy smiled and replied that he was working over the next 2 days, but when he finished, he could give some tips for the lady. It is still difficult to refuse as soon as the lady belongs to one of the most influential families. Then the elder turned to him and said that since the guy trusts him so much and he justifies his trust, he will look at the new property of Zhangyi. Suddenly he remembered that he was going to improve some special pill, so he needed advice. More precisely, help in finding herbs from his list. In addition, a young man needs a separate empty house where no one will bother him. The elder turned to Xiao and said that he was transferring this responsibility. From this moment, a person must give the master everything he called. For less than an hour, Mr. Zhan brought Master Jiang to a giant separate house, as he asked, but when Jiang saw this house, he said that he did not ask himself such a fortress. In addition, it was too much for him. But the next day, the guy still settled in this house and saw that all the components that he had asked. But, as it turned out, Jiang forgot to ask for a special furnace, thanks to which he can clean the pill. Nevertheless, his gaze soon fell on the induction stove, which could become a good alternative to complex technology. Jiang knew that when the plate is used correctly, it would be useful for many things. So, a little later, the cultivator took up work. He remembered that this has long passed since he first began to clean the pills. For this case, it was a little strange to use the usual pan, because it was the impression that he was preparing to use. However, as long as the temperature is well controlled, even this electric stove can be used to clean the tablet. Although the effect is not as good as in ordinary furnaces, the key ingredient for the production of good pills were high-quality herbs. So soon the time came to watch magic. In a matter of seconds, it began in an ordinary pan when all herbs and other ingredients began to react. But suddenly Jiang noticed that the process was slightly different from how everything happened earlier. Suddenly, the golden radiance directly from the pan became so strong that he could break through the walls and ceiling. After several minutes of cooking, Jiang noticed a bright shine around the house, as if he had scattered a shine from someone. He accepted the received pill, which resembled magic balls and was perfect in shape and consistency. Now the guy was pleased with the result, and even for the first time recently he was able to exhale with the world because his beloved business gave good fruits. The house in which he now lived resembled a real palace in which he was one king and could move freely without worrying about someone's personal space, as it was in the hostel. But soon the young man was supposed to go to another place where he was called and warned of the exact place of the meeting. Jang turned to the sides and saw people who planned to meet today to discuss some documentary affairs. Then, with his gaze, he tried to show that he was a client, so he gradually began to approach. Suddenly, the woman turned to him and said that he would not be outdated at her. Otherwise, she would call the police. The lady did not know what her client looked like, so she took Jana not for this, and calling him a poor man, He said that he would not have to allow such a shopping center at all. However, as it turned out, the guy did not hear these words and continued to stand and smile, waiting for him to come to him now. The woman got angry with this behavior and calling him a clown. She already wanted to leave this place and postpone the meeting. Ignoring passers-by, Jiang enjoyed a walk along the large center and looked at large stores. Suddenly, he was called to him, and the guy who was his route going directly to the man he had to meet. Soon, Yao approached him, who immediately rushed to her lover with his hands and joyfully greeted him. Then the girl looked at the same woman and called her aunt, introduced her boyfriend named Zhang Pri. Her aunt was clearly not happy with such acquaintances, because she expected her niece would find a rich and worthy guy who would suit and provide her. When Yui saw the reaction of a relative, she asked if she was already familiar, but she replied that she did not meet such poor ones. Jang also replied that they were not familiar. Only today they met in the lobby for the first time and noticed how this woman pulled something out of the hands of her husband. It was reminiscent of a credit card or something like that. When the woman heard her personal affairs, she immediately got up from the table. But soon, Zhao Zheshao entered the institution, and many were surprised that such an important person was engaged in such a place. Some heard that the guy had long caught the daughter of Miss San, and twice made her an offer. And now, he probably decided to take the opportunity and do the same again, in the eyes of everyone. So, as soon as the man saw Yao, he shouted loudly to her and tried to make the girl look at him. But when the beauty heard a familiar voice, she immediately took Zhang by the hand to show that she was busy. Therefore, when Zhao Zheshao came closer, he asked who he was standing with his future bride. Then Yui looked at her husband in her eyes, called Zhao, and told her boyfriend that she had already talked about him earlier. Nevertheless, Xiaoxiao was more concerned about why he did not hear that Yui's boyfriend would also be at this party. After that, the man began to carefully examine the clothes in which Jiang came, and was sincerely surprised by his preference. Then Jiao apologized to Yu. Yurin said that a person next to her looks like a miserable poor man who is not worthy to be with her. But soon, Miss San arrived at a party, which was already 40, but looked younger than 30, at least from her husband. In addition, in her golden years, the lady was known as the fairy of the city of June. In the end, no one knew why she got married a little higher than average. Zhao immediately greeted Aunt San and said that she looks younger every year, as more reminiscent of the sister of Yao, not her mother. Then the young man immediately handed the bracelet, which became a small gift for his aunt. The appearance of this jewelry had a strong texture, high transparency and density, and the material used for production had extremely quality. Then Aunt Yui was tired in a conversation and said that Mr. Zhao's family was really generous and rich, judging by such valuable gifts. After that, she looked at Zhang and said that he was a good candidate for her niece. When all the guests ended the gift, the daughter of Miss San took the word and turned to her parents. She took Jiang's hand and gave him her boyfriend. Then he expressed his respect and honor because he met his beloved parents. But Aunt the girl did not give her a vacation of Jang and asked what gift he prepared for her mother's mother. At that moment, Zhang bowed to his uncle and aunt and gave them to his own pill, which is a real valuable treasure. The guy explained that with their help, a person can become much younger and also significantly expand his life. At that moment, Jia Zhao laughed and asked who in the 21st century would believe in the power of some tablets, which were also made manually. Suddenly, Aunt Yu waved her hand and threw a box with pills, which she called with ordinary garbage, and asked her to no longer humiliate such gifts. She said that she was absolutely from her native worlds, so she ordered Jiang to immediately leave this place if he did not know what he was doing. Then Jiang could not withstand such an attitude and, seriously looking at her aunt, said that it seems that she could not control her stupid words that are poured out of her mouth. The woman could not withstand the drown of the boy. In addition, he allowed himself to call it a fool. After that, like hunger, she began to scream and force a guard, who, by order, should be removed from the institution and their party. The guy calmly agreed and turned to the door to go out. But Yu left her mother and began to be satisfied so that in some way she intervened in this situation. Nevertheless, Miss San became uncomfortable, and she emphasized that they are really from her native worlds with Jang, so it is worth entrusting this business. Without any influence, the girl was supposed to accept the fact that her family and the environment would never accept the person she loved. But soon the old gentleman entered the hall, whose Christ had 2 guards who wrote him carefully and wore some documents. As it turned out, this old master was Zhou Junan, namely the mayor of Junli, whom everyone knew over many years of his cadence. Suddenly, his attention fell to the floor, where 2 tablets lay, which Aunt Yui threw out of Jiang's hands when he tried to make a gift. A man drew attention to the perfect shape and smell, which was quite bright and surprisingly pleasant to these pills. He really liked the color, which was quite difficult to achieve when creating such magic layers. My father, Yui, immediately approached the mayor and was glad to see him at his modest party, where many influential people gathered. But instead of mutual greeting, Yunzin immediately asked a man who allowed himself to disperse these 2 wonderful tablets on the floor. At that moment, the song was frightened that when the man saw these 2, in her opinion, abominants, his impression that their family would change for the worst. Then the woman decided to lie and reported that these 2 ghouls had released 1 waiter from her pockets, whom she had already kicked out of here. At this moment, Xiaoxiao intervened and stabbed in front of the mayor, apologized to him for these 2 unknown tablets, which could pollute the hands of a highly respected owner. But Junzin did not understand what this young man said. Since Pili data is an invaluable treasure that you will not find in any bench with such things, the guy was embarrassed and did not know what to say, so he suggested that the old mayor could be mistaken and overpay these tablets ordinary from the store. Such doubts did not really like Yunzin, since he studied medicine for many years and could understand the pills and their components. Then Jie Xiao immediately began to apologize for his words, but this was not concerned as the mayor. He urgently needed to find a person who was kicked out of this hall. Now Fish Yu did not know what to do, because they seemed to be a significant mess. And now they should have thought how to do next. Nevertheless, Yui herself managed to listen to the conversation, and she smiles at Mr. Mayor to smile that the author of these pills, Zhang War, who showed the guard. After he heard the old man immediately rushed to the boy so that he was waiting and would not leave the hall. Junzin quickly caught up with Zhang and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked him to tell him one secret. An old concern was the question when the young man was able to get these 2 special tablets, which he lost directly among the hall on the floor. Jang did not understand such a violent reaction to the product of his action, and replied that he had prepared these 2 tablets at home on the induction plate last night. The old mayor was shocked. He could not believe that someone had not prepared such a tablet using a regular introductory furnace. After that, he immediately asked why the guy did not use a special tablet. Then he thought that with the help of a conventional slab, it is easier to control the temperature. At that time, Zhang smiled and said that he simply did not have an alchemical stove in the house, so he had to use what he entered in his hand. Yunzin still could not understand how the stranger was able to prepare the perfect pill using an ordinary stove. Therefore, he suspected that when he even raised the whole city, he could not find the best owner. The mayor bowed to the boy and called him a master with extraordinary skills. He would be infinitely grateful to Jang for sharing his wisdom with him. After hearing, everyone who condemned the guy and tried to touch him immediately changed their minds. Only Yu continued to be proud of them. Meanwhile, Jang himself began to think that he was unlikely to tell something about the secret recipes of pills, and the problem of everything that some decided to exclude him from his party, and now he will have many problems with the police. The old man could not believe that someone could relate to such a talented person in a similar way. So he immediately said that the guy told him who dreamed of hurting him. Then the girl's aunt was scared and asked her sister to ask what to do now so as not to aggravate the situation. Miss San would never have thought that something like this would happen because it turns out that this guy is not as simple as it seems when the mayor respects him so much that he puts him. Therefore, the older sister smiled and said that it was better to apologize now, because their family could not afford to offend the mayor of Zhou. Therefore, when she heard her best, the woman still dared to stand her words and move in her own pride. But instead of apologizing to Zhang, she went to Mr. Mayor and apologized for her carelessness. Nevertheless, the man immediately replied that the woman did not wake up in front of him. She must apologize to Master Jiang. It was difficult for a woman to accept such bitter truth, so she closed her teeth. She still dared to do what Yunzin said. Now she smiled at the boy and apologized for her rudeness, hoping that Jiang did not raise everything close to her heart. In response, the young cultivator smiled and said that such a low man like him, cannot force such rich people to apologize to him. The young man knew that sooner or later this rudeness had to cause problems for Yuo, so now he could afford a little marking over it. At that moment, it was easier for a woman to restrain emotions, and here she was ready to rush with even the worst words to Jiang. But her older sister did not allow this to do this. Miss Song told her sister that she had already disgraced their family, so she hit her in the face. She ordered her to immediately leave her party. At that moment, the woman cried and could not say a word. But she had no way out, except to leave this place to obediently and leave the guests without her attention. Then, the conversation with Jang, Yu, apologized for his sister, saying that he did not want to interfere with the happiness of his niece, but only wishes her good. Nevertheless, Jang was still very angry, because now they are trying to manipulate and enter the whole nasty story of the innocent Yuo. Then the girl felt angry. Jang was angry, so she realized that she should still calm him down a little and join her mother. In addition, the girl did not forget about her aunt, which, according to her, looked very incendiary, but deep down she was good. Then the guy stroked her head and thought that Yu would still remain as naive as before. Her aunt took the money and sold her niece, and she continues to take care of her. But, without expressing these thoughts, he said that when you really wish, he had no objections against her words. Nevertheless, it was this feature that he liked in his beloved. After all additional guests left the restaurant, others decided to start a solemn holiday dedicated to the birthday. Many people who were invited to the party gathered. Miss San ordered high-quality alcohol, interesting dishes, and occupied the entire restaurant area. Meanwhile, Yunsen sat as close to Jang as possible and said that he also had a fake recipe for a pill. He pulled out the sheet and told the master that when he was interesting and difficult, he could not look at the recipe and correct mistakes if possible. Jang immediately started working and said that it would not be difficult. Then the guy realized that the mayor understood a lot in alchemy. Therefore, you decided to help him now, and in the future you are counting on help in searching for rare herbs. In the end, Lao rarely does this, so he is sure that his acquaintances will not be able to give him only alchemical ingredients as the mayor of JHOU. After the guy finished his work, Yunzen looked at the leaflet with records and realized that now something was incredible. He saw the same wisdom as the master who could raise John Dan to a completely new level, which would not be a miracle to make anyone else. Then the man turned to Jang and said that when he needed in the future, he could always count on his help. And now, after these words, this person had to leave this company and again thank for such a contribution to the development of a pill. Keeping a sheet with a detailed recipe in his hands, the mayor went to his business and was incredibly glad that he was able to get. Suddenly, Jeshiao turned to Aunt San and said that before he came to this party, he decided to make a proposal to Yu in the presence of all his relatives. So now, the guy learns a true opinion about the parents of the girl and whether they approve of his decision. The young man was still convinced that Jang was an ordinary family of the poor, and there was nothing special in his connection with the mayor. So, when Zhou Junsen went, Jiama wanted to study the true essence of Jang. Then the answer was given by the father of Yuo, who said that only the daughter herself should decide on a future marriage. After such an answer, the rich boy was very disappointed and began to worry that his plan would fail. My father understood that Zhao Ginich's proposal to marry his daughter, this would mean an important separation of Yu and Zhang. Miss Song suspected that Jang was hiding her past, but today she could not offend him. Therefore, she said that today is not the best day for engagement. Yashao got angry, since this woman received so much from him and promised him a common future with her daughter, and now she took her words so easily and thus humiliated him in front of everyone. Then, Yui hugged her lover and reported that she told her parents that when he did not make her an offer, she would never agree. The guy replied that he would not allow anyone to take his lover. And these words touched Xia Xiao, who now wanted to take revenge. Previously, he was never so clearly manifested for his emotions, but this time he could not get up, hit his fist on the table and left. After what she heard, Yao was very upset, as she began to worry that Jang had problems again. Then the guy took off his glasses, thoroughly wiped it and asked his lover not to be so stupid, because all her problems, these are his problems. And having passed a lot of pain, he promised himself that nothing and who in this life does not bred them. Having an excellent image on Zhang, Yashao immediately called a friend to help him solve the problem of revenge for the girl. As it turned out, he immediately called the Jihans, whom everyone knew as a powerful fighter, and the one who sat down to solve such problems. When he heard the voice of his acquaintance, he immediately realized that, judging by all of him, someone was very upset and now needed help. Then, Jeshiao laughed and immediately exhaled. Unfortunately, he said that his friend knew him too well in order to hide something from him. After that, his voice again became serious, and the man said that he needed help to conduct a personal lesson. Jihan rejoiced in such a news and asked who was so bold that he decided to make his cousin, who was rather restrained. Then, Zhou said that the background about an ordinary poor man from Jiang I. He did not plan to get someone in this business, but this time this issue is very important for himself. However, when Jihan heard the name of the victim, his voice suddenly began to tremble. He knew that Jiang was studying at the high school of Yanhai, where Yo Yao, in an instant, recalling the last meeting with the cultivator, the guy from his cousin is that Jiang should not be connected. Because the last time during their duel, even Jikon himself was not equal, since Jiang is quite unpredictable. This answer was even more angry with Jeshao, and he threw the phone. Now he considered Jichan without introduction, who cannot even defeat the poor student of high school. Every year he pumps out so much money from him, and now he has become a coward. And he thought about Jang that the guy was not even worth the dirt on his shoes, he said to the poor dog. And the person thought that he was from a rather rich family. Such a gap between them, as between heaven and earth. And the next morning, Jiang himself decided to restore his strength a little and went into meditation so that his body would again appear with spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this process was quite complicated, since on Earth spiritual energy is so weak that growing the king's body is becoming more and more difficult. So now his goal was to find a place where spiritual energy would be enough as soon as possible. Then the young man decided to climb the mountains, where there are no people who could absorb the energy necessary for him. Suddenly, it was quite strange for him that he did not notice until he came here. As it turned out, there was a darkness that was able to absorb all the spiritual energy of this place and take its nutritional power. But, walking a little further, he finally found the reason for the lack of any energy that can help him with cultivation. Suddenly, the company of tourists began to run from the mountain, trying to escape from the terrible insects on which they went through one friend. This fat man with tears in his eyes tried to apologize for the fact that he could not perfectly calculate the ideal of the trip, and never thought that he would fall into something like that. But his friends have said many times that nothing touches them with their own hands during travel. Otherwise, the result would be unpredictable. Now the situation was very bad when giant angry teams began to leave different sides. These terrible beetles began to rise directly to the bodies of tourists who now did not know how to reflect and defend their own life. Suddenly, when a strong stream of wind of all insects began to blow in different directions and they could not hold paws on the ground, at this moment, Jang appeared on a mountain in which the energy of the red flame, which otherwise called the choice, and when it became more or less safe, the guy asked the travelers if it was sometimes not clothes. Then all three presented their names and asked them to respect them, since they are not clothes, but an excellent golden trio. And when two of them tried to demonstrate their strength, one of the guys intervened and asked for silence, because this gentleman had just saved their life. But suddenly, the girl noticed that a flock of terrible beetles was approaching them again, and offered to move dating in better times. A fat man in the name did not understand at all and doubted that the general secondary school, like Zhang, could save their life. But the cultivator did not listen to them and quickly began to solve the situation with incomprehensible insects that continued to crawl. Then a fat man realized that a stranger could use magic, and the impression that he fell into the plot of a fairy tale. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise, and, as it turned out, he came from his mother of monsters of beetles, who woke up because her children began to collapse. Jan Rox tried to escape on his own, but the beetles were much faster than she and attacks were whole for one person. Her friends tried to help the girl, but it was unrealistic. As they laid the woman on her back, insects began to flee to their lair, where they were waiting for their mother. In a matter of seconds, they managed to take a whole person and bring him to the cave from many meters from where they came. But soon, Chen joined and said that he always has a special and heavy artillery, so he should not be poured. After these words, a man, like a backpack from his shoulders and unbuttoned, began to receive a lot of weapons that he carried with him. He turned to Jang and said that he did not have these grandmothers, but now he had serious problems, so it's time to light it. And whatever it is, he certainly coped with these insects. Then Jang thought that he just wanted to go to the cave to explore the problem of abnormally dark. But if he should be behind strangers, he will be able to use them, although they would most likely be selfless. Then the men took their weapons and incited him to the side of the cave when the beetles opened fire on their lair. A fat man turned to Jang, whom he called a high school student, and said that his small focusing were nothing compared to the fiery power of these things in his hands. Therefore, if he does not want to die, it is worth hiding behind him. But then he also talked with him, who made a second remark that he used cartridges that would be saved without benefit. But something was no longer stopped. The guy wanted to go to the ladder, so without an unnecessary reflection entered directly into the depths of the cave. His friends tried to stop him, and Jiang felt that he seemed to follow thick people and recognize everything. Chen continued to shoot with every step more and more until he reached their main goal. It was about a giant uterus of Zhukov, which was 10 times more than a person, and around it were strange formations that hung on the walls. At some point, Bai noticed that their friend Jan Sueli is now in the hands of a terrible monster who could eat her here. The girl was in an incomprehensible sticky liquid which sewed her body and did not allow any sharp movement. Bai turned to Tuvston and ordered him to put his weapon on the monster as soon as possible, until he noticed them. Chen began to worry that they could not defeat such a monster with ordinary weapons, the strength of which may not be enough. But Bai was still. He was forced to save his girlfriend. Nevertheless, the giant terrible coma was still on firearms. Her body was quite strong and did not break through ordinary bullets. Then Bai also began to worry and feel a strong threat, as the monster had already noticed them and had a new goal. After that, the monster's mouth opened, and it began to spit the same liquid that deprived people of the opportunity to move. Then the boys had 1 second to get this grenade and throw a giant beetle right in the mouth. A fat man was convinced that he could definitely destroy this disgusting creature. Meanwhile, Jang simply watched from the side. But, despite the big explosion that caused grenades, the monster continued to spit, and not a single weapon became an obstacle. At this moment, young travelers realized that now they were over, since none of their actions were effective. The monster was scared, since his children were able, in addition, to break into the lair and cause such violence. In the seconds of the boy's body, they were in the sticky liquid, from which they could not leave and needed help. Suddenly, Chen mentioned the young sorcerer. This is what he called Jiang, and asked the boy to use magic and free them. However, he replied that he was not needed, because it was these guys who led as a Rambo with these weapons, and they said that his tricks were in vain. Then he decided to intervene Bai, and said that the words of Chen should not pay attention. He apologized for his friend and begged to save their life. Jiang decided to mock them a little, but when he realized that the situation was really critical, he pledged to check what this giant beetle was really capable of. After he quickly accelerated, he became a fighting position and very much registered in the monster, which was much larger than him. And, using only one blow, the boy managed to defeat the terrible monster, which now has a large hole in his body. Bai and Chen could not believe in the eye. They had to use a lot of weapons when an ordinary schoolboy was able to defeat the enemy with one blow. Meanwhile, Jiang came closer to the beetle and realized that it seems that he had absorbed a lot of dark energy, so he became so great, but it seemed that his Lin Lin was not fully developed. Which is not surprising when the boy managed to destroy his sink with only one blow into a fist. Now it was necessary to free strangers who, out of their stupidity, were in a difficult situation. Jang was able to easily destroy the same saliva, as due to the fact that a giant beetle could restrain his booty and not escape from it. But as soon as everything was fine, Jiang heard the sounds of other little beetles that he drowned when their mother wounded. Now it was necessary to quickly solve this problem, as the little beetles were quite smart and could quickly rush with prey. They had many sharp teeth like the wolves, whom they could bite part of the body of an ordinary person and not notice it. All these little monsters rushed into Jiang from behind so that he could not react and evade them. Nevertheless, such creatures were not an obstacle to the great cultivator, so he could easily reject all small creatures from himself. But, as it turned out, their mother, who seemed to have already won, could soon come to her feelings, and she will not have to expect. Then the guy looked at her and said that when he managed to strike only one blow and then used more strength, he just kills her. And at some moment he was convinced of his own energy and physical abilities until he saw the bite of a great poisonous beetle. Jiang did not have time to dodge in time, and the giant Sari wounded his shoulder, gradually running the boy's poison into the body. Now it was difficult for him to move, and Bai and Chen were scared, as their rescuer could be killed. Therefore, having no time for thought, the men decided that they should immediately help a student who also helped them earlier. They again took up their weapons, which did not help them before, and ordered to immediately free their rescuer. Nevertheless, these little balls only annoyed the monster even more, so he was able to throw the boys with only one movement and throw his weapons out of their hands. Then Jiang looked at them and said it completely unexpectedly. But the robber can also be quite useful in a sense. The giant beetle continued to seem to be supposed and waited for his enemies to die from his poison. However, as it turned out, for Jiang this poison was nothing, so even pain in the wounded shoulders was not felt. He was able to crawl closer to the monster and suddenly turned his hand, delivered a strong blow to him. Then, from the mouth of the monster he began to stand out even more sticky saliva, from which Jiang successfully evaded and remained surviving. So, at the moment, when he managed to approach the Molyavskaya face, he hit him right between his eyes. After that, the giant beetle returned to his lair, emphasizing a lot of poison in different directions to have a chance to win. But when a powerful cultivator competes with it, there is no chance of survival. At that moment, Chen ran to Jiang and was surprised how he succeeded after such a wound came into his feelings, and continues to fight the monster. But suddenly, a male gaze fell on an unknown cave, which went deeper. All the little beetles slipped to her, and as if fascinated by purple energy, which left the depths, ordinary travelers were scared, since they have never seen such a phenomenon before, and now they wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But Jang became interesting that when he fought with a giant beetle, he did not even pay attention to the true cause of dark energy. So now, when he was so close to the answer, he remains only deeper and check everything there and solve the problem. Thus, without unnecessary thoughts, he began to sink until the travelers tried to stop him and abandon this idea. Thanks to his ability to crawl on the walls perfectly, Jiang quickly went down and saw many skeletons that belonged to his native creatures. After that, he stood on the ground, which was completely covered with remnants and smelled of unpleasant. But this was not the main one. When he looked at the sides, he realized that from this creature there was too much dark that he felt. His attention was attracted by a familiar thing that could be the legendary Tai Sui Lynchy treasure. So now it is not surprising why there are so many pants in this place, because the legend says that this strange thing eats these dead. Suddenly, the young man noticed that these strange eggs began to radiate obscure frequencies that were difficult to catch his ear. As it turned out, the monster began to influence the consciousness of a new victim, so it was difficult to do something against such weapons. The guy began to worry at the moment when he realized that he would be a little more, and he would be absolutely powerless against such a trap of dark energy. Now it was impressed that Jang was completely wrapped in energy ropes that controlled the terrible monster and spoke to the victim that no one left his trap and lair. At this moment, Jang realized that the monster had a personal consciousness that was not inherent in most of such creatures. Then the disgusting monster said that the guy realized it too late, so now he could not save him. The monster with an angry laugh said that soon Jang will become part of his body and consciousness, giving his cultivated energy. When there was a little left to absorb the guy inside, the monster thought that his victim was radiating too much energy, and after he saw that he gradually became with the cocoon in which he occupied Jang, he himself began to worry, because very soon, like a butterfly, a guy of the forest, to show his true essence and go through these ropes of consciousness. As it turned out, he managed to unlock the seal of the king of people whom he had not yet used on earth. After that, all the ropes began to fly from his body, and Jang himself wandered in the air, as if he had a wing behind him. When the monster asked what happened, the guy answered him that he had owned the body of the immortal king, so now he should prepare for a difficult battle. Because at that moment, Jang grabbed his hand by the same ropes of consciousness that could be connected with the victim with the body of Munavisk. Despite the fact that he was many times more than Jang, and even the floor covered even at this depth, the guy still possessed more powerful energy. He managed to use the variety of varieties to direct it to a terrible enemy and, thus, deprive him of a chance of existence. The monster gradually began to dissolve in space, and his energy gradually passed to Jana himself. The disgusting creature only thought about the death that he was able to overcome the ordinary young schoolboy who has wonderful methods. After Jang was reborn, returning to this world, he first absorbed so much darkness, and this raised his growing base to a completely different level. So now, according to the calculations of this world, it should be at least at the level of the great master of martial arts. And the rope that he left from the last monster, he decided to escape for later, because he could still be needed. On Mount Chen, Bai, and Yang, the master was still waiting, who did not return for a long time, so they thought that he had already died. A fat man regretted that such a young and experienced guy who had a great future left this world so early. But while friends decided to go home, Chen began to hear a strange sound from the inside of the cave, as if someone was rising to them. As it turned out, Jiang was able to use the flight power to leave the deep, terrible pit and be on the surface. Friends began to rejoice that another rescuer still survived, although it was unclear how he did it. Then the fat man immediately rushed to him and said that he was already confident in his terrible death. Nevertheless, Jiang smiled and said that he was not as easy to kill as it seems at first glance most of his enemies. Suddenly, the message from Yui approached the phone, which said that she had something at home, so she would wait for him. Then the guy thought Zhao Jinchenko again decided to create problems for him from stupid revenge. But while Jiang decided to say goodbye to his friends, whom he managed to save, and in addition, they also came in handy when looking for energy, the cultivator said that now the time has come to say goodbye, and the young lone grave should be completed with their dark affairs. Then Chen replied that everyone would like to thank her master for such salvation, and if he is still in the Bala, they will be happy to help him. And now Jiang was supposed to go to the house of the San family, where he was already waiting for him. As it turned out, his girl's family house arrived at the manager Liu, whose Miss Song asked the reason for such an unexpected personal visit. Then, the losers replied that this time the young Mr. Jiang Jinchenko ordered them to return 20 million who were supposed to be accused of his family. And when they do not have enough finances, they can lay their jewelry store. Miss San did not know what to answer because Mr. Zhao invested money in this jewelry store, so it is unreasonable to ask him to return it. It was unpleasant for a person to talk about it, but he emphasized that Mr. Zhao grew. And now the young gentleman, Zhao Jinchenko, leads his family, so now the last word in this family remains after him. Then Miss Song began to blame poor Jiang, who offended Zhao Ginishan on a banquet, and now he wants to take revenge. And it does not matter that the young man is familiar with the mayor of the city. He is still a simple poor person for their family. Suddenly, Aunt Yu intervened and said that they were wrong. Therefore, she asked if the manager can return and in some way to manage everything. Then the man laughed and said that there was only one way out of this situation. While the Song family agreed to marriage between Mr. Yao, they will be able to find a compromise. Suddenly, a young woman burst into the room who screamed her mother and said that she had no right to solve for her. The father also intervened and said that their daughter's wedding should only be her own decision, so the Song cannot destroy his career now. But instead of discussing this problem, the woman hit the man with words that he will not solve for her. For example, if he behaved like a real person and seriously treats his duties, she will not have to take so many obligations and work on her shoulders. A serious quarrel began in the family, but this question was not concerned about the heir Liu. Therefore, he asked the sister of the son that she could tell him about marriage. Suddenly, at the same second, Jang burst into the room, who listened to the conversation outside the door of the hall. He completely left the door to the living room and firmly replied that Yuo would not agree with the proposal of Zhao Ganeshan. The manager Liu quickly left his chair and called Jiang Solyak, asked what right he should burst into the house during a private conversation. Suddenly, Zhang took his mustache behind his fingers, which he was so gesticulate, and squeezing them, said that he was his father. Then Mr. Liu turned to his guards and ordered them to immediately be in coloring, which could break his hand. The men immediately rushed to fulfill the order and said that Jiang would immediately cost their dirty hands from his master. Suddenly, one with him decided to rush with his fists in the cultivator, not knowing that he would only be worse. But when the family of the Song saw how much she knew how to, and has many techniques, she was scared by her fate, and the guy himself quickly dealt with all the guards, sat in front of Mr. Liu, and asked him to convey something to his Zhao Ginichin. He said that the young head of the Zhao family did not contact this person. So as a result, this can get many problems for his stupid act. After that, Liu immediately left the house, and Miss Sons thought about who was really her future son. Meanwhile, Yu Yao immediately rushed to the guy and said that she was very afraid that she could be married to this villain. But Zhang hugged his lover and said that now that he is nearby, she should not be afraid, because he could protect her from all troubles in the world. Then the aunt of the girl intervened and rushed to the boy with accusations, saying from his fists and recklessness, they will be left without his jewelry store. But for Zhang, this problem was not a problem. He asked Mrs. Song how much this store costs, because he is a highway to buy it, and then transfer the possession of him Yao. Aunt suddenly began to laugh and said that such a poor person like Jang could never afford such a purchase, as if he should go and look at himself in the mirror. But Mrs. Song entered into a conversation and said that she understands this act for the sake of you. But now the Zhao family asks for 20 million in the store. Even their family does not have much. Then the guy wondered and said that Aunt Song give him 2 days during which he could find 20 million for them. Suddenly, Aunt laughed and told her sister that she did not even dream of, saying that the guy could not even get 20,000. Then, the dignity turned to the boy and noted that this amount was not very small, but she could give him 2 days. However, if Jiang cannot receive the promised money, he can make a promise that Yuo will never see again. The woman was convinced that when the guy failed and would not bring her 20 million in 2 days, and he simply had no other choice but to agree to the wedding of Yui and Zhao Ganeshan, the guy wandered these conditions and went home. Suddenly he was called by Laos the elder, and his call was very on time. Jiang immediately asked the old man to help him find information about the member of the Zhao family in Junlei, also known as Zhao Jinhen. Then the old man said that he had previously met with this family when he was still old Zhao. But later, when his son Zhao Jinchenko became his head, he rarely crossed him. Xena wondered what happened between the boy and Jiang, but the latter asked not to ask a lot of questions, but simply to help him get some testimonies about this family. Moreover, Jiang no longer wanted to see which family of Zhao in his city June, and something was supposed to be done with this. Then the old man replied that during the conversation he now managed to get a copy of the criminal case of Zhao Guinishan. But there was one thing. Jiang did not like Lao's tone, so he also changed his timbre to show dissatisfaction and desire to find out the whole truth earlier. The eldest said that this case is quite delicate and large. Therefore, whether it could not be Jean, if he has time, come home personally and pick up the documents. At that moment, the guy suspected something incomprehensible, but immediately replied that he would soon, and allowed the old man to expect him. Meanwhile, Zhao ran through Aunt's song, and the fact that now she does not want to cooperate with him ran through his office. He called the woman and asked how she sat so much to defeat her people, as this was reminiscent of the beginning of the war between the ideas of the families, but Aunt San replied that she would never have done so, and Jang was guilty of everything who now went to some conditions to marry her niece. After he heard, Zhao laughed and was sure that his enemy would not achieve success, but for him, it was the main thing that family members did not return their words. Quickly hearing all the information, the man threw the phone and did not even say goodbye to the aunt with a song with which he was so good before. He was convinced that exactly 2 days later, he digested Jiang with his feet and showed him the difference between a real person and a dog. Meanwhile, the cultivator came to Lao and, sitting during conversation, asked what evidence was said by phone. Then the man received a folder with documents and stretched it to the boy to see him personally. Jiang immediately took up all the documents and began to carefully study them, in search of important information that could be used. But when the guy read one of the documents, his gaze changed a lot because he did not expect to see the same. It was not unclear why the old man held these documents all the time without passing somewhere further. Moreover, after looking at all the reporting tables, the guy realized that the eldest would be in a conspiracy with the Zhao family. We talked about many common parties and reports from them, which still returned home to the senior Lao. But the person did not like such an accusation, because he is a handful, although not an aristocrat, but he would never have come to a conspiracy with such dirty people. This case simply includes too many other named persons, although his family has some influence in the city of Junlei. But he is afraid that people from the highest level are stronger and more complicated. After hearing, Jiang relaxed and briefly replied that he understood everything, so he had nothing to discuss. Then the old man asked him how he was chosen to act, because if any help is required, Kosen will definitely try to help. But Jiang asked about Zhao Junxin, whether he was the same as everyone else, and had some relations with this situation. But the elder mentioned the old Zhao, whose people were not chosen for the first time the mayor of the city, so he said that he can be considered an honest person in Omen. Then the guy took all the documents and said that this would be enough. As it turned out, this Zhao Jinchenko is involved in such a number of cases that Jiang now has no right to let him just go. 2 days quickly passed, so Miss San waited in her house for Jang, who promised to bring enough to buy a jewelry store. The woman turned to her daughter and said that the time had already passed, and she still could not call the boy to find out if he had made a promise. In addition, Jinchenko arrived at the house, who claimed that the poor man had already fled to his village after he pretended to be too important and powerful. At that moment, Yu began to worry that something bad happened to her lover, and was afraid that he would not come today. But in a matter of minutes, Jiang still came and immediately apologized for being late without warning about it. Yao immediately rushed at him with his hands and asked where the guy missed these 2 days. She could not contact him and worry about it. But Jin Hen was dissatisfied with the fact that his most important rival still dared to come and become an obstacle. But despite this, he still sought to humiliate him. Meanwhile, Jiang tried to explain to the girl that he was busy to get rid of all problems before. Then Jinchenko approached him and with an echoimic smile said that the guy would not pay and just run away. But Jiang replied that everything was not so young. Mr. Zhao was worried. Nevertheless, he immediately asked if it would not be difficult for him to sign the days. What documents, which immediately after receiving the money, the jewelry store will fall into the property of Yao. Then Aunt Song intervened and ordered the boy not to mock, and if he really received the money, it would simply be given to them. In addition, she doubted this, but Jang, without unnecessary nerves, received the phone and asked all the members of the family to wait a bit, and soon everything would be. The guy wrote to the old man, asking him to transfer 20 million that he had previously mentioned him. Then, Jang asked Genshin to check the personal account. The man turned to the guards and ordered to immediately check if 20 million was received. At that time, Aunt San was heavily hesitated because she could not believe that the poor person would receive such a large amount. But her sister emphasized that Jiang seems rather mysterious, so it is unclear what to expect. Suddenly, one of the guards gave his boss that they had just been reported to a bank account of 20 million from the personal account of Zhang Deers. At this moment, all those present turned their eyes and could not believe that it was possible. And at that moment, Zhang received a folder with documents and said that he had already prepared everything, so Mr. Zhao had to confirm them with his seal. The guy put the documents directly on the person's face and asked if the young Master Zhao decided to pick up his words back. But at that moment, the Jin ordered him to immediately bring his seal, and without even reading the documents, he placed it. After that, the mother of Yuga turned to Jiang and said that when she saw him for the first time, she immediately realized that he was an unusual person. And her aunt decided to apologize and said that her niece found a real aristocrat. But when the woman reached forward to read the documents and make sure that Yu could now own a jewelry store, Jang grabbed her by the wrist. He said that he would retain his Aunt of the Sun only because she is a relative of his lover. But if she ever begins to play with the feelings of the girl, then you should not wait. Jang was confident and firm in his words, so his gaze seemed to say everything for him. Aunt was scared after what she heard, so she said that she would never have to go to Yu's personal life. But when the girl's mother also wanted to talk to him, Yao immediately came and took the boy by her hand, invited him to go from here. Then she turned the other way, and the young Zhao asked Zhang if he was really sure that he would get out of his hands so easily. At that moment, he immediately returned and asked if he had heard that some unfortunate dog said something on his side. But without hearing the answer, he asked if there was something else, which the Jinses wanted to talk about right now. Suddenly, behind the young Zhao, the guy noticed the familiar face of a man who recently wanted to call him a duel. Martial arts. Martial arts greeted Jang and said that he was glad to meet him again. But the boy's friend was also an unfamiliar old man, whose energy was quite strong. He was Zhao Uzia, the curator of the martial arts pavilion, and ahead of them was Zichin, who asked the teacher and really thought that he could really come and leave him when he wanted to. Zhao Suija destroyed that two weak young people brought him here with the words that the martial arts master should be defeated. But instead, he saw only the same snot. Then his nephew talked with him and said that the skills of the martial arts of this guy were incredible, so he should not be treated and underestimated. But Jinchan was convinced that his uncle was a real master of his craft, because in June, there are only a few people to compare him. Then, Yui intervened in the conversation and turned to Zhao Ginishenika, apologizing for his boyfriend, if he in some way offended him. But now they would like to go. The girl's mother also emphasized that 20 million were paid, so you can finally give peace to their family and Zhang first. But the man laughed and said that while Jang was not kneeling in front of him, he did not apologize and left the city forever. He would not allow him to go on two legs. Jang heard the demands and, taking a step towards a person, said that today he had no such things in the plans. And as soon as Zhao already wants to die fighting him, the guy has no choice but to fulfill this desire. Zhao was convinced that his opponent was not his uncle, so he had to kneel and apologize. Then Jang could not stand and said that he was still who this uncle, because he did not even see the enemy in him. He did not have time to play with them, so he asked why they would not jump on him now at the same time. These words greatly influenced Uixi that after a second he was angry and called Jang a little gloom, said that now he would give him a life lesson. After that, I hastened to the guy and immediately began to use military equipment so as not to have thunder. But as soon as his hand touched Jang's hand in force, he suddenly froze in the air and could not move on. Both soldiers were quite strong, so the chances of victory were equal. Each of them was confident. And during the performance of one of the movements, the guy managed to hit the guy with his foot in the face, so Zhang Troshchi moved back. However, this was not a sign of the victory of the old man, since he himself was surprised that the enemy was equal to the power of the great master. The man did not expect that at such a young age the boy would have so much power. At that moment, Jinchenko began to worry that his enemy was indeed a master of ancient martial arts. Meanwhile, Miss San turned to her daughter and asked who her boyfriend was at all, because the more you look, the less it looks like an ordinary student. At that moment, Yu thought and replied that now she did not know who was really Zhang, and because he had changed very quickly and a lot. But Suja spoke with the enemy and said that he personally had nothing against him, but it was just suitable for taking and apologizing to his nephew. Then their conflict quickly subsided. In addition, he suggested that the boy joined his pavilion of martial arts. Jang laughed such a proposal and he replied that the old man was not worthy to become his student and represented his achievements. But Uichi added that although they were both masters of martial arts and judging by these and the energy of Jang, he could say that the guy reached only the initial level. Meanwhile, he had already approached the last stage of the great skill. So, on his advice, Jiang should take into account this fact and carefully think about whether to join the battle. At that moment, he looked at him with confident eyes and asked why the old man thinks that he was only at the initial stage. After that, Jiang began a gradual transformation, and Sujuj, feeling great energy, realized that now he was in a bad position. The young cultivator is quite smart that even the gaze of the master could not catch his every movement. At some point, Uichi managed to evade time, and, given the level of skill and the young body of the enemy, this did not give him a chance. The old man felt this magnificent aura of the true master of good art, and could not believe that he had competed with this. In total, after one ideal movement of Jiang, the first wound on the hand, which was rare, had already appeared in Uixi. In an instant, the guy was even closer to his enemy and hit him at an extreme speed. Nevertheless, this was not an ordinary blow. After that, Jiang continued, and he managed to turn the old man upside down. Now Uichi had to only protect himself, not having the opportunity to attack. His body has already begun to fail. But despite this, he, like a real master of martial arts, was still trying to strike Jiang. But as soon as he placed his hand forward, the guy quickly caught her and did not allow the old end with the limb. He began to scream almost half of the city, as it was one of the special methods that Jiang sometimes used in difficult situations. When Suitskin realized how critical to the situation, he turned to his nephews and said that they were running as soon as possible. The boys did not understand why such a martial art master could not stand now and point out the danger, but immediately began to move. However, when Jiang noticed that these two tried to escape and not take responsibility, he immediately said that today they would lie here for their actions. After that, he received the same rope that discovered during the destruction of the dark power in the cave and threw it at the guys who were about to escape. They began to ask his uncle for help, but the old man could not do anything, and after what they saw immediately left this place. Now the turn reached Uixi. So Jiang wrapped his hands with a rope, but the old man did not see anything like this before. He was still trying to get out of captivity and said that the young man could not restrain him with such thin ropes that resemble the internet. At that moment, Jiang looked at him with his burning eyes and gave him not to waste energy on what it would not make sense. Soon at the same time, everyone realized that these strange red ropes suck their soul and energy, killing them. Jiang looked like a real monster. Now he could cope with the life of others, and the last thing that he said on the Unmations to go to hell. Behind the guy was Yao, who was afraid of what he saw and went to her lover, carefully laid his hand on his shoulder. She, with tears in her eyes, asked not to be such a monster and leaving these people alone without harming them. Jana still had to release those ropes that were tied to his fingers and through which the soul of his victims could pass. He turned to the girl and said that people like them did not deserve mercy. They must be punished for their actions. Suddenly, the attention of all people switched to the sounds of police cars who were going to come to the house. After I heard Jang, and everyone else went, and the cars stopped in search of the one they need. This time, they wanted Zhao Ginichin. When the guy heard that he was on him, he immediately raised his hand and asked him to save from the man who had just killed him. Then the young man stood up and, pointing a finger at Jiang, said that he had just taken his soul to himself. Nevertheless, the policeman received the documents and said that the Zhao suspect in the bribery of officials and the organization of trade in minor girls, so now they have the right to arrest. Then, Jiang looked at the boy and realized that Zhou Junin finally began to act and still helped him in this case. As it turned out, he recently talked with the mayor who did not even know that his deputy laziness could do this. He carefully studied all the documents that Jiang received thanks to the elderly and was outraged by the situation that occurred directly under his nose. The person was convinced that none of them could be allowed, and all participants should be held accountable. After that, Junzin thanked Jiang for significant evidence, so he will do his best to put these people for the grill. In these words, people gathered together. Now Jiang had to wait for the mayor to transfer documents to the police, and the investigation begins. After the accusation he heard, Jinhan began to justify himself and say that it was slander. He says that he knows nothing about these things. Then he again switched to Jiang and said that this man was trying to kill him, so it was worth arresting. Then he ordered to immediately call the police chief. But the policeman replied that the guy could not count on the help of his friends. Chen Jui is now in such a position that he cannot protect himself. At that moment, Zhao realized that now he was really the end. However, he did not understand who could put it. Jiang, in his opinion, is still a poor person who cannot dig information in documents that have been stored reliably for many years. But the police did not need to wait long and received handcuffs that the arrested person had the right to be silent. Zhao expressed violence and ordered the police to leave him, because he was not going anywhere without his personal lawyer. Meanwhile, Uixi turned to his nephew and said that they would not be able to help, so they better run as soon as possible. When Jang saw that they had run away, he decided to leave them alone and let go of Zhao to business. Nevertheless, he warned that the next time he would finish his business anyway, and Yuo could no longer stop him. After a hard day, Zhang decided to return to the hostel, where there were several of his acquaintances and not so lonely, during a giant house from the Lord. In the room, the boy was waiting for Zhu Hao, who called Jiang with his boss and was waiting for his return for a long time. So he was glad to see him, and for so long it was not at home when the student wanted to look for him. However, Jiang did not understand why, because he was worried that something happened in his absence. While he set out the products, Zhu Hao recalled that the girl from the English faculty was accepted. So now, they have a party tonight with their best friends to officially announce everyone about their relationship. Jiang was dissatisfied with the fact that the girl still agreed to a relationship from her friend, because her behavior was always terrible. Because in a past life, a fat man broke both legs that evening, and he had to move with a wheelchair. At that moment, the neighbor turned to the boss and asked what happened, because when he does not want to come to the party, he will understand everything. Jiang knew that in a past life these darkness ruined his brother's life, so now he would force them to pay for everything. Therefore, the guy said that he could not miss such an important vacation. A few hours later, a party has already begun, where many students and their friends came. As John saw, he immediately called her. At first glance, the girl looked pretty nice that it was impossible to say about her friends with whom she sat at the same table. As soon as the guy sat down to her, Jan immediately rushed to him with his hands, and her behavior looked too heated. But suddenly one of her friends noticed Jiang, and who also came to a party. He was known as the greatest saliva in this school. As someone allowed such a chicken as Jang to come to a flock of real lions with whom this stranger was attributed to himself. As it turned out, his name was Huan Sui, and Zhu Hao immediately made his remark about his behavior, because even Zhao Jihan himself lost his friend in martial arts. Then the classmate laughed and said that no one would believe in it. But Jang was still on these words, so he asked his brother to simply ignore this behavior. Suddenly, Zhu received a small box with a suspension, which he turned to Jan Yang and asked if there would be such an ornament to her taste. The girl immediately grabbed the pendant and said with a joyful face, which probably cost of such a jewelry tens of thousands. Then her girl said that the girl really found a good guy. She says that she always quickly finds rich and is never mistaken. Suddenly, the girl at the table noticed that Brother Chen entered the club, so they immediately called Yang. When the man saw the girl, he immediately smiled at her and said that he was especially glad to see her today. However, instead of warm hugs, he hit the girl by the hand and began to stay behind the words that she was forced to go with him. But when Zhu saw such behavior against his girlfriend, he could not get up and hit him on his face. Then Chen immediately stood up and ordered his boys to immediately detain the darkness that died against him. And when it was discovered that the crowd helps Zhu, they immediately refused to go against anything because it was its territory. And who would it be if this health was connected with it? Then this situation will not end good. Then the friend of Yana asked her if she was going to intervene, but the girl replied that she could not do anything. Say, Zhu himself is guilty because she did not ask her to join, so now this does not apply to this. At that moment, Zhang managed to listen to the conversation, and especially the words that were heard from the mouth of the new girl of his friend. He has long considered this company a bunch of sprouts that were not interested in anything, with the exception of cheap fun and easy money. Thus, unable to withstand such an attitude to Zhu, he decided to join him and skillfully rush into a fight. Saved a friend, he ordered him to look at his environment, because if he had not been here, the boy would have to move in a wheelchair again. But friends did not have time to agree on how Chen appeared again, who took a glass bottle in his own hands and rushed to Jang, said that no one had the right to defeat the people standing for him. Nevertheless, Jiang was much more agile than a person, and quickly raising his leg, hit him in the face. The girls who saw the ideal movements of Jiang were surprised, because in wide circles he was known as a loser and a coward. After that, Jiang immediately ran to Zhu Hao and said that he has a strong friend who had not previously showed his abilities. She went to Jiang and noted that if she knew about his strength, she would not have to be afraid. Nevertheless, Jiang knew everything about this girl, whom he called the Goals and took his neck, who, in his past life, Zhu Hao spent his whole life like a cripple in a wheelchair from her. So now she should feel the pain that was supposed to endure. However, at that moment, Zhu Hao immediately intervened, who asked his boss to allow the girl to say that she was not guilty of something. But Jiang repeated the words that in his past life, through Yang, his friend switched to a cart and lived a useless life. So now she should feel disabled for at least 6 months. So she thinks before doing something with other people. However, as soon as he wants to finish with this business, his phone suddenly rang and had to be distracted. As it turned out, it was called Xiao, which was rare. So Jiang immediately raised the phone and asked the master what happened. The man told the gentleman that he had serious problems and they urgently needed his help. As it turned out, Dinfan Uzin brought his people to the martial arts school Hun Xuan, and Zhao Sujuzhui from the Huang martial arts school already gave them. Lao said that in June, there was no one except M. Jiang who could solve this problem. Then he asked the man whether he spoke about the Kanshansky School of Martial Arts, the head of which is Han Shaoan. As it turned out, this is so. Nevertheless, Xiao was surprised that the young cultivator knew something about this school. The guy said that he was his old friend, so the couple was standing there as soon as possible, and he will come soon. After the party, Jiang said the thickness to go home himself, since he had urgent cases with which he needed to consider. Meanwhile, many people gathered near the Hong School and Kanshuan, namely Han Xuan, turned to Dinfan with the words that his school always behaved high. Therefore, in order to avoid battles for the peaceful development of the Utica community in Junlei, she had to endure a lot. And now, when they suddenly brought a stranger to the city to defeat all the Junlei martial arts, this behavior has become unbearable. Nevertheless, Dinfan denied and said that the Han Xuan school has always talked about kindness and morality, saying that the only way to become strong is to practice old methods of martial arts in order to strengthen the body. But in his opinion, this is just a sign of incompetence, because the martial arts of the city of Junlei will be restored in all their glory only under his rule. The woman did not like such a tone, so she invited the Dinfan to the duel Dinfan. He said that he knew no boundaries. She was sure that once and for all she would stop her husband. But the old man replied that today his plans were not included in a duel. After that, he turned to the crowd, among whom he was Liu Chugan, that he was his assistant aliens in the development of the school. As it turned out, he was the same mysterious stranger with whom a person had already appeared on a duel in front of the elder. When Kanshuan saw a young alien, she remembered one story that was connected with him. Many stories said that this character won many martial artists in the city of June in just 2 days, and they were all amazed at one blow. Therefore, the woman did not expect that this person would be so young, because he was no more than 30 years. Then Dinfan said that he would begin the first, and Mr. Liu, known for allowing his opponents to take the first step, because every time he dealt the first blow, this ended with a significant victory. Suddenly, a fan of Sanxian, the class of Jang, entered into a speech and told the boy not to be so arrogant, appointing his candidacy for this struggle. At that moment, Han Xuan's asked the girl not to interfere with this conversation, because she better cope with these gloomy injections. Nevertheless, the girl wanted to prove herself, but the master was serious in her words and said that she would not happen again. After that, Han Xuan's immediately began to fight and said Mr. Liu Chuan to prepare for serious competitions. Then, the woman decided to use her best methods, as she could soberly appreciate the power of her opponent. And the first technique was a purple fist that caused great pleasure from Sansuani and Dinfan themselves. Meanwhile, Liu knew that he was the best technician of Hanchen, so she was unexpected that she would use her strongest blow right at the beginning of the duel. In addition, he felt that he had reached the peak of Hua Jian, although, judging by her appearance, the woman was nothing more than him. Nevertheless, Mr. Liu was enough only one movement to block this powerful move. His skills were much more complicated than those who were known to the Huang Sans. So now, when she could not move, he rejoiced at his skills. Yi felt that her hand was frozen, and she could not even move her fingers to take her back. At that moment, Liu said that her martial arts were miserable, so this battle did not even become a challenge for him for a second. He then added that from this day, their school of martial arts will belong to him, and one after the other he will join all 3 main martial arts schools in the city of Junlei. When Xuanzhen saw that her owner was in a difficult situation, she decided to rush with him for help. Suddenly, Jang appeared, who touched my hands to the frozen hand of Yuanchakan and used solo. Then he turned to the participants of the meadow and asked if anyone knew about his father, named Zhang Chenhei. But when Dinfan saw Jiang, he immediately got angry, because it was he who was an obstacle to his cunning plan to seize the wealth of the family. At that moment, Sanxian realized that now she was faced with the same famous master Jang, and about which history began to walk about. But the owner of Liu was happy. He asked if the guy finally came to him because the last time he behaved casually and allowed the young man to intervene in his plans. And although he was convinced of the power of Jiang, he still knew that he was not a level. But Jiang was not going to talk a lot. So he simply repeated his question whether the master of his father named Zhang Chenhe knew. Namely, it was a story when people with weapons came to the old one and demanded that he give something, that they have mercy on it. Nevertheless, Zhenhai did not understand what the language was talking about, so he replied that he did not have what these people came for. At that moment, Zhang's mother and the young man himself came out, who did not understand what was happening and why his father was surrounded. Suddenly, the boy's father turned to his wife named Junhei and ordered the woman to take his son and run away as soon as possible. She did not want to leave her husband in a difficult situation, but he insisted and said that he was not worried about him. He would be able to cope. Then, the woman still grabbed the youngest and stopped. But the young man did not want to leave his father and saw that now something was terrible. Because a person was surrounded by several soldiers who were aggressive, and human life was not something special for them. However, as soon as they left the territory of the house with their mother, there was a giant explosion where Zhang Chenhe was wounded. But Master Liu replied that he did not know a man in this name. In addition, he advised the guy to worry about his own life and not think about others. But for such an attitude to his father, Jiang went even more than the ice that was formed with the help of the technique used. At this moment, the martial arts master laughed and said that it was no longer possible to escape from careless movements when he enters his ice trap. But when he arrived to help, he saw that things were going badly, since the owner and the owner were trapped. Nevertheless, the elder assured the man and asked not to worry, because he was sure that Master Jiang would cope with this. That's what happened. Because in an instant, the young cultivator carefully took the waist of the master of the Huangsans and led him to him. Then he made another movement that forced him to free himself and a woman from an ice trap. At the same time, fear appeared in the eyes of the master. He could not understand how anyone managed to destroy his ice. Meanwhile, Jiang spent the master in the elder and asked him to look after the woman for his sake and her safety. He became interested in how and when he returned to this world. The cultivator first met with a small, capable enemy and did not want to lose the chance to compete. Then he returned to Liu and said that he would use any tricks that he knows. Then the master replied that they would no longer be kept. It was then that he activated the ice blade, which was extremely sharp and special for this world. But his energy was still imperfect, since Janga was easy to block the movement of such a weapon. At this moment, the master of people was embarrassed because it was his best technique, which always helped to win. When the Huangsan saw such results, she asked the elder that she was a guy with extraordinary force, but she answered her in front of them as a great master, whom Lao had recently become friends. The woman saw many capable students in her school, but did not expect to see such a young master with such energy. Meanwhile, Zhang was upset on the battlefield because he expected his enemy would be interesting. But now it's time to try your blow. Then, Mother ER decided that he should put protection from ice through which no one could break through, so there is nothing to worry about. But Jiang was only worth touching the ice armor, as he began to crack and burst into pieces. But his opponent stood calmly and did not notice anything especially, since he was sure that he was under reliable protection. But Jiang was harder to press the armor as he began to melt under the strength of his fist. It was then that the Master Liu began to cough with blood and feel unbearable pain when he touched his body. From the blow received, the man fell to the ground and twisted on his knees to minimize the pain, although this was in vain. And Jiang turned to him with the words that, when Liu did not want to tell him well, he has many ways to make him speak. So carefully holding out his hand forward, Jiang wondered whether this gloomy would be for a long time that he causes him pain. Now is the time to use the technique of dominance of the soul, thanks to which he could suck the soul of the enemy and get his energy. Dinfan watched his movements and was interested in where this guy came from. Even such a powerful master of martial art as Lu Huan was powerless in front of him. At that moment, Zhang intervened, the eldest, who, after he saw, asked the young man what this means. And the guy replied that this man was connected with people who are harmful to his father, and now the time has come. But the eldest said that on the last day he personally visited GANGS and found out that the people who attacked his father are connected with Sanjian from Yanxin. However, Jiang had a theory of Li's siege, so he immediately decided to ask about him. But the elder replied that, like Suno Xinyan, she was also from the same city of Yanzin, so the entire case happened and hid there. After the boy heard, it became painful, so he tightened his fist and thought that all this was planned for a long time from the very beginning. It turns out that all this was adapted to get closer to his father through Jiang and get even more information. Now, to make sure that no one is listening to them, Jang formed a sound barrier. Master Liu and elder around him. The guy turned to the district and for the last time asked him if he knew Jiang Chenhe. But this man swore and replied that he did not know anyone with such names. Seeing Liu's eyes filled with pain and fear, Jiang realized that this character was in no way connected with the attack on his father. Now the question was in a different direction, and Liu said that the owner spoke about the people who sent him to this city. Now there is nothing to hide Chuan, and he spoke about a small group which consisted of only 9 ghosts. But when the elder heard this name, his emotions on his face gave everything he needed. The man told Jang that 9 ghosts are the ancient society of killers that existed for several centuries. By the 3rd decade of the last century, there was an era of 9 ghosts. The political leaders of many countries were killed, and all other countries were furious because of what happened in the world, and could not do anything. Thus, they gathered the strongest ancient soldiers to remove them. But in the end, all the collected martial arts simply disappeared. And after that, the Society of 9 Ghosts also disappeared without a trace. Hearing this story, Jiang rushed into Liu and began to ask where the headquarters of this society is located and why they attacked his father. Prior to this, the master applied the technique of dominance over his soul, due to the fact that Liu told him the whole truth. But, as it turned out, now she worked for some reason. This was the first time with Jiang. The guy tried to increase the power of his technique, so this person had severe bleeding, and his bear almost exploded right there. At that moment, Jiang realized that consciousness and Liu Chuan were blocked by a spell. Therefore, it is not surprising that his technique did not work on his soul. But even when Jiang stopped mocking the guy, he still continued to scream Yarrow, as if something was happening inside him. Suddenly, he began to run down the street and scream to be killed because he did not want to die. His behavior was very strange. After what he saw, Jiang turned to the elders and said that Chuan should no longer pursue. He still had no sense. The victim continued to run, and Jiang explained that after his attempt to use the equipment through the spell, the guy went crazy. At that time, Jiang turned to Jang and thanked him for his help in a widowed school that will never forget his kindness. The master was smiled at a woman and said that he was not needed. But in this case, her school can always contact him for help. As it turned out, in a past life, Jang, he took him to him when he was in complete despair, and he had no one to deal with. So now the guy wanted to extinguish her in this life. But now it was the turn to deal with old man Dinfan and his dogs, whom he decided to leave with the elder. But the guy had only one demand. He no longer wanted to see these people in his city in June, who promised to speak. Meanwhile, Han Xiaowen looked at Jiang and realized that when she had met him before, since she was persecuted by Dejaji's feelings, and the eldest decided to have a little fun and turn to all those present masters. He seemed to be a good idea to knock out these stupid thoughts from the head of the Dinfan and everyone who worked with him. Jiang, meanwhile, decided to take a walk and thought about Li Sayos and Suno Xian, who from the very beginning looked at him and drew up their plan in accordance with him. It turns out that all this was done to grab his father, Jiang Chenhe, and pick up everything that belonged. In addition, the ancient organization of the murderers could not do it to simply capture an ordinary family, as they worked with a large number of people. So, now Jang came to the conclusion that his parents, it was possible that they were hiding from him and were not as simple as it seemed at first. However, despite nothing, 9 ghosts became new enemies for the cultivator, whom he wanted to destroy with his own hands. And the next day, the guy had already come from the hostel to his educational building so that they could periodically appear in pairs. There he was met by Zhu Hao, who was surprised that his boss had returned only last night and disappeared for several days. And if he had not come to training today, all teachers will go home in search of him. A little joke about this, Jang summed up that the main thing is that he returned. And, walking along the corridor, the boys came across Swan Xuan, who on the last day saw Jiang's true skill. Then she rushed to him with her hands and thanks for the guy saved her master and was perfect in his techniques. When Zhu Hao saw how girls hurried to his friend right in the middle of the school, he said that he was a real genius, because he was able not only to win the heart of the girl of the beauty of the entire campus, But now even the senior class has opened a hunt for him. Suddenly, a classmate Jang appeared in the corridor, who immediately began to blame him and wanted to rush with his fists. As it turned out, it was Shen Jun, the son of the head of the Danshan group and a supporter of the fan, Swansa Yu Yan Zhong, who ordered Jang to immediately take his hands away from the girl. It seemed to him that it was a guy who began to climb the girl he loved, so he got angry. He went to Jang and asked how he had the right to join students at this university and tell teachers from Mei. But over time, Xuan intervened and said that she simply expressed gratitude to the real owner for the salvation of the last day. Shenjun asked why the girl so firmly grabbed the stranger's body, but she replied that her Shen was to control her every step. Therefore, she ordered not to go into her life and not fit. After these words, the man fell into despair and asked the girl. Now it turns out that she meets Zhang Fru. Swan did not want to give a concrete answer but asked if it was true. Shen is not about that, but the guy was very upset and asked the girl that she saw it in Zahan, who was not in her, like in, and there is neither appearance nor money. And at that moment, Jiang mentioned that, judging by the memories of his past life, Shen is a spoiled child from the second generation who loves to boast. They never talk to each other, since their life flowed in two local worlds. Meanwhile, June pushed John in real life and asked why he was laughing at him. They say that he was stupid. But then Ju Hao intervened and rejected that the dream said that he would not even think of touching his great boss, who could leave his life thanks to one blow. Now June did not understand, because this fat man always fled when he saw him, and now he pushed. And Jang, known in the whole school as a loser and a coward, now radiates an invisible feeling of intimidation. Meanwhile, San Shuyan took Jiang by the hand and pulled out words that you should not pay attention to this guy. The couples have already begun, and it is better to go together than to waste time in the corridor on empty chats. Jiang agreed with her words, but he did not like how the girl was confident with him and indicated where to go. And in the classroom, he was already waiting for a teacher who asked to carefully listen to him, since today he has excellent news for students. The children immediately began to discuss possible options, and they came to the conclusion that, in their class again, someone won the prize, suspecting that it was Shen Jun again, which was not the first to accept prizes. When the guy heard the whole class discuss this, it seemed that he was even more proud of his achievements, which were not always honestly received. But the teacher explained that this time we are not talking about any rewards, but that Shen Jun brought in needy students. Then Shen went on the board and said that he learned about the situation that happened to Zhang and his father, who was now disabled. And as a classmate, he decided to help him. 30,000 wen should be a big money for him, and he can also give a priority quota. At that moment, Zhu turned to Zhang and said that this was really a lot of money. But, despite the sufficient wealth of Xin, he was interested in whether the boss would accept them. Meanwhile, the teacher gave Juni with a caring guy who knows a lot about the home position of his classmates and cares about them. Then he called on Zhang and asked why he would not come to Shenjun and officially thank him. But Zhang refused directly, thanked, but added that he was not interested in such a small amount. So you should not do this. After this answer, classmates began to have fun, saying that the financial condition of his family is clearly not the best. But he is still proud. And Xuanzhuan thought that Jang on the last day managed to defeat the ancient master of martial arts so that he did not have a lack of money. Nevertheless, she thought that the financial condition of his family was really low. This is what everyone knew in the classroom. So the question was why he did it. Meanwhile, Shen was angry in response to his act, which he actually made to humiliate the guy. But Jiang had more important things, as he was suddenly called the Elder suddenly in broad daylight. So the guy immediately answered and asked if something happened. As it turned out, the Old One called for another reason. The next day, a grand auction should take place in June. All major families and celebrities will be in the city of Junlei and take part in the event. Therefore, he wanted to ask if this would be a good offer for Master Jiang. The guy replied that the next auction was not interested in him. However, he added that this time there will be one interesting detail. There will be not only antiques, the elder heard from one close friend, who this time will also represent the mysterious magic weapon. When Zhang heard about magic weapons, he became interested in what this term in this world means, so he wanted to know earlier and agreed. The old man was glad to hear this answer and said that when the master arrives at the scene, let his name be named and missed without any problems. When the guy finished the conversation, he decided to entertain his only friend in this world, Zhu Hao. So he said that the next day he would send him to the auction. When the young man heard this news, he was endlessly glad. since for the most part he sits at home all the time and has no entertainment. But Shan immediately began to catch and said that it was ridiculous to hear Jang from his mouth. They say they are afraid that the guy will not even miss. But he also looked at him and asked with a smile, "Perhaps this is the same Sen from this event tomorrow." Then the classmate was angry and pointed a finger at Jiang, said that tomorrow they would see who would remain at the auction and whom they would not even allow there. The auction was held in the evening. Therefore, when many people gathered there, they began to discuss the fact that all major families and famous people of the city should be present among guests. They also went gossip that the family also arrived. This family was considered legendary, which even has a semi-professional master. But suddenly Zhanga began to discuss and laugh that he would not come, since his poverty would not allow him to participate in the auction. Swan Xiuyan was also one of the guests, and did not know whether to believe the hearing that broke up about the magnificent martial arts. Suddenly, Shen Jun entered the hall, who loudly greeted all the guests to attract attention faster. But first, his question was touched by Jiang. He was wondering if he really came to the event. Nevertheless, one of the classmates began to laugh and said that, most likely, the guy was hiding somewhere, because there is no chance to get this evening. Meanwhile, Jiang himself approached the entertainment center where he was auctioned, and began to sneeze too much, realizing that someone was talking behind him again. Next to him was Zhu Hao, who still doubted that they could go inside for such an expensive event. At some moment, he began to hesitate and asked Jang whether he really risks entering and going through protection. But the guy answered him that there was no reason to worry, because now he would solve the problem with the passage. The guards immediately began to demand an invitation and abandoned Jang in the aisle when they looked at his clothes, which did not correspond to the high financial situation of other guests. Then, Jang apologized for the lack of a passage and said that he was personally invited. After hearing, the guard apologized and said that without the necessary passage, they could not miss someone for the auction. Nevertheless, suddenly his colleague told another that when he does not want to be left without work, it is worth mentioning the manager's words that the guest Ji on Gosyuni should come today. And since the pass is not needed, the men immediately apologized for the misunderstanding and the fact that they did not recognize the guest at once. After that, they with love opened the door for the guests and missed them inside the building, where exactly the auction should begin. Zhu Hao did not expect him to respect his boss, and even the guards would bow to him, so he expressed his admiration. Meanwhile, Shen turned to San Swan and said that the girl would not spend time in vain from the expectation of Zhang and his stupid fat man who would not appear this evening. So, having a chance, the guy wanted to spend the girl and show her everything around. Suddenly, the attention of all those present focused on the last guests who entered the hall and attracted a lot of views. It was Jiang who surprised everyone with his visit to a party where all the guests were convinced that he would not come. But Sunushins immediately began to call the boy, because only she believed that he would still come to the auction. When Jiang entered the hall, he first went to Shenjiang and apologized to the classmate that he had to wait. But Zhu, meanwhile, decided to tear the boy a little and showed him a tongue who asked who they should not have been allowed into the hall. Jun took his head and began to ask how people managed to go when they did not even have a passage. But the answer to this question about Zhu decided to take on to himself and said that when his boss wants to get somewhere, nothing will be on the way. After what he heard, Shen almost exploded from anger because now it turns out that he was very mistaken, and he will have to admit defeat. But in order not to do this, the guy decided to bake the whole situation and began to blame Zhang of illegally reached this auction, without even asking whose territory this territory. Then Jun raised violence to the entire building and called for guarding to humiliate his enemy this evening. When two guards came from the guard, they immediately bowed to Mr. Shen and asked him to order them to make them. Shen immediately pointed his finger at two friends and said that they had entered the auction, not missed, so they should be discarded from here. So, in order to test the truth about his words, the guard asked Jiang to his passage. At that moment, Sanchuan herself began to doubt that he did everything honestly. Nevertheless, the girl decided to protect Jiang and said that they were all classmates, so throwing someone like this, very bad. Other friends also joined her words. Then Jun still decided to let the boys let go, but only if Jiang should worship him in the eyes of everyone in order to apologize right now. After hearing, the cultivator only laughed quietly, since he knew that he would not be humiliated before such a spoiled boy for being uncertain. Therefore, he replied that Shen was not even worthy to be with him. Therefore, he advised to leave this place as soon as possible. Jun could resist and called again to guard that she immediately removed these two growths from auction. One of the men went to Jiang and said that he needed to go with them to find out the circumstances. However, when the guard tried to move the cultivator to the shoulder, he could not do this because Jiang stood like a stone. When it was impossible to do as a second guard, Shen was angry with men and said that they were selfless if they could not even identify such a thin guy. But, confident in his abilities, Jun decided to help the guard and began to push Jang as unsuccessfully. At some point, he thought about why this poor man is so strong. Although he looks weak and lazy, many men simply looked at the situation. So Jun made the move immediately and help him. They immediately turned their sleeves and began to collect all together. A classmate who had not yet moved even a centimeter. More than 10 people made every effort when Jiang continued to stand calmly and did not invite him. Suddenly, the other guest came less than a minute to the hall, who shouted to all those who, at least in some way, tried to touch Jiang. The guy himself was surprised when he realized that it was a female voice, so he returned to see who it was. As it turned out, the Swan, who rushed to the crowd of men, was that they dared to touch the master of the majestic master of martial arts. As it turned out, this stranger became Fenier, from whom Jang met when he saved the girl from the guards of the Dinfan. Now she greeted the owner and said that he had never fulfilled his promise because the last time he promised to give the girl several lessons, but then he simply disappeared without a trace. Then Jang smiled and apologized, since he did not always do everything in accordance with the plan. But when Shen saw the granddaughter of the famous master of martial arts, he was surprised that she was talking with her classmate. However, during the attack, the girl hit one of the Shen's servants, so he asked what she did with her husband. When Fenier found out that these were Jun's people, they showed disrespect for the majestic master Jiang. She was even more evil. Nevertheless, Shen did not understand what master he talked about when every time the girl recalls Jang, whom he knew only as a local leaser. Suddenly, a puzzle began in the boy's head, and he realized that every time Jang was mentioned and whom he just wanted to win, Xianyuan intervened then and said that she could also confirm the status of the master. She witnessed how Jang defeated the great master at the martial arts school, but after what he heard, Shen laughed and said that Jang was known to the whole school as a coward, and now they are trying to prove that he really won the masters of ancient martial arts. The man turned to a woman and warned that he did not want to insult his family, but, according to him, Jiang violates the rules of the auction hall. As a rule, the rules, so he asked the girl not to intervene since this guy got into the building without a pass. Now he must expel him. At that moment, Fenier barely kept the laughter because she could not understand who this stranger tried to push the Master Jiang. At that time, Jun was angry with her. But over time, friends appeared who tried to calm the guy so that he did not get a problem now. Soon, the administration noticed that a strong quarrel could occur at the auction, so she warned the organizers about possible problems. Therefore, a few minutes before the Tianmin, Father Shan Juni with the words that the annoying boy again creates problems with him. At that moment, his son was glad that his father came and could help him solve the problem of the main enemy this evening. Nevertheless, the old man did not go to his son, but to the crowd, where he asked who was among the current Mr. Jang, who spoke. When the younger Shen heard this question, he immediately pointed to Jiang and said that he was pretending to be a master of martial arts. But when Tianmin saw his face and was surprised that such a young guy was able to defeat the ancient master of martial arts with only one movement, but now it was the turn to solve the problem of who organized such a quarrel in the middle of the evening auction. The man turned to his son and said that this Bavdur should immediately apologize to Master Jiang, otherwise he would have done it by force. At that moment, tears appeared in the eyes of the younger Shen, and the young man did not understand that his father hit him for the first time in his life. But Tianmin did not understand how his son was still enough to ask. He said that he has no right to call for security in order to remove the master of Jiang. But the younger did not understand the problem. He was convinced that his classmate illegally penetrated inside and therefore wanted to deal with him. Then one of the administrators approached Jun and said that it was Nian, who ordered the manager to instruct all the guards. Because, according to the requirements, the Master Jang was supposed to indicate only the registration number, but the passage was not completed. The guy was unclear what was happening around him. Why even his father now became respectful to Jiang. He did not want to realize the fact that his loser, a classmate who was all mocked, really became a master, whom the whole city is talking about now. Then his father went up to him again and ordered him to say that the guy quickly apologized to Master Jang. Now the younger Shen had no choice, and he hid his eyes. He went to Jiang and said that he sincerely regretted his words and actions, but he could not get out of himself. So suddenly his father, who began to ask, suddenly entered Jiang. He tried to convince the master to forgive his son, who was really stupid and blind. did not notice such a legend about their city. Of course, it was difficult to abandon the old man who was not guilty of anything, but he did not want to finish this situation. Therefore, he said that he would not forgive Juni so easily after they did not treat him. If the guy does not leave now this evening. However, now June himself did not agree with such conditions that expressed his dissatisfaction and said that Jiang was going too far. At that moment, the boy's father became ashamed, as always, so he grabbed him by the ear and ordered his son to immediately close his mouth. Otherwise, he was waiting for a serious punishment. After that, he told his son that he already had enough at this dinner and created many problems, so now he should leave immediately. All other classmates simply looked at these souls and could not even predict that Jang had hidden his high status. Meanwhile, Jang turned to Fenhua and asked where her grandfather was located, as he promised him an auction in a telephone conversation. But the girl said that his grandfather would come after a while. In any case, he went to the hearing that at the end of a large auction he was going to put a rare magical weapon on the road, and Swansis watched the conversation and thought that the girl near Jiang, a native of the most bloody family in Junlei, and seemed to have known each other for a long time. So now the girl could only blame herself for not guessing before Jang was gathering, because if she knew earlier, she would not have lost such a chance. But Jang thought that it was not surprising that the old man had such a constant request to come to this auction, because most likely, there will be a real battle between the warring parties. Soon, the guests came to the hall this evening, who turned to all those present who finished the conversation. The man said that the auction was officially started, so he invited everyone to the main hall where all the actions occurred. While everyone went inside, Ju turned to the boss and said that he was officially his fan. In the future, probably, Shen Jun will not behave more likely to the whole school. When the guests entered the hall with the presented areas, they expressed their admiration that this hall was probably the largest in the whole city of June, and each item that appeared was an incredible price, and there is nothing to do with those who quickly examined them. Jang thought that for some time, he turned on the sides, hoping to see what could lead to the fact that it was surprising that the largest auction in the city could bring. But so far, everything that he saw is an ordinary antiques. But Ju was passionate about what he saw and told boss that this exhibition was simply unrealistic. Therefore, he apologized to a friend for briefly left him, as he wants to consider more. Jang smiled in response to him and said that when the guy liked something among the antiques presented, he would definitely bought it, you should only note. Suddenly, Fenhua approached the cultivator and offered to look at a special showcase in which many people were busy. Therefore, she suspected that there could be a significant treasure that would be good. Next to the same exhibition was the young master of Xiao, who praised the fact that he had a vigilant eye, because this presented sword was used by Guqian in spring and autumn. It not only has an archaic and exquisite appearance, but also an incredibly sharp look. Shao Kahn was glad that his taste and experience were not ignored, so he asked if he could carefully see. Then the speaker put on special gloves and said that he could carefully imagine this sword for such a guest. But when Han saw the exhibition closer, he said that he really looks pretty old, so he doubts that he could really cut iron like oil. Therefore, he asked the man if he could demonstrate the sharpness of this sword to make sure that his description is true. The presenter approved this idea and said that, collecting more guests, he gladly demonstrated the sword, and since the administration expected something like that, she prepared an iron block in advance, which everyone could try to cut the sword to try it. During this time, the organizers brought a table with an iron block and placed it in the hall to cut it with an antique sword. And it was necessary to make one movement of iron weapons, as it cut off a small piece in the eyes of all guests. All those present were shocked by the way the sword was able to cut the iron block without even making any sound. One gentleman rushed to the ground, cutting off, and he could not believe that it was really possible. When Shao Kahn was convinced of the authenticity of the sword, he officially stated that he wanted to become the owner of this antiques. After that, the speaker announced that the initial bet on this short sword is 20 million, and it was Mr. Xiao. Now they were waiting for pawns from other guests. The guests discussed that this sword is really invaluable in terms of gathering, but can also be useful in use. The guests were convinced that despite the possibility of raising the application a little, there was no need to go against the master of Xiao and anger his family. The presenter again announced that while the bet was not raised, who else has a chance to capture this beautiful short sword? But as it turned out, among the audience he raised his hand to offer his bet and buy this sword. And he was Jang, who boldly increased the rate by 10 million. So now he offered 30 million for his sword. People around began to discuss who this guy was. who decided to go against the master of Xiao. But soon they noticed that the daughter of the family, Fenhua, was standing next to him. When Hong noticed the girl, she smiled happily and asked if she also decided to visit this auction. The girl did not like the arrogant Xiao, so she asked that she was not fashionable for her at an auction. One of the organizers, who is her grandfather, but most of all, the boy was now interested in the fact that the stranger stands near Fenhua, who dared to become his competitor in this battle for his sword. The girl gave Jiang as a great master who won the ancient master of martial arts only in the same movement at the Hanchuan Martial Arts School and raised the entire martial arts society to her feet. Then Hong thought, now he really encounters someone who is known as a young master of ancient art in Junli, and Jang himself thought he became famous after Hanchuan school. So now it turns out that the further, the more difficult it will be to attract attention. People from the crowd who did not know, Jang, like everyone else, immediately began to deny the fact that such a thin guy could become the youngest master. According to some, the youngest future craftsman in June may be nothing than their young master Xiao. Meanwhile, Hong turned to Jiang and asked if the young master wants to take this short sword today. But Jiang decided to correct these words and added that he was not going to steal this sword, and he just liked him. So right now, when he was looking for a weapon for himself, he had the opportunity to buy it. Then Khan replied that he was also pleased with this sword. So now they only need to trade to decide who will still be the owner of this weapon. And since there was no other way out, Khan decided to increase the rate at first and offered 50 million in a short dream. The crowd was shocked by the fact that this rate was increased by 20 million. Nevertheless, they knew that the family of the song had a significant preservation and could afford it. For Jang, such a game was uninteresting, because for him it was not a problem to get money, given the property of Dinfan, which he now owned. Therefore, he immediately offered his rate of 60 million. Now the guests were surprised where more when they heard about such a large sum from the mouth of a young man, who almost no one knew. At that moment, Fenhua intervened and said Jang that 60 million were too much for a short sword. But the guy replied that the money was not a problem, and it could always earn. Now this auction has become a matter of principle. So Xiao wanted to fight the latter and raised the bet again, declaring the price of 80 million. Then he talked with him and said that they should first ask for permission from the president of the Xiao before using 80 million. Otherwise, this may be concerned about the young wizard. And Fenhua, meanwhile, warned Master Jang that buying a sword for 80 million or more, they would have to sell a whole school of martial arts. But when Hong looked at Jiang, he gave himself a word that he would not allow his opponent to buy this sword today. Suddenly, the contradiction was stopped by a sharp sound, which seemed that one of the guests accidentally threw the sword to the floor. After that, Jiang came to the age, so he turned to the owner and asked if he could hold this exhibition with his own hands. When he received permission and took the sword into his own hands, he realized that these fluctuations in spiritual strength came from this short sword. Only one question was why he was so unattractive. All guests noticed that Jiang's behavior had changed. Then Fenhua approached him and asked what happened. The guy said that he no longer needed a sword for which he competed, since now he found even better. When Jiang showed something that he was more pleased, the girl was surprised that it was this battered and worn-out sword who loved the owner. The speaker immediately approached, who said that the exhibit is older and has a greater collection value, despite its external state. To make sure that this short sword needed Jiang, he carefully touched his blade and felt a special energy. After their unity, the weapon suddenly began to glow and showed a special scheme that was hidden. At that moment, Jiang realized that he was sealed with a spell. And this was the first time he sees such a seal after returning to this world. So now, without an unnecessary reflection, the cultivator said that he bought this short sword. Meanwhile, Fenhua decided to check the price of this exhibition and saw that for a broken sword, the price was 3 million. Therefore, she immediately turned to Mr. Zhang and said that it was not too late to be able to change and choose the best option for buying. But it was too late when the young master gave his card and informed the speaker that he would pay right now. Within a few seconds, it was reported that the payment was accepted, and 3 million were credited to their account. And when Jiang took his sword, he immediately thought that when he returned home, he would remove this spell to see that he would radiate this spiritual energy inside. The girls began to welcome the guy with a good purchase, although they did not approve of this, but they decided that this was not their business, so they should not intervene. Meanwhile, it was necessary to finish the auction for another short sword that could reduce iron and skillfully help in the battle. Thus, the presenter congratulated the M on Xiao and said that the final rate of 80 million for this sword which was used in the King of Gusan, was he. Now this short sword belongs to Huna. Then the guy suspected that Jiang specially raised the bet only to put him. Therefore, he remembered this. Hong knew that when his father recognized about 80 million, he would punish him again. But now there was no choice, since the auction had their own rules. And when 80 million were transferred to another account, the whole audience drew attention to the new guest. At that time, the Xiao family and their representative Xiao Juntian entered the hall, which was the only absolute master in Junlei. At that moment, Fenza saw her grandfather, who'd been waiting for so long. The old man immediately asked the girl if she liked the performance. Xuan Xuan went to his master Ahun Xuan, and all the famous Xiao Hong went to his grandfather with his new thing. When Kan Xuan saw the owner of Jang, she gladly greeted him, but the guy replied that he should not treat him with such respect and fashionable to just call him. Among the audience was also the great master Zhao, who saw the guy rejoiced because he still managed to avoid the day when Jiang almost took his soul. Meanwhile, Xiao Juntian decided to personally meet Master Jiang, who had already heard a lot. At that moment, the young cultivator realized who stood in front of him. He knew that it was Juntian who was the only one who was able to reach the absolute level. In addition, judging by his aura, a person is really stronger than the eldest and others. But he looked like a master only half. But suddenly, in their conversation, the grandson of the great master intervened and viciously asked Jiang why he did not answer his grandfather, as if he had not respected him. After what he heard, the elder immediately made a remark to Xiao Hong and said that he did not dare to show disrespect for Jian Zhang. And the old Xiao also felt that, judging by the young man, his strength is much larger than just a master of martial arts, and not as a great master, as a great master. So now he thought that the guy was hiding his strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong made a remark for the old man and said that his grandfather allowed him to approach him only after his age. And from the point of Mount Emin, it is not even close to grandfather. At that moment, even Fenhua could not get up and told the boy that her grandfather would never lose his old man. But Hong asked if the girl was sure that her grandfather could really win Xiao Zhashantian. Then the old man asked his grandson to behave decently, as he should show at least the passage of respect. Suddenly, all the attention of the guests was attracted to Su Fu, a great collector who wanted to personally consult with the great masters Mulil to help him evaluate the magical treasure. However, none of the guests knew this man. They knew that the person who pushed the wheelchair was the organizer of the event, Shen Tianmen. And he was a stranger sitting in a cart. As it turned out, Fu is the richest man of the city of June, which owns all the objects presented at this exhibition. Soon, Su presented a disc of 8 trigrams, which he accidentally encountered. He hides a mysterious force that can attack people as soon as they approach her half a meter. The man asked many masters to look at him, but none of them could understand anything. Therefore, he asked if anyone from the audience can act both the initiative and try. Firstly, he decided to demonstrate his strength to the master Tao Zhen. He said that this artifact has a large amount of magical evil power. Yui immediately asked to pay attention to the fact that this procedure could be risky and should be done with caution. But Mazin did not take this reservation and immediately turned to the disc. Therefore, as soon as the man touched the disc, strange things began to happen to him, and even a giant lightning appeared in the room. At this moment, the master was struck by the fact that he could not control his movements and expense his tea from this trap. His body was burned, and his clothes burned with high tension, thanks to which the owner himself lost consciousness. Medical workers immediately turned to him and provided first aid, and other masters began to discuss that they did not risk going to the artifact. At this moment, Jang wondered whether this disc really was such a strong spell, despite the fact that, looking at him, it seems that he cannot rhyme the power of this spell for a long time. At that time, this disc was already in his collection, and he asked many experts to reveal his secrets, but everything was in vain. That is why he invited all these people today, because the one who can destroy the seal will receive it. The masters began to grieve the fact that it is really rich, and if one of them succeeds on this disc, he will be considered the best master in the city. But everyone was scared by a priest who had just tried to find out a secret and almost remained dead. Then Hong turned to the victim and said that he would no longer push his nose here, otherwise he would make himself again. So now his grandson himself decided to try to demonstrate his strength and reveal the secret of the disc. At this moment, the elder felt a special aura that spoke of Hua Jin. The young man, of course, was one of the most talented representatives of the young generation in the city of Junli. And even Fenhua is not good enough to be at its level. Thus, the younger Xiao himself was convinced that he could carefully control the seal of the disc. And first, the young man managed to preserve this artifact and not allow him to penetrate. But at some point, the guy began to feel that everything is happening in plan, and it is difficult for him to preserve the giant stream of disc forces. Suddenly, Huna became difficult to move, and he could not take a hand that was too close to him through him. However, as soon as his grandfather, Xiao, he noticed that his grandson was in danger, he immediately rushed to the rescue and, thanks to his energy, threw the boy aside. Now he had to put his life under the threat of saving Hong, which was too confident in himself. And then Jiang understood the process that occurs. As it turned out, a disc of 8 trigrams uses the power of the sky and earth, forming a small array of clergy. Then Hong wondered that even ordinary magical weapons could quietly rush with people from the back. My grandfather assured the boy and said that they have more important things, so you should not worry about it. And Suo was upset when he realized that even the Zhao family could not remove the seal from this disc. So he said that he could never see the moment when they remove this seal. But while everyone was in despair from this situation, suddenly among the crowd of the word, those who wanted to take a chance. As it turned out, it was the initiative of the master of Jang, who, observing, was able to understand the meaning of the work of this disc. Then Fenier began to worry about him and refuse. But his grandfather said that everything would be fine with this majestic master. And Hong turned to Jiang and said that even his grandfather was afraid of the power of this disc. But he was convinced that he could cope. Now he is waiting for his body to turn into a corpse. But only Jang himself knew that he was a king who controlled more than 12,000 of races in another world. So such a small set could not be a problem for him. Thus, as a safe distance to Lisk, the cultivator began to direct the beam of strong energy to the artifact. Then, these eyes saw with their own eyes as something strange. It began to happen with his disc, but his strength did not go beyond the field. Even Xiao and his family were shocked, since they had never seen such magic before. In seconds, this disc fell to the floor, although before that it was in the air all the time. And Jang turned to him and said what exactly he expected. As it turned out, in the center of 2 poles, yin and yang was an eye of an array. But when Su saw that the seal was removed, he forgot about his disability and tried to go with his feet. Hong did not understand how this happened, so that the young man could take the seal on the magic disc 8 trigrams so easily. And the old Xiao realized that this guy was so advanced that when he could not use it, he would not allow him to stay in the city of Junlei. The protagonist held a symbol in his hands and thought that it was not known who installed the array, so, even if the power was not bad, but this disc has 8 trigrams. He is afraid that after several applications he will break. The man asked if he could look at this disc turning to the master. He explained that since he received him never touched him, when he took him in his hands, he thanked and said that he did not expect to really touch him before he died. The boy thought that this old man was very excited, and in a past life he could make 10 of them per minute. The man said that since the gentleman took off the seal from the disc of 8 trigrams, then he is now his. Although it was very difficult for him to part, he, Sui Fu, keeps his word. Then the main character replied that he would not thank him and took the symbol. He thought that this disc 8 trigrams was much inferior to the dagger, which he had just received. But now he does not have weapons, so he will leave him to himself. The guy in the crowd told his boss that he cordially congratulates him on receiving such a powerful artifact. The girl also joined and said that she simply could not take her eyes off. The protagonist smiled at others that he was just lucky. The old man with a gray beard moved his eyebrows to his nose and offered to disperse, as the auction was already over. But before he had time to finish how some guy suddenly appeared and asked to wait, he said that there is something that everyone needs to declare today, and he is ready to do it. The gray-haired old man was again alerted and moving his eyebrows to his nose asked that there was so important that he burst into this room and wants to say. The guy replied that from today, all the clans and school of martial arts in the city of Yunlei form an alliance and his grandfather Xiao Juntian will be his leader. The main character hearing it came closer to seeing who had just proposed it. The girl who stood near her comrades asked if she heard right about the alliance. She was very excited and furiously said that she did not agree with this. Although she respects Mr. Xiao, and his strength is much larger than their, but all martial arts schools have their own abilities, they do not want to be part of any alliance. The gray-haired old man told Xiao Juntian that Dinfan Usen also talks about the alliance to strengthen the city of Yunlei. But he entered into a conspiracy to harm the city. Xiao Juntian asked in response to Xiagoshan if he knows who is standing for Dinfan. as many as 9 ghosts and the ancient organization of killers. If now the city of Yunlei does not conclude an alliance, then the killers will approach the gate and there will be trouble. The guys from the crowd immediately replaced when they heard about the ghosts and the organization of murders. Then one of the guys asked why he never heard about them. He thinks that Xiao Juntian intentionally tries to scare people to become a leader. The protagonist, listening to the whole conversation, thought about where he knew about 9 ghosts. He turned to the old man Xia Gosyun and asked if he told him about it. The old man then replied that in no case, and he did not tell anyone about the ghosts. The guy raised his finger up and asked to stop making noise. He asked who for and who was against it. A man in uniform raised his hand up, answered that he was against. And what is there to discuss at all, since he definitely does not agree to any alliance? It was the head of the combat school, Shav, at Qing. Before he finished, the guy hit him with his fist right in the face and he flew far away. He asked how such an insignificant person as the head of a small school can express his opinion. The girl exclaimed that Xiaohan was too rude and asked why he hit him. Xiao Goshun asked Mr. Jiang what he was thinking about it. What Xiao Juntian said, not without reason. If they strike Liu Chuan, the organization of 9 ghosts does not agree to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiao Juntian thought that the alliance is of course good. Then the main character asked why it was Xiao Juntian that would become the head. The guy laughed and defiantly asked everyone why it was he, as if he had asked for what the main character had just asked. The guy began to explain that precisely because his grandfather is the only great master in the whole city of Yunlei. The girl was very angry and said that this is all nonsense, and Mr. Jang is also a great master and much stronger than his grandfather. The guy laughed again and asked whether everyone could say like a master. His grandfather is respected by everyone in the city of Yunlei. And who knows this Mr. Jang, poking a finger at the protagonist. One of the guys said that the performance of this teenager was just amazing. But the power of the great master is simply unimaginable. Even if it is compared with the masters throughout the country, then it will still be the strongest. The girl was even more angry and said that if Mr. Jang begins to act, then his grandfather could not do anything. Mr. Jang thought that this girl deliberately exposes him, for sure in order to be blown up by him. She thought that the power of the Master Jang was simply incomprehensible and needs to compare him with another master in order to understand how strong he was. The guy again spread his arms to the sides and asked how this little one could generally compete with his grandfather. He first suggested competing with him if he had the courage. The main character, smiling, exclaimed that he was too weak to be his opponent. Then the guy grabbed his hand and called him an ignorant boy. He asked not to be so arrogant and approached his face with his fist. Meanwhile, the girl managed to grab his hand and realized that he was too fast. The protagonist, when his fist was in front of his face, managed to hold him in his hand. He exclaimed, looking into the enemy's eyes, that he was acting too slowly, and he already said that he was not his opponent. The guy's people were simply surprised how easily the protagonist caught the blow of Xiao Hanya. They barely saw the movement of their master. Who is this guy in general, because he looks younger than Xiao Hanya? They say that he was a master who defeated the head of the Hunshuan martial arts school with one blow. Is he really so young and already a master? Xiao Han was very surprised and could not understand how this is possible. The main character grabbed his hand and threw his opponent back. Xiao Juntian thought about looking from the side that it looked like Xiao Han is not an opponent to him. He simply waved his fists and did not fall into the boy. The young man said that he was very bored and suggested that his grandfather be in his place. Xiao Han got even more angry and asked how he dared to insult him so much. Suddenly, in his hands was a magic pill. He poured it out of the bottle and began to take it. Xiao Han immediately overturned this magic pill into his mouth right in front of everyone. Xiao Juntian thought that he really has a pill in the Eater of Life. Despite the fact that it can instantly raise 1 level of cultivation, it is extremely harmful to the body. It is not surprising after all. Xiao Han has never lost to the opponent of his age over the past 10 years. The guy immediately began to change in his face, and as if an unknown force enveloped him. The protagonist said that he did not expect a pill capable of instantly increasing power to be found in this world. He became very interesting and he decided to play with him. Xiao Han called the kid a baby and exclaimed that he had angered him. He promised that the guy would die here and right now. The enemy began slowly but confidently approaching the main character, clutching his fist. But before he had time to strike, as the guy had already blocked him with one deft movement. Then the enemy asked if he wrapped his blow and flew up again with the next attack. One of the guys was very surprised to look at the boss and said that they could not do anything. The girl standing nearby asked him not to worry because he underestimates the Master Jang. The enemy squeezed his powerful fist and grinning sarcastically that he would die now. But before he had time to get closer, as the main character had already prepared to prevent the attack, the fist of Xiao Hanya was already approaching the guy and glowed with a bright blue veil. The main character held out his fist towards his fist, and their forces were about to meet. Xiao Juntian thought that he simply put his hand against the technique of 7 wounded fists of the Xiao family. The man realized that this technique would really hurt his hand. He carefully looked at this battle, and really their fists instantly met. Xiaohan began to scream in horror as his hand weakened, and really everything happened as his uncle thought. Xiao Juntian was earnestly scared for the guy and was completely covered with a drop of sweat. He instantly grabbed his nephew when he fell on his back so that he would not break his spine. The man could not understand how possible. All the bones in his hand were broken. There was not a single scratch on the main character from his blow. That was even sadder and amazing. The guy set his hands out to the sides that he did not harm him, and Xiaohan himself injured himself. He calls this to suppress power by force. Xiao Juntian got angry for his nephew and asked how he dared to laugh the technique of the Xiao family. He squeezed his hand and approaching the enemy exclaimed that he would kill him for it. Xiao Goxun, observing what was happening, noticed the inner power, which gained shape. What a terrifying aura! And this is the power of their great master. Meanwhile, the uncle was already approaching the main character. Xiao Juntian was already flying to the guy to strike, and all glowed with a bright fiery yellow light. The guys who were nearby were simply shocked by such an incredible force. It was simply impossible to stand close. The man also felt terrifying power from the protagonist and was surprised by this. He turned out to be behind him and said that the guy was quite slow. He struck the guy's back with a bright yellow beam that hit him right on the target. A strong explosion occurred, and the protagonist flew to the ground after such a powerful blow. The girl was earnestly frightened for her master and exclaimed, looking forward, that Master Jang was wounded. Xiao Juntian laughed and said that in the end, he turned out the youngest great master in rumors. The girl asked grandfather Xia Goxun what to do, to which grandfather replied that Master Jang is not such a weakness and it was necessary to wait. Suddenly, Jang, getting out of the huge boards that had fallen from him, exclaimed that he had underestimated him. The man listened carefully to the guy and was very surprised that he survived. Jang, wiping his mouth, said that this is the first blood upon arrival at this world. When the guys, when they saw their boss, asked the others to look forward because everything is in order with him. Xiao Juntian, looking at his hands, called the kid very strong and lit up with yellow fire. Behind the man was like a white tiger, and he exclaimed that he would take his life today. He began to approach the main character, and the people on the street heard a noise and launched their ears. Jang squeezed his fists and grouped him in behind him huge yellow wings that were glowing in the darkness. Xiao Juntian was very surprised by such a turn of events and exclaimed that the rumors seemed true. Indeed, this guy is so young. But he is already a great master, which was clear by his reincarnation into a huge burning bird. One of the men said that he would never have thought that he would see a duel of 2 great masters face to face. They really approached each other, and 2 people, or rather 2 strongest masters, met. They stood opposite each other like a tiger against a huge bird with a powerful, strong beak. The hand of a man with long, sharp claws approached the fist of the protagonist. The tiger was approaching like a totem of Xiao Juntian at a frantic speed and force to his enemy. Jang, with his powerful bird, was already racing towards the danger without unclenching his fist. He released a whole stream of powerful power against a man, and he was thrown back far. He paused on one knee and thought that the aura is higher than his and how it is possible. Jang spread his arms to the sides and laughed, exclaiming, looking at his opponent, that he did not reach him a little to the great master. A huge bird waved its wings over the head of the protagonist, and he said that he would show him the power of the great master. Xiao Juntian covered himself with both hands and said that the internal force transformed into form and external liberation. This is too serious. Is he really going to kill him? The man was very alert and set the block before the blow of his enemy. Xiao Goxun at this time clenched his fist and put his hand forward. He covered the girl with his second hand. This all happened due to the great flow of energy and strength emanating from the main character. Xiao Juntian sat on her knees, and streams of blood flowed out of his mouth. Xiao Han was also sitting on the ground while the doctors bandaged him. He called his grandfather with horror. Meanwhile, the girl said to Goxun that Master Jiang won again. It seems that it was necessary from the very beginning to fall to the knees in front of the master. Jiang smiled at Xiao Juntian and said that apparently the Xiao family would have to leave the city of Yunli. Xiao Han moved his eyebrows to his nose and asked the protagonist not to be so arrogant. With a bandaged hand, he took his grandfather's arm and said, looking at Jang, that the Xiao family was not afraid of him. Xiao Juntian suddenly hit the guy on his cheek and asked him to shut up. He explained that he had no right to talk like that with Master Jiang. The man knelt down in front of the guy and said that they offended him with their ignorance. To himself, he thought that the young man was terrifying, and at such an early age he had already become a master. Its origin is certainly difficult. If his family continues to fight him, then they are afraid they will be doomed. He told the guy that if he forgives his family, he would personally support him. Then, the protagonist asked why he had the support of the defeated, smiling maliciously. Xiao Juntian said his family will support the master of Jang to become the head of the Alliance of Ancient Martial Arts. The girl standing next to her said that at her school, Master Jang helped a few days ago. Therefore, they believe in the power and unbending will of the master and are ready to support him as the head of the alliance. Jiang replied that if someone has an objection, then he could oppose him and fight. One of the men in surprise asked how such a young wants to be the head of the alliance. The girl who stood next to said that if at that age he defeated Xiao Juntian, then his future is truly great. The guys said that they were all ready to support the master of Jang as the head of the alliance in the city of Yunlei. Jiang said that in this case they will not be afraid that 9 ghosts will make riots in the city. He will make another important announcement. In the end, he is still too young. He still needs the help of the elder in many matters. Therefore, he puts forward the candidacy of Xia Goxun as the acting head of the alliance. The gray-haired old man was very surprised when the guy continues to say that the elder Xia could answer all the alliance questions for him. The guys immediately agreed to bow to the main character. Xiao Juntian did not expect that a guy whom no one had heard would occupy an important situation. He immediately congratulated the master of Jang and said that on this happy occasion, he asks the master to spare the family of Xiao. In the future, the Xiao family will obey the orders of the master Jang. Then the main character asked if he wanted him to abandon his words. The man exclaimed, then covering himself. That of course was not, and he did not mean it. He thought that the Xiao family could not leave without sacrificing something. Xiao Juntian promised Master Jang that if he released his family of Xiao today, then he is ready to tell the master of the Alliance Jang the secret of how quickly he managed to break into the level of the Great Master in just a few years. Xiao Han was very surprised and told his grandfather that he could not tell this because these are the secrets of their family of Xiao. The main character interrupted this guy and told the old man to speak as he listens carefully to him. Xiao Juntian began to talk about a cave of bliss. This is a cave in which there is a lot of spiritual energy collected by him. Xiao Juntian gave his people a command to prepare a helicopter and they immediately listened to him. Xiao Han was very surprised and asked grandfather if he was going to do this. The man immediately asked the guy to shut up and said that he had already made a decision. Xia Goxun told Master Jang that this is a trick. This Xiao Juntian cannot be trusted. The man asked Master Jang whether they were serving. He ordered his people to prepare a helicopter, and if Master Jang agrees to let go of the Xiao family, if they leave now, Jang answered the old man that they would see whether his so-called cave could satisfy him. The old man moved his eyebrows to his nose and answered the main character that, of course, he could. And now, half an hour passed. The promised helicopter was already circling in the sky approaching the destination. They were loaded into an airplane and flew there where he promised the guy Xiao Juntian. The man explained that you can only get here by helicopter. He does not know for what reason, but in this water area, the devices are pampering due to the magnetic field. But he asked someone to prepare a yacht. As soon as they cross these waters, they find themselves in a cave of bliss. Jiang was watching what was happening, thought that Xiao Juntian did not lie to him. The guys had already climbed into the yacht and she swam around the water expanses somewhere in the distance. The main character thought that this place was so filled with spiritual energy, and he felt it with all his guts. Xiao Goxun looked around, asked why the fog was getting thicker. Xiao Juntian explained that this is normal for this area. There is a lot of humidity in this area, and moreover, the temperature is now too low. Xiao Juntian was in earnest and moved his eyebrows to his nose, as if intending to do something. Suddenly, he went to the edge of the boat and jumped over it directly into the water. The girl leaned toward the water and exclaimed that it was very bad, as the man jumped into the water and fled. The elder, Xia, rolled his sleeves and wanted to jump, but Mr. Jang stopped him right away. He explained that this is a fog spell and it is dangerous to jump if he is not familiar with these waters. Then the elder asked how to be with Xiao Juntian. Jiang asked him not to worry and said that he would not leave. Xiao Juntian thought that this spiritual power was long under the sight, but no one had yet noticed this fog spell in these waters. Only those who are familiar with these waters can find underwater boulders to determine the way out of this spell. Does he still want to destroy his family of Xiao? He laughed to himself and thought that they would all die here. And now half an hour has passed. The old man exclaimed, looking into the distance, that everything was bad and it seems they were stuck here and could not get out. They have been going forward for half an hour, and it seems that they have not touched from the place. Jang asked the elder not to worry since he is now scouting an array of this spell and already knows how to deal with him. To himself, he thought that taking into account that this was his second life, this fog spell at a dead end even him, it is very easy to destroy, you only need to break its source. However, it was not delivered by Xiaojuntian. The key is to find the source. The main character jumped high above the yacht and directed a whole stream of energy into the water. Water lit up with multicolored green lights, and a circle in the form of a symbol formed on it. There was a strong surge, and the water rose with a fountain over their heads, and then it became very calm, and as if steel surrounded them, delighting them with his calmness. Se Gos Yun, looking into the distance, exclaimed that it was very good, and the fog was slowly scattering. The girl suddenly showed her hand forward and asked the guys to look where she showed. There was a distant island in front of them, and she said that they were already in place. The guys on the yacht already swam to the shore. The shore was sandy, and the trees were tall and beautiful on this island. The girl began to jump down from the yacht and told the teacher Jiang that Xiaojuntian did not lie. She raised her hands up and exclaimed, "It is very joyful that there is a very powerful spiritual power." The main character thought about her words and decided that it seems to come from the ground. The guys went straight and seemed to feel that there was a man nearby. Indeed, Xiaojuntian was sitting behind a tree. He was very surprised when he saw the guys here and asked how they did not die. The elder began to approach him, putting his hand forward for striking. He was embittered and asked how this man dared to conceive a murder on them. Xiaojuntian squeezed his palm and began to wave his hands to strike. He pushed the gray-haired old man and began to run away as soon as possible. The girl asked her grandfather in order of leave everything with him. Xiaojuntian threw a despicable look at them and asked if they were going to catch a great master. Before he had time to finish how he felt an incredible force that enveloped him, the protagonist released bright, fiery threads from his hand that enveloped the man. He turned to him and asked if he was still really wanting to escape from them. He was given a chance to stay alive, but he did not use it. Then the man called him the Great Master Jang. He began to beg to leave him his dog life. He promised to never be stupid again. Then the boy asked how he could just ask for mercy if he wanted to kill him. There was a strong scream in the forest, and the man fell exhausted by his face directly to the ground. When I saw this, he thought that it was good that he did not make an enemy in the person of Master Jang. The boy began to reel back his red threads. The girl suddenly fell to his knees and began to beg the craftsman Jang to take her. Feng Quan as students. From now on, she promises to be next to Master Jang, whatever the Master Jang would not ask. Feng Quan will definitely do this. Then the main character looked at her and replied that she was not yet worthy to be his student. Xia Goxun squeezed his hands and told the master that, although Feng Huan has mediocre abilities, she was hardworking, and if the master gives 1 or 2 tips, he will not be disappointed. But the main character, turning away to the forest, answered the old man that he would not repeat twice. The girl told her grandfather that she herself was guilty and smiled a little. Suddenly, the boy turned to her and said that he would still give her one advice. Whether he can fulfill his requirement or not depends on its ingenuity. Feng Xuan squeezed her hands and exclaimed, looking at her master, that she would never let him down, and smiled joyfully. Then the boy put his palm forward and extended 2 fingers to the sky. They lit up with bright fiery light. Jiang neatly put both fingers to the girl's head and said that he would give her the burning execution of 9 revolutions, and she herself would have to learn this. He pressed his fingers to her forehead, and his forehead lit up with yellow light in the form of an unusual pattern. The girl thought that the burning execution of 9 revolutions is not considered excellent technology in the world of cultivation. But in this world where spiritual power is not in abundance, it is an unconditionally excellent technique. Xia Goxun stood 1 knee in front of the master and immediately thanked him. Jang said that there is a lot of spiritual power, and this is very good. Therefore, they can practice quite well. He explained to his comrades that he was also going to leave for several days, and they agreed with Master Jang. The main character sat on a high slope, on the green grass in the lotus pose. He glowed with bright blue lightning, and closing his eyes continued to meditate. The boy thought that this is the so-called Earth Promised, and it is simply filled with a lot of spiritual power. This is due to the fact that there are large deposits of crystals underground. These crystals are rare even in the world of cultivation. Although these qualities are not excellent, he thought that it was very good that Chaos's energy protects the foundation. Otherwise, such a large amount of spiritual power would explode in his body and he would certainly die. The main character continued to sit in the lotus pose and squeezing both palms with purple rays. And now it has passed as many as 7 days. Jiang was still on a high slope. Looking into the distance, he thought that he had finally reached the first level of cultivation of the immortal king, and this is simply excellent. Until the second level, he remained a stone's throw. In the world of cultivation, he is already comparable to the best cultivators. This is equivalent to the early stage of the master's son Tissa of the ancient world of martial arts on Earth. Jang looked at the weapon that lay on the green grass. He thought that he almost forgot about the sword that he bought at the auction. When he took him in his hands, he thought about whether he could find out that spiritual energy flows from the inside. He took the sword in his hands and with his second hand approaching his tip, carefully looked at him. The sword seemed to crack, and from there someone began to go out with yellow. From this sword, it was like someone hatched and he crumbled into small fragments. It was an embryo of the sword, the initial form of cultivation. The sword embryos differ in quality: low, medium, high, excellent, and legendary quality. The main character exclaimed that this sword is with an embryo and he is of excellent quality. When the baby wanted to run away, the boy rushed after him and exclaimed that he would not run away from him. He never thought that here you can meet such an immortal creature. Even when they appeared in the world of cultivation, they were eagerly. But this embryo is only the initial form of a flying sword in order to improve it. You need to collect special materials. Now you need to go to the exchange of ancient masters and see if there are suitable materials there. Meanwhile, Feng Duan had been training for a long time and stood opposite the huge strong stone. She focused and with one movement of her palm spread this stone into small pebbles. Jang, meanwhile, stood behind a tree and watched her. As expected, this girl's abilities are pretty good. Since her element is fire, the burning execution of 9 revolutions is given to her very easily. The elder Xiaogoxun carefully looked towards the guy and exclaimed that their master had returned. The main character replied that it seems the elder Jia also broke through the borders of the master. The gray-haired old man bowed to him and said that it was. He thanked the master of Jiang that he brought them to the promised land. Together with the technique of the master, he succeeded in 2 days and he is very happy about this. The main character spread his arms to the sides and told his comrades that it was time for them to return. The guys, of course, agreed with him, and the guy looked unexpectedly into the distance. He heard some kind of sound and saw a man rushing from the water completely in a fiery bright light. The man called the guys thieves and asked how they dare to break into his island, getting closer and faster approaching them. An unknown man seemed to go through the water completely embraced by a bright yellow flame. Feng Juan was very surprised that he knows how to walk on the water. Is he really immortal of this island? When the man went to the shore, he stopped glowing with bright fiery light and stepped to the ground. He jumped again so high that one jumped to get to the guys who stood on the shore and looked at him. The man was not far from them. It was the head of the Main family in Yanjin, Main Nantian. The elder told Mr. Jang that this man Nantian is one of the greatest masters in the city. They say that he had already come close to the peak of the great master. The protagonist listened carefully to the elder and thoughtfully looked at the man. Main Nanyan moved his eyebrows to his nose and looked angrily at the guys. He asked where they came from and asked to say how they got to this island of the immortal. Xiaogoxun replied that they simply want to use the abundance of spiritual energy for cultivation and asked him to calm down. But Main Nanyu exclaimed that he was the only one who could be on this island. He continued to speak, turning to the guys that he would give them 5 minutes to leave this place differently. He would kill them. The elder Xia thought that at least on their side the master Jiang, but he is the old great master of the peak. Unlike Xiao Zhongtian, there is a huge difference in strength between them. Master Jiang only became a great master, and he is afraid that the boy could not stand it. But the protagonist answered Main Nanyan that he too gives him only 2 minutes. He asked him to immediately leave the island or he promises to kill him. Main Nanyan said that rumors were walking from the ancient world of martial arts of the city of Yunlei. A young great master appeared. This person also has close personal relationships with Xiaogoxun. The man asked if this guy asked. Zhang answered, looking into his eyes, that he was, and he did not expect the fame of him to reach Yanjin. Main Nanyan twisted asked how he dares to be so arrogant at such a young age. He put his hand forward and exclaimed that today he would teach him a lesson. When he wanted to hit the protagonist, he pushed his hand away with one motion. Main Nanyan did not expect such a turn of events and asked how he at such a young age became a great master. Then the guy spread his arms to the sides and smiling replied that with all respect, he was too weak. Main Nangxian was seriously angry, and a huge, ferocious bear appeared behind him. He began to approach in a clever jump to the guy and exclaimed that he would immediately kill him. Jiang again turned into a huge bird and, in response to the attack of the enemy, hit him with his wing. The man immediately flew away far and hit his back on the tree, was very surprised. He called the kid a monster and exclaimed that such a young and already great master. Jang came closer to him and said that he had already said that he was giving him 2 minutes. The man began to rise to his feet and, wiping blood from his lips, replied that he admits that the boy was strong. But he cannot come to terms with this, and the guys looked at him in horror, not expecting him to do now. Main Nangxian took out from his bosom some object on which symbols were drawn and exclaimed that he would die today. The main character was very surprised when he saw in the hands of this man an artifact. Main Nangxian answered the guy holding a yellow circle in his hands that this is his biggest secret. Once there was a great peak master of which this black disc was chopped into Krashevo. He exclaimed with his arms spread that one thing is sorry that he could be used once every 6 months. Otherwise, his family of Main would have long surpassed all the great families. The man continued to say that death from this disc can be counted for honor. He again said that he was sorry only that now in this world it would become one less than the future great master. Main Nanthan jumped as high as possible and released this disc towards the protagonist. He wanted the kid to take his death right now. The main character carefully looked at what the man had just done and froze in place. This disc flew in his direction faster and faster, and the boy lit up with a bright yellow light as if in the middle of the sun. The girl and the elder immediately screamed, worried about her Mr. Jiang. They closed their faces with their hands, making the block since the force was great. The power of the blow was powerful that they almost flew away. Main Nanthan exclaimed that he was very sorry. He turned to dust, and it would be nice to take him to his service, given his good abilities. Before he had time to finish it, the voice of Jang was heard from behind him. He crossed his arms over his chest behind a tree and thanked the man. Feng Guan was very surprised when she saw Mr. Jang and was delighted that he was in perfect order. Main Nangxian began to shout that this simply could not be. Then the boy asked how he could try to kill him with the help of such a trifling artifact. Main Nanthan replied that even the great master could not avoid the blow of the black disc and asked how he did it. Jang replied that despite the fact that his black disc and his disc 8 trigrams are both artifacts, this does not mean that he was too strong. His disc that is now in his hands is much more powerful than that of the enemy. Main Nangxian continued to squeeze his weapons in his hands, preparing for the next attack. But this time, the guy attacked and he tried to resist the powerful, strongest blow that flew in his direction. Main Nangxian was like in a blue ball that enveloped him completely, and rays of bright blue came from him. The man pushed away far back and he fell on his back very much on the stones. From the lips of Main Nangxian, a stream of scarlet blood began to flow. The main character began to approach the man who was lying on the ground and looked at him with pity. Feng Chuan pointed a finger at Main Nangxian and asked how he dared to fight with Mr. Jiang on this island. Main Nangxian, wiping his blood from his face, replied that if he wants to kill him, then let him kill, as he is not afraid of death. Zhang really could not think that Main Nangxian had resistance. Unlike Xiao Junqian, this man is also from Yanjin. He sat on the ground, crossing his arms over his chest with proudly looking somewhere to the side. Jiang looked at him that he would give him a chance. If he swore infidelity, then he will save his life. Main Nangxian asked if he wanted him to be devoted to him. Does he really wish it? The elder told the man that Mr. Jiang spared his life because he was a high opinion of him. If he tries to go against Mr. Jiang, then he is afraid not only he will suffer, but his whole family of Main. Main Nangxian thought that at such a young age and with such a level of cultivation, possibly the Goshun is right. Main Nangxian began to scream and approached the main character faster and faster. After that, he fell to his knees and said that on behalf of the Main family, he was ready to serve Mr. Jiang until his death. The boy gave the man to immediately get up from his knees, and he immediately listened to his Mr. Jiang. He picked up a disc that was previously in the hands of Main Nangxian and began to peer into him. Looking at the disc, he said that it seems that the service life would be reached after a few more applications. Jiang looked at his comrades that they were returning. The elder agreed with the boy and promised to prepare the ship. The protagonist thought that with a nanny as a pawn would be easier to conduct business in Yanjin. He turned to the man and said that he wanted to ask him about something. Main Nangxian in response told the guy to speak. Jiang asked him to return to the city and not to take his eyes off the Song family. It is necessary to check if they communicate with some strange people. Then the man asked what Mr. Jiang wants to achieve. The boy replied that he did not have to know this. He asks just to do what he tells him. Men Nanyan dutifully agreed to fulfill the order of the protagonist, and now half an hour has passed. Their boat swam to a small wooden pier. The guys landed on the shore of Main Nanthani, and he waved his hand, saying ahead, went forward to fulfill the order of Mr. Jiang. The boy suddenly heard a phone call and took out his device from his pocket. His mother called him and asked if he could return home now. Jiang asked why she was calling him so urgently. Mother explained to the guy that his bride arrived and was next to her. The main character was very surprised, and meanwhile, his comrades eavesdropped on the conversation. Jang, covered with droplets of sweat, asked when the bride managed to appear from him. Mother replied that it was a very long time to tell and asked to come soon. Of course, the boy replied that he would come. The bell rang again and Yu Yao called him. The protagonist decided that today something was clearly wrong and answered the bell, asked the girl what happened. Yu Yao asked where he was the last few days and said that she called him on his phone. But he did not answer, and she went to the hostel to look for him. And his roommate Ju Hao said that he had gone on business. She asked if the guy was in order. Jang, smiling, replied that he was in order and would come a little later to her. As you need to talk with your eye on the eye, he also wanted to ask her about something. The boy turned towards the elder and said that they would go first, and he would drive to Anyan a little later. The elder invited Mr. Jiang to organize a helicopter for him, to what the guy agreed, and of course thanked the old man. And now, a helicopter was already standing in front of him, and the protagonist, having reached, met a girl. He asked her if she wanted to fly, to what the girl doubted a little and hesitated. She blushed a little, reddening the guy that she had not yet met them. Jiang put his hand on the girl's head and asked her to calm down because he understands that she was worried. He explained that he ordered some to inform her parents and they would probably agree. The protagonist tried to calm her down and make her not worried very much. The girl was a little embarrassed and blushing answered the main character that she agreed, and now they were in a helicopter. He helped the girl climb into him and they flew out. Jiang crossed his arms, crossed on his chest, that the time had come to return and settle some things. The helicopter circled in the sky like a huge, beautiful bird and was already flying to the site. Having flew up to the site, he landed, and the guys had already come out of it. The pilot told Mr. Jiang that he could only deliver him here apologizing. He explained this by the fact that the flights by helicopter over the city are prohibited. The main character agreed with the pilot and said that he and Yu Yao would take a better walk. Jiang stood on the slope and spread his arms to the sides that, after so much time, he returned. Yu Yao asked the guy whether they need to buy something for aunt and uncle. She did not have time to cook anything in such a hurry. Jiang smiled a little, asked the girl not to worry about as his parents are good people. He explained to Yu Yao that his mother was very good, and she would be very happy when he sees her. Meanwhile, the mother just asked her husband whether their son would come today. The man read some papers and asked his wife what such a hurry for. Anyan is a few hours from the city of Yunlei. Does she think that she will come by plane? Before the man, someone opened the door with a powerful blow with his foot. Two people appeared on the threshold, and the woman asked how she could help. It was Sun Yu from the Song family. He asked his sister Jiang to whether this house is the house of her groom, and said that it was too wretched here. Nearby stood a girl, Jiang Shan, from the Jiang family. The woman was seriously scared, and looking at this girl thought that this is the same Jiang Shan, who was engaged to Xiaozhang. The girl began to get a card from her bag and told aunt and uncle that there is a whole million on this card. Jiang Shan held out the card towards her parents and asked them to pick her up. After that, the girl took out some document and explained to her parents that her engagement with their son was terminated, and she asked to sign it. The mother was very surprised and the sweat stream began to drain across her face. Father also sighed heavily, lowered his head down. He thought that he knew that this little girl would come to him at that time. The woman told Madame Jiang that she understands that their family did not deserve this. But this marriage was decided by grandfathers of both families. The guy who stood nearby replied that they were giving them a whole million and they should not be such ignorant. He asked not to waste their time and time of Madame Jiang, and put the paper on the table, menacingly looking into his parents. Jiang Shan said that brother's son is right and she respects them as the elders, so they will not be disgraced. She just asks to take money and sign this document. Father asked the girl to leave and first grow up, and then behave so boldly. Brother Song leaned in front of a man and asked if he was the genius of the Jang family, Jiang Cheng-hai, smiling maliciously in his face. He asked the man how it happened that he was now disabled. Father, squeezing his teeth in earnest, angry, son pressed Jiang Shan, allegedly soothing. He told the girl that she was deleted from the Jang family and she was no longer her cock, who will generally take her now seriously. The woman turned to the mistress and explained that she had already told her as if Jiang had to return soon and whether she could wait for him before signing these papers. Suddenly, the guy who, with this girl, was moving the table standing in front of him with this girl, he was very angry and exclaimed that they should immediately sign a signature right now. After that, he raised a man from a wheelchair behind his chest as high as possible and threatened to break his hands. Suddenly, the main character appeared on the threshold and, being completely in a fiery veil, angry, asked who dared to come to his house. The woman, when she saw her son with tears in her eyes, wanted to explain something, but he went up to her and, hugging too, exclaimed with tears in his eyes that he had already returned. Mother was very happy and pressed him to her. Jang looked at her and said that he had finally saw her again. Mother thought about what was wrong with him. Only a few months have passed since he went to school and he is so longing around the house. Jiangshan looked at the guy and was surprised that this is the same Jang with whom she was engaged. Why it causes a deep and unpredictable feeling. And this woman next to him looks like there is something special in her. But then she began to reassure herself that he was the most ordinary person. Jang, when he saw that that villain raised his father, asked to remove his dirty hands from him. He asked not all children from wealthy families. Song immediately removed his dirty hands from his father and asked the guy, Li Zhang. The main character answered menacingly, looking at him that he was his own person, and asked him to remember his name. He must remember this because he will kill him soon. The boy looked at him with a terrible, evil look. Son, when he heard this, unexpectedly laughed very loudly and exclaimed that the disabled son of a disabled dare to threaten him. Jang, in response, grinned sarcastically and explained that he would have enough one finger to kill him. Son raised his palm towards the enemy and, approaching, asked if he wanted to die, calling him garbage. Mother asked her son to be careful. Father exclaimed in a frightened tone that he was a master of martial arts. But before the guy had time to approach him with a blow, as the main character blocked his blow with one finger touching his palm. Jiangshan was very surprised that he actually stopped his brother Suna's palm with one finger, even at the peak of power. Jang was already completely close to his enemy and struck his finger again. There was a strong yellow flash in the form of lightning, and Sun bounced away from such a strong blow. His shirt was torn into small shreds. Streams of scarlet blood sprayed from his mouth. The sister was not jammed at her brother and began to call her mouth with her hands. Song, looking at the protagonist, called him an unusual person. He realized that the boy is also a master of ancient martial arts, but his boundaries are unimaginable. Jang answered the enemy that the person who touched his parents should be killed. But it suddenly occurred to him that it would be too simple to kill him now. He asks to return and tell his family that he will destroy the Sun family within 3 days. The guy immediately grabbed his hand by the heart with sadness in his eyes. The main character approached the girl and grabbed her with one hand by the throat, after which she began to scream. Jiangshan asked the guy to let him go, otherwise her father would not leave it like that. She felt terrifying power and could not resist her. Jang continued to hold the girl by the throat and gave her a team to return and tell his family to prepare for the bad. He asked Jiangshan to not disappoint him and, pushing him, said to get out of here. Sun, grabbing his sister by the shoulder, asked to immediately run away from here, and they went to the door. Brother Song told his sister that even if this person is so strong, he would never compare with his father. Jiangshan thought about Chang. She became interested in is he really an unusual person and why everything is so... Suddenly, his father grabbed him behind his back and said that they could not just let them go. He explained to his son that the head of the Sun family is a great master, and he could not defeat him. The boy, smiling, asked his father to believe him. He said that everything is fine, and in his eyes, the simple head of the family is like an ant. Father, lowering his head down, answered his son that this time he really has a problem. Father, a loser who cannot help and will sit in a wheelchair until the end of his life. Jang asked his father not to speak like that. And who said that he would just sit in a wheelchair until the end of his life? The main character took out sharp, long silver needles. The father, when he saw the needles, was very surprised and asked if he wanted to say that acupuncture could cure his legs. This issue cannot be resolved because many famous doctors tried this method and not only once. The main character leaned in front of his father and, looking into his eyes, asked if he believes him. Father answered the guy that he was his son, and of course he believes him. But suddenly he thought, Yu Yao went to Jiang and told his father that now he was not the same that was before, and if he promised, then they will certainly fulfill. Father replied that he had already experienced disappointment too many times and did not want to go through it again. The guy again asked his dad to believe him this time since he would not let him down. Mother went to her husband and asked Chen Hai to trust him since he had long grown. All these years, Yun Hui alone kept a family, and his father decided to listen to her too. He thought that his wife cares about such a loser as he did not know how hard he was. The protagonist began to chop the needle into his father's leg and asked if he was feeling anything. Father, looking at the ceiling with empty eyes, replied that he was not feeling anything. No pain in his legs for a very long time. Then the boy approached him with a new needle and injections she lit up with blue bright rays. The father was very surprised and exclaimed that now it was felt as if the leg had been numb and as if they were biting a lot of ants. Jang smiled at his dad that, in this case, everything will be fine and soon it will be a little painful, so it is necessary to tolerate. Father exclaimed, looking at his legs, that was okay and he was ready to withstand any pain. Before he had time to finish it as he screamed because it really hurts. Jang thought that this set of acupuncture techniques is called Tai's technique, which he accidentally received in his last life. This is not quite excellent technique, but it is still amazing. The boy continued to treat his father. Drops of scarlet blood began to flow from the mouth. The wife asked Chan Hai an order. Li. Suddenly, the man finally opened his eyes and droplets of cold sweat began to drain across his face. He began to rise from a wheelchair and exclaimed that he seemed to feel his legs. He feels that he can walk. He asked in surprise from his son who he learned this technique and why he did not know about her. Jang answered his father that he had learned this from a friend of a great man, but he ordered him not to call his name even his relatives. To himself, the boy thought that he could not tell his parents that he was reborn at one moment. The wife said Chan Hei, all with tears in his eyes, that he could finally walk on his feet. The man answered Yunhui that he would not ask, and it seems that their son really matured. There is no longer any need to hide some things from him. Jang expected his parents to be unusual people. Chan Hai began to tell that he was once a great master of martial arts like Jiang. His grandfather at that time was the head of the Jang family, the fourth of the 10 largest families in Yanjin. The boy thought that he never thought that their family was entering the 10 best families. Chan Hai continued to say that his uncle Jiang Zunshan and he was very close. They were the best of the young generation in the ancient world of martial arts, and then set foot on the path of transformation. So far, an important event has not occurred in the world of martial arts. On Mount Taishan, a mysterious kingdom was discovered. Chan Hai, with a sighing, heavily said that now, recalling everything, he really should not go there. Jang asked whether his father was faced with some danger. The father continued to explain that in the whole ancient battle world, including their Jang family, many people died. But he not only escaped the danger in the secret kingdom, and he received many opportunities which allowed his cultivation to break through directly to the master. Jiang exclaimed that this was very good, to which his father replied that this was the problem. Since then, his level of cultivation has become one sphere higher than that of his uncle. And then he became cynical and false and accused him of killing others to pay the treasures of the secret kingdom. At that time, everyone believed him to uncle and subsequently expelled him from his family. Worse, all representatives of the ancient martial arts community came to him with a request to convey a secret treasure. He took his wife and child to a safe place. Jang became interested in whether then people came to him in black behind this so-called secret treasure. Father replied that of course they came. Jiang was seriously angry and asked how they dared to do so. Whoever they were, Jiang family, or 9 ghosts, if they touched his family, he will kill them. The main character handed his father a round, bright red pill and asked to accept it, as it cleanses the bone marrow. Father looked in surprise at a round ball and asked why it was a pill. The boy smiled, explained that she was to restore his destroyed meridians, and he could again continue his cultivation. Chan Hai was very surprised and asked if this pill really was so wonderful, but he did not talk much and decided to drink this bright red ball. When he swallowed him, something incredible happened and a lot of power appeared in him. The father did not expect this, and in one deft movement turned his wheelchair that flew right into the kubarm. The man went to his wife and laughed that he was finally no longer disabled. The woman was very happy and supported her husband. Jang thought that although the meridians were restored, it was difficult for his father to return his original power. He should make more pills that can help in cultivation, and then combine them with a spell. The main character told his father that he would give him the technique of bone marrow cleansing. He asked his father to follow this technique, and he will be able to cultivate much faster. The boy laid his hand on his father's head and she lit up with a blue, delicate haze. The boy thought that she was not so powerful, but it can restore his body, and she is ideal for men such as a father who received severe injuries. Chan Hai immediately approached his son and hugging him thanked him for what he did for him. Yunhui smiling exclaimed that his old people were crying with happiness. And there was nothing like that in this, after which she laughed with a loud, happy laugh. The woman said that their son and this girl is already half a day, and why he would not imagine her. Jang introduced her as his girlfriend Sun Yu Yao. She immediately bowed her head to her parents and greeted them. Yunhui answered, taking the girl by the hands that she did not expect that Jiang had such a beautiful girl who looked like her in her youth. Her son has no money and low IQ and she apologizes for it. The girl called the aunt too kind, and the boy asked her mother not to speak like that. Father suddenly laughed and asked Yunhui to leave them alone and go cook. Because still hungry, Jiang asked his mother what would be for dinner on the occasion of the family fee. Immediately after that, the family was happy to eat dinner in honor of reunification. The guys had already left for a walk along the street, and Jiang asked Yu Yao remember Li. When the girl asked that it was the guy who replied that they came here when they studied at school. This is such a sad and nostalgic city. The girl replied that she remembered after graduation. Their family moved to Yunli. Since then, she had not returned anymore. Suddenly, Jiang threw his gaze somewhere to the side. Then he grabbed the girl and hugged him aside with a sharp movement, asking him to be careful. It was a car behind the wheel of which an arrogant guy was sitting. He drove aside and realized that it was before him, their beauty, Yu Yao. He immediately stopped and put his head out of the car with removing the sunglasses. The girl recognized Van Koon. When the guy took off his glasses, he smiled at that. He said that he did not expect a beauty to remember him. The girl asked her boyfriend not to pay attention to him and go on their affairs. Van Koon recognized in Jang the very poor man who abducted his Mrs. Song. Yu Yao was in earnest and asked for this impudent guy to leave the road. Van Koon laughed very rudely and said that he did not think that he would be the same as before, and how he could hide behind a female skirt. Yu Yao asked how he could say that because Jiang is now completely different. She asked him to be careful, because if he angered him, the boy would kill him. Van Koon laughed, went up to the main character and poked his finger at him. Asked if he was going to kill him. Jang smiled maliciously in response and caught his finger with which he poked his hand in him that he was annoying him. He can keep his disgusting face away from him. Van Koon, when the boy released his finger, asked if he wanted to die or fight one-on-one. Jiang answered the impudent that one finger would be enough to defeat him. But suddenly the girl put her fist and hit him on the back. Asked Jang to forget about it. Still, they all went to school together and she asked him to leave. Van Koon now smiled differently and exclaimed that Yu Yao is right and they were old classmates. And he just acted incorrectly, and it so happened that today is his birthday. He invited other classmates and wants to invite them too to somehow make amends. To himself, he thought that such a loser as Jang got Yu Yao, and he wants to show him the whole difference between them. Yu Yao thanked the boy for the invitation and said that they have other things so they could not come. But Jiang replied that he had not seen his old classmates for a long time and wants to meet them. To himself, he thought that this Van Koon was supposed to be the fact that his father was the chief of the police and he envies him with Yu Yao. He even mocked his parents in a past life, and he must teach him today. Van Koon raced on his steep car with passengers in the back seat. He asked the protagonist if he was going to return to Anyan by bus, and asked to tell him when he was going to go and he would take him. Yu Yao asked the guy not to look down on people and said that they had just returned on Ashana's personal plane. Van Koon laughed and asked if she was thinking that they still do not know what the situation is in the guy's house. They continued to rush by car to the destination as agreed. Behind the steps, the building towered where the families of Song and Jiang gathered today. The man talked about what they think they all know why they gathered here. The lobby of the house of the Song family was spread out in front of us. The man continued to say that a man calling himself Mr. Jiang let him know that he would trample his family Song and Jang in 3 days. The man asked all those present that they all think about it. It was the head of the Song family, Song Qing, and the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianmin. The guys who gathered at the meeting immediately asked what kind of arrogance it is and what kind of dog this Master Jiang is, since he dared to conflict with the Song family, how he could be alone against them. Although his name is Master Jiang, they say that his strength has long been outside the Great Master, and there are rumors like Men Nanyan from Yanjin, his defeated opponent. The guys were very surprised to hear about the Great Master. And on the whole continent, there are not many people who are able to achieve this level. They say that Yan Nanxian has almost become a Great Master, and even he was defeated. Song exclaimed that this was nonsense and this Master Jang is his peer. In the best case, his forces are at the level of a little missing to the Master. If he dares to take at least step by the threshold of the house of the Song family, then he will not be greeted. Zhongshan supported her brother and said that she and her brother had already lost to him. But the girl did not have time to finish. as a man struggled with his fist on the table. He called the girl and the guy ungrateful and asked to immediately kneel before him. They made a big mistake and still do not know how to repent. The man poked his finger in his direction, being very angry at that moment. The man told his brother Sunu that, according to his reliable information, this Master Jang possibly reached the level of a mythical master. Even if they unite, then they will not compare with it. Then their two families will be like he wanted to be at enmity. But the man stopped him and asked his brother Jiang what he had in mind. So brother Jiang asked why not to come to him personally. The guy in response was very angry and said that they are one of the best families of ancient martial arts in Anyana. If it goes further, then they cannot lose their authority. Jiang asked who asked them to hurt the one who was not an equal to them. He poked a finger at the man and said that if they did not do this, then two families will be destroyed. Suddenly, two men ran to them. The former head of the Song family, Song Jushi, and the elder of the Song family, Song Ushuang. They asked who wants to break their family. Jiang was very surprised when he saw two masters of the Song family in front of him. Everyone in the world knows them as unique. He said that rumors were walking as if they had become hermit for many years and never thought that he would see them again. He asked his brother Jiang whether they still had a chance to win now. The brother replied that with two old masters here and with their formation of Heavenly Bear, no one could survive if they apply it. One of the old brothers exclaimed that he did not expect someone to remember their two old people. Then the man exclaimed that the area here is not suitable for installing pharmacy and they just need to deliver it to the mountain. Brother Song said that he has a way to bring him to the mountain. The man immediately agreed with the guy and said that he was completely relied on him. If he dares to come, then he will no longer return. The guys decided to go all together. Meanwhile, there was a sunny, bright morning outside. The guy asked to see who he brought here today. They asked the Chang's brother. When the classmates turned their heads, they saw a beauty in front of them. Yu Yao, they were interested in what kind of guy was next to her and whether they knew him. Van Kun replied that this is naturally their beauty, Yu Yao, and this is their famous student Jang. One of the guys recognized the botanist who only read the books and also saw their beauty. The second said that he really thinks it and he no longer wears glasses, which is very surprising. The classmate got up from his chair and going up to Jang asked if he was really… The main character turned out to Van Kun and asked the name of his father. The guy replied that his father was the chief of the police and if he was touched even with his finger, he would go to prison for the rest of his life. The guy looking at him thought that he was in front of him another insignificant leash. Sun asked two guys to approach him here and get the phone and then give him to this guy. And when the phone turned out to be with him, he handed him towards this impudent and said that he would give him a chance now. Van Kun took the phone in his hands and began to ask his father for help. The man asked his son what happened. The guy began to explain that he was beaten by a man who pretended to be the great master Jang from the city of Yunlo. The policeman asked if this fake master was talking about whom he was talking about, Zhang Gami, and his father's name is Zhang Zhonghai. Van Kun turned towards the protagonist and asked if his father Chen Hai was called. The guy said that all this is true and Zhang Chen Hai is really his uncle. Father Van Kun called his son a jerk and asked for forgiveness from the great master Jang. The guy was covered with droplets of sweat and asked Dad if he had not confused anything. He knows this Jang from childhood and how he could be the great master Jang. Father replied that he saw him personally when the last time he was at an auction in the city of Yunlei. He even checked his story when he returned and he is really the son of Zhang Zhonghai. Previously, they did not know about the reputation of the great master of Jang. The guys were on their knees and asked to let them go for the sake of their classmates being very frightened. Van Kun bowed to the guy and said that they were to blame, that they offended the great master of Jang and asked to spare them. Then the main character threw a despicable look at them and gave the command to run. He asked not to catch his eye anymore. The guys continued to stand in front of him on his knees and quickly stood up to leave the room rather. They all tilted their heads down and unanimously headed to the door, after which they ran out of there. Jiang turned to Yu Yao and told the girl that they were also leaving, for what she immediately agreed. One of the classmates asked the great master Jiang to take him as a student. He explained that he also wants to become a master of ancient martial arts. Then the boy answered a classmate that not everyone can become a master of ancient martial arts. But the guy did not calm down, and hugging his leg asked how he could find out if he had not tried it yet, and he is not going to give up. Jang carefully looked at this guy and thought about that, grinning that he had good willpower. The main character answered the classmate that he agreed and give him a chance to hold out his hand to his head. The guy's hand glowed with a bright yellow color, and the flame completely enveloped his body. Jiang did not expect that this guy had the body of a fiery spirit. Even in the world, Cultivation is the holder of the body of the fiery spirit of the genius of cultivation, which occurs only 1 by 10,000. Because that such a body is natural for alchemy or improvement of weapons, Jiang said, Fan Suyu that the path to cultivation is long and full of danger. One mistake can cost him life. He asked if the guy was sure that he really wants to enter this path. Fan Shu exclaimed that he was sure and was not afraid of death. The main character agreed and said that he would teach him the technique of purifying fire. From today, he is his first student. The guy immediately thanked his master for this. Meanwhile, Van Kun beat in a tree with his fist with all his might, calling Jang the villain. He does not believe that this jerk is at least somewhat similar to the great master of Jiang. He turned his head for 2 guys who watched him and asked who they were and laughed at. Didn't they see a naked man before, or are they looking for fights? Behind him was Xiao Hong with a girl and asked him not to be angry. But the guy asked to roll out of here and not to call his eyes when very angry. Xiao Hong pushed back his opponent who was about to push him. He asked Mr. Van Kun if he wanted to take revenge on Jiang. Then the guy looked in surprise at these two and wondered. Xiao Hun began to explain that they saw everything that happened at the hotel last time. He asked if the guy would like to regain the goddess to regain that girl. Van Kun really was angry with the protagonist and exclaimed that this Jiang and a good fighter and he was not an opponent. Then Xiao Hun asked to provide it to them, and he just had to provide them with a service. He approached Van Kun's ear and began to whisper the plan that he prepared. Father told Jang that rumors were walking as if in the Song family there are 2 old masters who are the best in the world. 10 years ago, they reached the top of the kingdom. Now they have been in solitude for many years. So he asked him to be careful when he goes to the Song family. Jiang answered his father that everything was in order and asked him not to worry since he was even more grumbling than his mother. Yu Yao turned to the main character and said that her very good friend invited her to chat to her home. She asked the kid to tell the aunt that she would not come for dinner. The boy was very surprised by this. She had just returned and he wondered how her friend found out that she was here in the Alliance. The girl replied that perhaps she was at a Van Kun's birthday party. The protagonist was suitable for Yu Yao and asked her to go with her. He explained to the girl that he was a little uneasy, but the girl refused him and explained this by the fact that this is not necessary. He has not been at home for a long time and let him spend more time with his parents. After that, she went out the door. Yu Yao headed down the stairs, and the guy remained with the phone in his hands. The girl had already reached the destination and told her friend Chen Li that she is already here. A friend met Yu Yao and exclaimed, smiling, that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Yu Yu replied that probably 3 years have passed. She is still as young and beautiful as before. Chen Li, hugging the girl, exclaimed that she too was becoming more beautiful, and they laughed amicably. Yu Yao pulled her friend's hand and asked to go to show her her house. But the girl was a little upset and asked why they just did not take a walk. Yu Yao continued to stand on her own and said that she did not agree, and since she was here, she would definitely look. Chen Li agreed, and they headed towards her friend's house. Yu Yao asked why to pull, but the girl still asked her not to rush. She was very wary, and approaching the apartment completely changed in her face. She asked the girl to come in for another time, and completely drooped. Before the girl had time to say that, she remembered that she had things to do as someone's hand fell rudely at her friend's hand. It was Van Kun, and he grabbed Yao rudely by the hand and said that since she was here, why she would not go into the house rather. The girl was very surprised when she saw this scoundrel in front of her, and tried to break out of his hands. Chen Li fell to her knees and began to apologize to Yu Yao. She began to cry and said that he took her parents hostage and asked her to bring her to her home. Van Kun began to laugh roughly and maliciously and call the girl to his beauty. He asked if she expected that they would meet so soon. Van Kun grabbed Yu Yao's hand and she began to scream very loudly, closing her eyes. The girl asked to let him go and hit her with her foot, that there was strength right between her legs. Van Kun began to scream in response since he was very painful and he completely sweated in pain, calling the girl. He fell to his knees right on the floor and asked the rest of the guys what they were standing. He began to call them to the rescue and the guys approached the girl. One of them held a rope, and the other grabbed it and began to bind it. A friend was also grabbed and tied her hands. Yu Yao asked to let them go right now. Van Kun rudely replied that he would take care of her after he kills Jang. Meanwhile, the main character sat at a stop and thought that it was finally that you could breathe fresh air. Mom and Dad are as curious as always. Suddenly, someone called him to break off a string of thoughts. Xiao Hun smiled maliciously and exclaimed that they had met again. Jang asked in response whether they again before him, and really wanted to die. The girl who was next to the guy laughed and asked the guy not to be angry like that right away. Suddenly, the protagonist rang out the phone's call and he immediately answered. The boy asked Yu Yao that it happened since her voice was very excited. He realized, sweating a little, that here was clearly something wrong and alerted, he threw a vicious look at these two villains. He began to ask the girl what happened in earnest, frightened by her. Van Kun grabbed the girl's pipe and asked the guy to calm down. Jiang was very surprised when he heard the voice of this miserable man. Van Kun laughed and told the guy that while Yu Yao was with him, nothing threatens her. The main character was in earnest and advised him to let the girl go if he wants to live. Van Kun laughed even more and said to Yu Yao that this guy was excited. He told the guy that if he wants to save Yu Yao, he should go with them, and he would wait for him in the Song family. Jang did not think that this guy had the courage to steal Yu Yao, and he did not expect these two guys were standing behind this. He told Xiao Hunya that he was still going to go to the Song family and asks to see what tricks they have in their sleeves. But did he not say that they were going to the Song family? And why did they arrive here? The enemy asked if he was afraid and realized that he was not afraid to come once. He added that no one forces him. Jiang listened to the environment and thought that there was unusual fluctuations in the aura in this place. So something is wrong here. He began to make his way forward and climb the steps. As unexpectedly, some kind of power pushed him back. The main character thought, because such a powerful energy appeared from somewhere from the side, and he tried to understand what was the matter of fact. He retired far back and tried to understand what was happening here, being embraced by bright yellow-red rays of light. The boy felt that he could no longer use the strength of his body. Jiang, completely sweating his teeth, a man appeared in front of him and then one more. He said that the resistance is useless. Two old men began to explain that this is their polar star technique, and now he is completely in their power and will not go anywhere. Xiaohan held his hands in his pockets and talked about the fact that now it would be difficult for the guy to escape. Jiang too was nearby and said that he was still able to stand on his feet under the influence of the polar star technique, although so young. Two men told the boy that for the sake of the Sun family he should die here today. One of the men poked the main character with the sword and exclaimed that he could blame himself for too young and unbridled. One of the strongest masters swung at the protagonist and exclaimed that it was all over and he would die now. He stood over his head of the guy and held a sharp long sword over her, wanting to let him down on the neck of the protagonist. But Jiang immediately set the block and broke this sharp cold steel with one hand. Two masters could not understand how this is possible. He can still use such a powerful technique inside their technology. Jiang replied that the so-called polar star technique is just a way to break spiritual power. It does not allow those who are inside smoothly control the spiritual strength of their body. But his royal body can control the breath in his body against the stream. And he pushed two masters with a deft movement of his hand. Masters flew far back, falling from a high earthen slope straight down. One of them, sitting at the fifth point, asked the baby not to rejoice too much. Even if the restrictions on technology do not act on it, within the framework of the array, their spiritual power can achieve twice as much initial level. Jang, smiling, called it a banal trick. Let him use at least everything they have. The masters angry answered that since this child does not know what is good and what is bad, then let him see their true power. They stood together with his knees and shouting their fists with a cry, they decided to attack the boy. The man asked him to be careful as they are going to use this technique and it is necessary to keep the distance. Two masters stretched out fists ahead decided to apply a unique fist of the world. There was a strong explosion and stones scattered in different directions, with a roar falling down. The guys who watched what was happening noticed a great powerful spiritual power. Their faces were wet with sweat, and they looked in surprise where this explosion occurred. Two masters called the main character an ignorant boy, and were sure that now he has turned to dust. But they did not have time to finish how they felt an incredible stream of energy behind. At the back of them was Jang, and taking both by the neck asked why they would not go down and relax. After which he pushed these two with a high long staircase and they fell on the steps, really fell into the abyss. The masters fell down with their faces with a cry, since it was very painful and the main character defeated them. The guys from the outside were very surprised. Apparently, in the blink of an eye, two old men were defeated, and what a huge difference in their strength. Jiang turned his head towards the guys and asked who was going to fight with him. One of the guys was sitting on the ground and asked the protagonist not to come closer. He explained to the guy that he had his girlfriend. The boy did not let out this villain from the hands of this. He held him very tightly to kill him. He lifted him right above his head behind his throat. Suddenly, the girl's legs more often appeared in Lesnaya, and Xiaohan threw a frightened look in her direction. It was Yu Yao. and she had already approached the guys. They were surprised why she was here. The student told the master that he saved the mistress as he ordered him. Jang immediately praised his comrade and asked to wait for him for several minutes. When he turns out with everyone and turns out, they will go home. The guy immediately agreed, and a man appeared who asked to wait and not offend Xiaohunya. When the guy saw his father, he began to reach out to him and ask for help. The main character raised his opponent. The man standing in the distance said to Yuer that 2 old men had died because of him. He cannot exterminate the whole family of Sun. Yuer closed his eyes and asked the man in this case to do the way he wants. The son also exclaimed that he was his own son and he could not do this to him. Jiang smiled, menacingly asked to rely only on his own strength, and even if they tried to save him, they would die in vain. Xiaohun began to scream with horror as he was shrouded in a web in the form of long red threads of the protagonist. The man who stood was very scared and called the guy whose guy was offended by name. Jiang, showing his fingers on villains, exclaimed that, from that moment, he did not want to hear anything connected with the family of Song and the world of ancient martial arts. Then, one of the men bowed to the main character and said that he was here in order to give a word to Mr. Zhang. Then the boy turned towards the leader of the Jang family and said that now his turn, or rather their family. Jiang pushed the girl on his knees and asked the great master to let his daughter and family Jang. He explained that this is all because of his daughter's recklessness, but he never wanted to cancel the marriage between them, because he always respected his father as a man. Jiang thought that this was true since the accident with his father. The Jang family did not officially come to break the engagement, and even his father told him to let his family Jiang. Jiang said that they had heard as if their Jiang family, the famous family of herbalists in Anyan, their collection should have many high-quality herbs. The leader of the family, Jiang, replied that it was without getting up from his knees and bowing his head to the main character. He explained that if the great master Jiang is interested in this, then his family Jiang will definitely offer him everything. The main character approached the girl and asked Yu Yao if she was all right. The girl replied that everything was fine and she was fine, but she wants to tell him something. Jiang interrupted Yu Yao and said that he would ask Fan Shuya to take her home. They will talk about this when he will return, and he still needs to call on to the Jiang family. Jiang said Fan Suyu that he would leave this guy on him so that he would no longer dare to look for troubles with Yu Yao. The guy immediately listened to the protagonist and Jiang went in one jump towards Jiang's family. He asked them to go with him to show everything to him. If he does not like it, then let the man prepare to pick up the corpse of his daughter. Jiang explained to the great master Jiang that all this pharmacy was at his disposal. He does not want to boast, but if you look at the whole continent, that not so many families have so many herbs as his Jiang family. Jiang began to consider various herbs, and there really were a lot of them. But the boy tried to find what he really needed and approached one of the boxes. With a deft movement of his hand, he pushed the cabinet and began to get a bright yellow root that glowed throughout the room. Jiang, looking at it, exclaimed that the great master Jiang has a really good eye. Although this ginseng from Snowbones is not the most valuable, but definitely the rarest. The main character asked the man to go out, as he needs to finalize the pills. Jiang immediately went out the door, listening to the guy. Jiang thought that with the help of these herbs, a jade bone pill for his father could make enough to help him in cultivation. By that time, the father will definitely be able to become the same. Meanwhile, Yu Yao thought that every time to be a burden for Jiang is hard. If she could only become a master of ancient martial arts, but Jiang said that in order to become a master of ancient martial arts, a talent is needed. She does not know if she has this talent, but she is sure that Jiang will find a way. The father of the protagonist told the villains in black cloaks that 10 years have passed, and he said that he had no secret treasures. But one of the guys poked a finger at him and replied that they were not for his sake. They are here in order to find his son Zheng Weinis. The man was not seriously scared and asked if they were really looking for his son. Suddenly, Yu Yao appeared on the porch. She opened the door and in fright asked Uncle who these people. The guys in the hoods immediately turned their heads. The man asked the girl not to come closer. He gave the team to return to his son and rather run away. Yu Yao wondered that she had a trembling, with one glance at these two, ran through her body. She decided that Jiang should quickly inform about this, and since these two are very dangerous, the father of the protagonist asked the girl to immediately run, because they came for his son, and he will be fine, and he asked not to worry. The girl was in earnest, frightened in her eyes, excitement and anxiety. Yu Yao suddenly heard some kind of sound and turned her head towards the door. The main character was on the threshold and he asked the girl not to be afraid since he was already here. She immediately went up to him and looked frightened directly into her eyes. One of the men who were dressed in black long cloaks with hoods asked if he was Jiang. The main character stepped a little to the side and covered the girl. He said that he recognized them, and they are 9 ghosts. It was they who offended his father. He was just about to go and take scores with them. But now when they themselves came to him, he means lucky. But the boy could not understand that he was not so with these two, because he did not feel anger from them. One of them explained that their master wants to see him and asked to go with them. Suddenly, his father wedged and exclaimed that if they had something against him, then this is only between them. The man asked not to touch his son, but one of the people in a hoodie appeared behind him. He asked if the old man wants to live. He just must do what they say to him. Jang thought that these 2 people in black are a little strange, and if he enters with them in battle here, Yu Yao and all his other relatives could suffer. The main character, looking at these 2 villains, asked to let his relatives let go and promised to go with them right now. Father was very worried and exclaimed, looking at his son, that he could not go with them. These guys are too dangerous and he is afraid for him. Yu Yao, with tears in her eyes, asked the guy not to do this and not to leave. Jang smiled back and winked at the girl. He asked her not to cry because she still does not believe in his strength. Mom and Dad! The guy shouted after they would not be worried, and he promises to return soon. Father closed his eyes when his son left and called himself useless. Mother asked for her son to be careful. Yu Yao continued to cry and say that he protects her every time. But there is no use from her. Jang asked the girl not to be stupid, because his greatest power was when she is next to him. To himself, the boy thought that in his past life, when he was lost in spirit, she never threw him. He decided that he would never lose her again and headed towards the door. The girl in the trail explained to Jang that she wanted to ask him to teach her ancient martial arts. Otherwise, she could no longer help him every time. But she is afraid that she does not have much talent. It's already dark on the street and a dense green forest spread right in the mountains. Jang thought about looking at the guys in the hoodies that they were too strange. The energy of yin, which they radiate, scare away even birds and animals. He planned to follow them in the cave of 9 ghosts, but now it seems too risky and will have to linger here. The boy focused and his hands lit up with bright yellow fire in the form of circles. Jang called 2 guys pretenders and asked to show his true nature approaching them. He was behind their backs and with 2 fists hit both on his back, burning with a bright yellow stream of fire. He noticed that these guys had too slow reaction and gritting his teeth threw a despicable evil look at them. They thought about how it was generally possible when he was behind them. Then one of the guys in the hoods turned to the guy and hit him with all his might on his stomach with a bright fiery lightning. From the lips of the protagonist began to drain a stream of blood. He was very surprised by such a powerful spiritual power of these guys. The guys in the hoods immediately filled him right on the cold, sharp stones face down. The guy in a hoodie asked the protagonist not to give unnecessary resistance and did not let go of his hand from his head. The second approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked his comrade not to kill him. The guy said that it would be very difficult to explain all this to their boss. He held his hand on the head of the protagonist and they thought what to do next. Jang said, barely opening his mouth, that there was a sense of 9 ghosts in this. He exclaimed that he was looking forward to meeting with the master of their sect. Before he had time to finish it, as one of the guys in the hoodies raised his leg over the boy's head and wanted to kill him. The strong, powerful energy emanated from them, and the flow of incredible power was directed against Jiang. The energy began to come from his body even more than these 2 guys had. One of them exclaimed that he felt too powerful spiritual power and retired far back with his second comrade. It looks like he will not obediently follow them until he is hit. Jang got to his feet, wiping blood from his lips, and laughed. He asked the guys how they dare to behave so impudently in front of this king. The boy asked to pull out all his trump cards if they still had them. He did not want the guys to disappoint him. Then 2 guys with the hoodies clenched their fists who lit up with purple light. With a cry of die, they began to approach the main character being shrouded in a violet haze. Their hands were already approaching the enemy and the boy was waiting for an attack to repel her. The main character repelled a powerful blow and a strong flash occurred. The guys were very surprised and immediately fell on the ground. Jiang decided that, judging by the spiritual strength of these 2, they reached the level of the sect master. He looked at them and thought that they did not reach the great master. Fat long worms began to come out of their bodies. The boy stood above the bodies of these 2, and he was wondering what was happening. He realized that most likely their bodies are restored and these worms help them come to life. This is exactly witchcraft and his past life. He heard about such witchcraft imposed on a human body through suggestion. The enchanted person not only received a large increase in power, but his body also had a very strong ability to restore. It is more necessary to kill them. You can't wait until they recover. But first, you need to use the Call of Shower to find out where the Den of Nine Ghosts is located. When the boy went to one of the men, he opened his eyes and looked at him maliciously. The man grabbed the guy by the leg and exclaimed that in this case they would die together. The strongest explosion occurred, and the protagonist's gaze changed. He looked at a volley of fire and horror, which was approaching. After the explosion on the ground, there was a deep, huge funnel, and clubs of white, thick smoke came out of it that rose as if to heaven itself. Jang tried to break out of this funnel and was already beyond the borders of a huge pit. The boy sat down on one knee and panting very heavily that it was too close. He is glad that he has the king's body to protect. Otherwise, he would not have greeted him. Jang did not expect 9 ghosts to be so ruthless. The worm of the GU in the body absorbs the spiritual energy of the human body and quickly expands and then explodes. Nevertheless, he received information about 9 ghosts. The boy took a step forward and told them that he was going to them. Before us is the luxurious resort of Bamako. Huge palm trees towered as if to the sky itself. The casino sign was above the tall wooden door, and a man with a hammer spoke about a rate of $500,000. $500,000 were offered from that master, and the man asked who would offer more. One of the men exclaimed in response that $500,000 was a lot of money and pay this money to let it go to the wind. The other considered this amount also large and said that he saw how $10 million descend from the hammer. And in return, you get a destroyed stone. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the crowd that was raised up. The guy who stood in the middle of the hall promised to give $1 million. The guys around were very surprised and they were interested in who it was. When the ladies and gentlemen looked more closely at this man, they recognized Mr. Liu Tianda standing in front of them. The man exclaimed that Li Tindi is also known as the king of shopping stones at random. Often stones are set, the prices of which are much higher, and we can say that there is a king of purchases at random. A man with a hammer said, looking at the guys, that Mr. Liu Tianda was offering $1 million and asked if there were still remnants. He repeated this huge amount already 3 times, and no one proposed anymore. A man with a hammer exclaimed that he was sold and congratulated Mr. Liu Tianda on the acquisition. The man said that the time had come to witness a miracle and see what kind of spiritual stone will be inside. Before he had time to raise the hammer up as he broke this stone, and a green beautiful crystal appeared in the man's hands. He exclaimed that it was a precious stone and immediately congratulated Mr. Liu Tianda. The man from the crowd recognized the imperial greed of the highest grade. He said that in the end it is the king of shopping stones at random. This is the imperial greed of the highest grade, worth at least $2 million, and this is net profit. Immediately, the stone was handed over to the master and congratulated him, was asked to pick up. Liu Tianda, smiling at the imperial greed of the highest grade, said that he was not mistaken. Jiang sat with his back to the man and suddenly said that his stone had an ordinary aura. This is not even a low-grade spiritual stone, and it can only be considered a garbage spiritual stone. Mr. Liu Tianda was immediately covered with droplets of sweat and asked the guy who he is. Jang replied that he simply passed by and saw this interesting stone that he bought and wanted to bet. Liu Tianda said, approaching the guy, that he was poor, but still wanted to bet. Can he afford it? Jang answered the man that this was not his business. Meanwhile, a man with a hammer began to warn people about the next lot. The starting price of this stone is $30,000. The main character carefully looked towards the man and raised his hand. He exclaimed, looking at Mr. Li Tianda, who put $50,000 for this stone. In response, the man laughed and said that this stone is rough quality. According to his experience in these games for more than 10 years, this stone is ordinary empty cobblestone. Does he think to find an exception to the rules in this game? Then a man with a hammer asked if someone would offer him an even higher price. He explained that this gentleman offers only $50,000. Another man from the crowd said that this garbage stone is sold at the auction of Amor Crescent. Any fool knows that nothing good will come of it. And now a man with a hammer lifted him and uttered an amount of $50,000 3 times, after which the man showed his hand to Mr. Jang and congratulated him. He noticed that the boy is not their VIP client. He explained that the main character must pay this money now in order to break the stone. Then the boy handed the card and replied that it was no problem. When the payment was successful, they began to break the stone, and the man waved a huge hammer to split it. Liu Tianda laughed to himself and thought that this guy, a fool of rash, bought this empty cobblestone and rejoices at this. He was sure that the guy would be disgraced before everyone. Jiang thought that all these stones from above had a thin layer of material that isolates the spiritual power of the stone, and it is called the skin of the fencing of the spiritual stone. When it comes to the highest quality, even in his last life at the peak of forces, it was difficult for him to look through it. But this is just a weakened version of ordinary stone skin. When a man cut this stone, others were simply shocked by what they saw. They ran to the table and on the face of Mr. Liu Tianda began to drain streams of cold sweat. Is it really a spiritual power of a spar with a tiger color of the highest quality? A girl with a stone approached the main character and congratulated the master on the acquisition of a stone with a tiger color of the highest quality. The man from the crowd exclaimed that this guy was just lucky. And the first time he discovered a high-class stone, Jang thought that the guys raise noise and call it the highest quality spiritual stone. The world of cultivation is hardly an ordinary spiritual stone. Perhaps this is due to the fact that difficult times have come on Earth. The resources for cultivation are so barren that high-quality spiritual stones have almost disappeared. The main character turned to the guys and asked if he could sell this stone with a tiger color. Liu Tindi was very surprised and asked why this guy suddenly spoke about the sale. Does he not know that such a stone comes across very rarely? Then the girl who brought him the stone replied that they usually did not take spiritual stones back. A man appeared in the crowd in a hat who said that he could buy his stone with a tiger color. The man held in his hands a glass of champagne and asked to say his price. The surrounding was recognized by Mr. William, a man who once discovered a sacred stone. Liu Tianda did not think that he would be here now. Jang offered a whole $1 billion for this stone. He thought that spiritual stones can help cultivation, but these low-grade ones no longer help him. Mr. William was delighted with this amount and immediately agreed. His eyes glowed with joy and he decided to make a deal. $1 billion was paid. The transaction is completed and $1 billion appeared on the account of the protagonist. A man with a hammer raised his hand to the side, asked all guests to be attentive. The director decided to report that all the stones obtained today on the ground of death were given to their attention. One of the men in the crowd joyfully exclaimed that only about 10 stones usually come out in a week. But no one expected that in a day it would turn out as much as in a week. Jiang thought about the fact that these stones were found and he thought workers mined them. Interesting. And if there is time, he goes there. Due to the skin of the fence of the spiritual stone, with its current force at the first level of the king's body, he can only slightly catch the thin stream of spiritual power with his divine feeling. It was not entirely clear what quality the spiritual stones were inside, but this was enough. Jiang used the divine sense of his body of the king to detect a stone radiating spiritual energy. Liu Tianda raised his hand up and exclaimed that he was taking number 5. His eyes glowed with insidiousness and anger. The man thought that under his watchful eye this granular aura of stone number 5 would not hide. The spiritual stone inside is definitely no worse than a spar with a tiger color. He has been involved in this auction for more than 10 years and not in vain. A man with a hammer exclaimed that the starting price of the lot is number 5, $10 million. He asked if anyone wanted to take part in the auction. Before the man decided as the main character decided to put $1 billion. The guys in the crowd were very surprised by this amount. No one has ever offered such a high price for an unhealthy stone. Even the most experienced old-timers of the auction think that the probability of opening a high-class stone is low. The guys considered that this guy went crazy. A man with a hammer exclaimed that this master had said $1 billion. He asked who would offer more and began to count his hand up. When the man counted the second time, Liu Tianda doused himself. Later thought how to be. He did not believe that the guy would be lucky this time. The man counted to 3 and exclaimed that he was sold and could once again congratulate this master. $1 billion was paid since the boy really wanted this and paid for the stone. A man with a hammer turned to the crowd and warned that now he would begin to break stones for Mr. Jang. He lifted the hammer as high as possible and hit the first beautiful stone that was lit up with a bright purple color. Liu Tianda suddenly laughed and exclaimed that he was already saying that this boy was implored. He continued to say that Jang just threw his money down the wind and laughed at all his voice. But when the stone collapsed inside was a purple round ball, he radiated bright, dazzling light. Mr. William was completely sweating and was shocked by what was happening. The man standing nearby exclaimed that in front of them is a sacred stone. Liu Tindu was even more surprised and falling to his knees did not stop talking about the sacred stone. Mr. William told the main character that this time he would give him $10 billion and take him. Mr. William was covered with droplets of sweat and pushing his eyebrows to his nose. Thought, The guy from the crowd offered the main character 50 billion and was confident in his choice. A man in a hat asked Mr. Jiang to think about it. He proposed to imagine that he had left alone with the 50 billions and became the target of how many people, and when he loses his life, he will no longer be able to spend them. He had an offer for the guy. William said that if he sells it to him, then he could not only pay, but also ensure his safety, which they cannot do. The girl who held the stone noticed that Mr. William threatens Master Jang. Then the man standing next to explained that the auction hall has his own rules, and the one who offers the highest price will buy. It is worth adding that to protect Mr. Jiang, he can offer more than a gentleman in a hat. The main character asked both of them to shut up immediately, and they turned his head in his direction. The boy said that he would not sell this sacred stone to anyone and keep it for himself. He thought that although this is not the sacred stone of the world of cultivation, he is also not bad. Mr. William asked the protagonist to think over again. Outside the auction house, this sacred stone is much dangerous to carry with you than $50 billion. Jang was seriously angry and exclaimed that he would like to see who would dare to take this stone from him. The boy put the stone in his pocket and began to leave the auction house away from these villains. The man thought about how strong the spiritual energy was. Even with his strength of Chan's school, he was scared. Liu Tindi was very surprised and he became interested in how strong a young man as this guy could be. It can only be an empty window dressing, how he dared to steal his sacred stone. He decided to finish it well when they leave the auction house. The main character went down the steps leaving the courtyard. He realized that the master wants to take away the sacred stone from him and thought that if he was not afraid of death, then let him try to do it. But for a moment it seemed to him that his spiritual power was different from that which in the world of cultivation. This is especially true for Mr. William. His knowledge of techniques from many countries will be useful to him now. Liu Tianda stood opposite the guy with a bat in his hands. He said that his sacred stone belongs to him and asks not to be stupid but simply to give him to him, and then he would spare him. Jiang realized that he had come to openly and honestly steal a sacred stone, and he said that even if he abducts him, he would simply become someone else's target. It is true that the powers of this world hide in the shade and are waiting for their chance. Only such a pawn would be so stupid as to approach and become a victim now. Liu Tiyanda thought that, in the words of this guy, there really makes sense. Experts from around the world will focus on the sacred stone. This is all unimportant, and you need to take this sacred stone from him right now. Liu Tianda gave the command to the guys with the bats to take away the sacred stone from the protagonist. Before they had time to fly up to him with batons as the guy had already busted both of them, Liu Tianda could not understand what was happening here and what he did with his guys. His people were thrown back even before they touched him. Mr. William watched what was happening and decided that he had underestimated him. At such a young age, he is really very strong, and in the end, he is from a great mysterious country in the east. Jang went behind Mr. Liu Tianda and exclaimed that if someone else wants to stick to him, then he would become an example for everyone. The man could not understand how so fast and how Jang appeared behind him. He thought that he had not even managed to react and was already under the guise of a guy. Jang grabbed the man by the scruff of the scruff and told the other guys that let them only try to steal a stone from him. If anyone tries to do this, then the same thing will happen to him as this man. When the protagonist threw this insolent on the ground, whom he had just cut down with one blow, he headed about his business. The men were very surprised and scared when they saw such an outcome of events. They considered this tactics very ruthless and cruel. On the street, there was a very bright sunny day, and people walked along the boulevard. The protagonist walked around the alley between kiosks and rows, where people sold all utensils. One of the men held out his hand towards the guy and asked the master not to pass by him. He asked if the guy wanted to look at his excellent antiques and handed the vase towards the protagonist. Jiang felt that this ceramic vase really belongs to the ancient era, and he did not think that a roadside merchant in the country could have an antiques of this quality. No wonder they say that this country is built on treasures. But this vase is of little use. The man again began to ask the master to stay and not to leave. He exclaimed that he should not underestimate his street shop, Jiang said, in response to his uncle that he did not need anything. Then the man continued to explain that he has been selling antiques for several decades and selling the best of the best. Suddenly, the kid looked into this vase and thought about it changed in the face. At the bottom of this vase, he saw purple gold sand and was even more surprised by such an incredible find. This is an extremely quality material for blacksmithing, and its spiritual power is difficult to detect. Jang thought about the fact that even in the world of cultivation, it was an extremely rare subject. The main character looked at the man and said that he would take sand in this vase of his. The seller wanted 200,000 for this vase, and for the sand he wants 3 million. The boy immediately agreed and told the man that he would take everything for the price he wants. Jang was pleased, with the acquired vase headed further along the alley past small wooden houses. The boy suddenly looked aside as he heard some kind of sound not far. He was alerted further, noticing several people in a wooden house from the corner of his eye. Jang with his purchase went to the house and began to climb the stairs to the second floor. He went upstairs and put the vase on the table, then went to the window, as soon as possible. The protagonist pushed back the curtain and decided to close the window nevertheless, pulling the large dark curtains to him. The boy thought that it seems that these people were still afraid and did not dare to approach him. He took the vase in his hands and began to slowly pour this amazing sand right on the table. Jang decided that with so much he would finally improve his flying sword. Before the guy had time to pour this sand as some small pet jumped out from there, the protagonist, opening his eyes, looked at the many sands that he poured. After that, he saw a golden pet and began to reach for him. Jang decided that fortunately he had purple key. Otherwise, it would be difficult to mix it with its current force. The boy tried to catch this animal and felt a lot of strong energy from him. He did not expect that this sword would gain its own spiritual power and begin to reject the purification of purple gold sand. The boy called the little animal a mischievous and thought that he was also running away from him. Jang began to pull his hand to him and exclaimed, looking into his eyes, that this time he would not run away from him. And finally, everything was ready and the guy began to approach the sword that glowed in a bright yellow circle. He said that he finally has his own flying sword in this world. You need to find the opportunity to check its strength. Before he had time to finish his thought, as someone's presence felt behind him. On the ceiling was a ninja who had already jumped and put his sword to his throat. Behind the protagonist was a man in a kimono who was holding a sharp long sword in his hands. He asked the boy to give the sacred stone to him immediately. Jang considered him very fast, but he was much faster, and with his red threads he began to envelop his body. The thief did not expect such a turn of events and his gaze completely changed. His hands were in red long threads and he could not move them. His fingers were twisted and tied very tightly. The man began to slowly die in the arms of these red threads that enveloped his body completely. Jang, when he completely tied him, inquiring was not a ninja whether it was from the islands. It seems that this time they called experts from abroad. Speaking about this, the boy showed his hand to the side. He apologized and said that he would kill him to show them that he should not contact him. Before the guy had time to finish, as this guy in kimono, as if dissolved, Jiang realized that it was a clone in front of him, and was a little alert, since it did not bode well. The guy in kimono was already on a high closet and said that he had something to surprise him. Before he had time to finish, how many more clones appeared around the protagonist. The man began to say that although he is a great master, he could not compare with him, and he will now win him. He explained to the guy that all 10 of his clones are as strong as himself. Jang felt a very powerful spiritual power and thought that if the blow had come through his body, he would not have stood it. The spiritual power of all 10 clones is the same and difficult to determine which of them is real. Jang began to dodge and try to hit each who stood in front of him. During the strongest fight, he scattered all the clones, and they simply dissolved like ghosts in darkness. The boy found a real ninja who was already lying on the ground and asked how it was possible. He asked how Jang determined that he was real. The main character replied that how he might have thought that such an insignificant skill could bypass the powerful ability of his king's body. Ninja was very surprised at his words. Outside, there were men who were surprised by such a powerful clash of spiritual power. They wondered what was happening there. One of the men asked Mr. William what they would do and whether he would act. The man replied that with such force he should be no lower than the great master. It is not surprising that he behaved so calmly during the day. Suddenly, the guys asked Mr. William to look forward. 3 more people made their way inside. The men stood on the roof and checked what was happening inside. They peered, observing what was happening, and saw 3 great masters in front of them. Mr. William thought that it would be very interesting to see this sight. But suddenly, a strong explosion occurred, and his people pushed away a wave of incredible power far back. Mr. William was completely covered with later, and moving his eyebrows to his nose with fear looked forward. His people were already lying on the ground with a cubarine flooded from the balcony, and the main character stood from above. He carried people in black hoodies and asked the rest of what they were hiding there. He exclaimed that if they want to take a sacred stone, then let them attack all together. Jang dealt with these 3 guys in black suits very quickly and deftly. He threw these 3 right in front of the gang of those villains who watched what was happening from the balcony. Mr. William watched from the side, and he was wondering if this young man really coped with several great masters. Meanwhile, Jiang Junchen, older brother Jiang Qinhai, sat on a tree. They were very surprised and thought that it was simply impossible. Jiang Qinhai is only 2 years younger than him. Besides, his strength has long been lost. Meanwhile, the man clenched his fists and screamed to attack the boy with a cry. Two who were next to him also prepared for an attack against the protagonist. The firmness of the combat uniform was clear. Mr. William did not expect that all three would finalize their secret techniques for improving the body to such a level. The cultivator, which can paint its body in the color of the armor with the help of its inner spiritual power, is considered the great master of the sect, or even higher. One of them looked at the protagonist and, stretching his finger up, exclaimed that he himself asked for them to do this. He then asked not to say that they were too cruel. The protagonist prepared to repel the attack. He saw the technique of spiritual armor and saying that it was quite interesting to ask the guys to attack. The men clenched their fists and screamed to approach the main character faster and faster. Before they had time to approach him, like a guy had already jumped over their heads and backs. He turned out to be with lightning speed behind the villains who attacked him and tried to strike. Jang told one of the guys that this is pretty good. They combined cultivation techniques with spiritual armor. Then the man asked in response to how he was able to evade their attack. He decided to apply one of his secret tricks and lit up with a bright yellow fire. He was also very dexterous and already ended up behind the protagonist very unexpectedly for him. The men surrounded the boy from all sides and tried to harm him by releasing bright yellow lightning in his direction. The most healthy was already behind him and pounced on his back, the guy trying to strangle him. There was a strong bright explosion in the form of a blue flash, and everything lit up in blue. The big man was very surprised and asked how he was able to break the bones. Jiang replied that he wanted to play with them, but it seemed a little underestimated. The man was very surprised that he withstood the blow. Jang, looking at them, exclaimed that now it was time for them to receive response blows. They could not understand why he would not die. Mr. William noticed a very huge, amazing spiritual power. He became interested in whether this guy could dodge this time. The guys were already approaching the main character to strike. The boy squeezed his fist, which lit up with an unusual symbol in the middle, and bright blue rays spilled in a circle. Mr. William thought for whether he really wants to oppose the enemy's combined blow. The combined blow is the most strong when both cultivators are on the same level, and it is 1 against the 3. This guy is still full of strength. The guys who were sitting on a tree watched what was happening, and one of them exclaimed that the boy would lose. The second replied that it was not a fact and he could even win. The man asked the master what brought him here. One of them was completely sweating and asked, they really did not feel some terrifying power. The man exclaimed that he really felt and he had the feeling that his body would be swallowed now. 3 guys who attacked the protagonist decided to run away, but Jang was already nearby and squeezed his fist. He decided to use the king's fist against these villains, and his strength caught up with the lousers. The strongest explosion occurred again, and a huge funnel in the ground remained after his blow. The main character asked the guys who were behind a tree for a long time they would hide. Mr. Williams straightened his hat and looked at the guy with fear who dealt with everyone. One of them said that since they started talking about this, it would really be shameful to hide further. The guys held different weapons in their hands. Someone had swords, someone had batons with thorns. The main character stood opposite this crowd who wished him death, but still went out of his call, Mr. Williams said, turning to the guy that since he has such a force, he has the right to possess a sacred stone. What happened tonight was just a small joke for everyone, so why not disperse it yet too late? He was told that at tomorrow, an auction, they were waiting for a lot of interesting things. The man was very surprised how he could have power comparable to the Great Master at such a young age. How terrifying power he will possess when it becomes older. One of the guys told Mr. William that he was right and they just came to see, nothing more. They are not with those stupid ninjas and not with the masters. Jiang replied that Mr. William is very eloquent, what he was impressed with. The man replied that he did not expect a compliment from him. If we say how he is in the East, then he does not dare to claim such an honor. Jiang went up to him and said, smiling, that he was impressed by the thickness of his cheek. The men around were angry and asked how he dares to respond badly about their master. Mr. William, the Great Master of the Divine Mind, a representative of the highest level of power in the world and noble origin. He advises him to apologize now. Jiang replied that his only drawback was that he had no habit of apologizing to others. The man threw his glass with wine, which crashed to smithereens and turned away from the protagonist, leaving. He said that he was not going to mess with him, because he is young and inexperienced, so he wants to leave here. The main character suddenly stopped him and asked to wait. Does he really want to leave without leaving anything in return? Then the man was even more frightened and asked what he still wants from him. Jiang extended his hand forward and replied that he wanted all the spiritual stones that the master has now with him, and everyone around them too. If they do not give him stones, then no one will leave here alive. Men began to shout that this boy was too arrogant, how he dares to provoke so many masters at the same time, and he simply searches for death. The man told Xianshani that they would see what can be done. Perhaps they will be able to appropriate the sacred stone. Xianshan immediately listened to the master. The main character approached Mr. William and asked to show an example and get the spiritual stones that he has. The gentleman was in earnest and called the guy an impudent approaching him. He put his hand forward, raising his hand up, and, with a cry "die," decided to apply his abilities. His hand lit up with bright, fiery light, and entire clubs of rays rose up to the sky itself. One of the men exclaimed frightening that this was the technique of weapons of the master of the divine mind. This is one of the greatest skills of Mr. William. The legend says that several great masters died of this technique. The main character, looking up at these golden circles, was very surprised that in this world there is someone who knows the equipment of weapons. The man continued to hold his hand up and laugh. He sarcastically said that the guy would now regret her words. The guys standing nearby noticed powerful equipment and thought that it seems it is true that the masters of the divine mind were invincible. It is a pity that this guy is so young and has the power of the great master. Over time, he could become a holy master. Mr. William continued to release bright yellow circles of burning fire. He exclaimed, looking at the protagonist, that now he would certainly pay for his arrogance, and many fiery arrows flew towards the boy. He released these fiery arrows and asked Jang with anger on his face to immediately go to hell. Jang was completely shrouded in bright golden rays and lightning that approached his body. A strong explosion occurred, and the flame completely enveloped the protagonist. Mr. William called the kid a frivolous Eastern master. He asked to be proud that he died under his blow, but he had not yet agreed this phrase as Jang was behind him and asked about Mr. William. The boy began to get out of this flame, and he was surrounded by a powerful blue ball. This ball seemed to be his protection and support, and a huge black dragon began to get out of it. The dragon was spinning over the heads of the men who tried to attack the boy. He seemed to everyone to be intact and unharmed, and exclaimed that he felt the power of the master of the divine reason. To himself, he thought that the subtlety of the skill of the king's body is that the cultivated spiritual power can show the power of 5 elements. Xianshan was surprised when he saw a water dragon in front of him. He became interested in whether this guy can know the art of 5 elements. Jang said that he was thinking that all these arrows were just his special magical weapon, but it seems that this is an ordinary magic weapon. To himself, he thought that he was still stuck at the first level of the king's body, and if he meets a special magical weapon, this water dragon would not be an equal to him. He asked Mr. William to smoke his water dragon technique and directed all his strength to the man. Mr. William began to use a thick heavenly forest in response and set the block in front of him. The main character became interesting. Can he use spiritual power to create a protective barrier? But he asked the man what he was going to do further approaching him. The boy turned out to be behind the man and inflicted the strongest blow to him right on the back. A powerful explosion occurred, and the wall of the house was destroyed after the flow of energy fell directly into it. The protagonist smiled at him and asked, "Is it really called a dense heavenly forest?" Mr. William was already exhausted after such a powerful power of the guy. Jang thought that the master of the divine mind should be physically weak, but he is in order after his blow, and he was not so exhausted. Mr. William clenched his fist and asked if he hit him with all his might. He explained that besides light tickling, he did not feel anything. The protagonist was surprised and noticed that he also had spiritual armor to everything else. The man explained that he was careless and would no longer allow him to touch him. Then the boy looked into his eyes and asked if he was talking now. He very cleverly found himself in a blue string and began to approach his enemy. The man felt that it was very clever. Jang approached him with a blow and decided to see whether his spiritually armor could block his blow this time. Men looking at what was happening said that Mr. Williams' spiritual armor was just defeated, and they are afraid that with the next blow it would break. The second asked not to worry since he was a beginner and should never have seen Mr. Williams' tricks. This is Mr. S' intentional attempt to show his vulnerability. The main character was already close to the man and grabbing him to think why his body suddenly stopped moving. Mr. William asked the guy not to resist since his body was constrained by his spiritual power of reason. Jiang realized that this was the horror of the master of the divine mind. He asked what was still for the trick and asked to lay out everything he had. Mr. William changed his gaze and putting his hand in front of him exclaimed that now the guy would die. The man began to use the technique of fate avidus and lit up with purple rays. Mr. William directed his strength against the guy, and he already met a bright yellow beam. This ray hit the forehead into the forehead, and he began to scream with a terrible cry, falling to his knees. The man asked the guy whether he regrets what happened. He exclaimed in horror that now the guy would see what he really was capable of. One of the men said that this mental attack of the master of the divine mind, as terrifying, silent, and all-pervasive. The second said that if he dares to joke with the master of the divine mind, then let him prepare for the consequences. Mr. William asked the guy as he asked for mercy. He exclaimed that it was useless and he would die a minute after he fell under his psychic attack. Jang was already on the ground and his eyes glowed with a bright golden color, and he looked somewhere forward. The man noticed this and began to scream terribly as if something had changed in his gaze and movements. He began to scream even more when the guy directed all his energy against him. The men around were very surprised as the mental attack of Mr. William was reflected. He was just in shock and grabbed his hands on his head inquired as possible and what he had just done. The main character smiling replied that this was the easiest kind of mental attack and he thought that he had met the cultivator of spiritual power. Mr. William grabbed his head with his hand and exclaimed that it was simply impossible. He is a great master in any way can withstand his mental attack. He held out his hand forward and really asked the guy too, the master of the divine mind. Then the main character put his leg forward and asked what other master he speaks and pushed him with all his might. He explained to the man that even if he were such a master, it was definitely not as bad as he is. To himself, the boy thought that the cultivation of the king's body not only strengthens the physical body, but also increases spiritual power in geometric progression. It is simply inaccessible to ordinary people like him. Mr. William held crystals in one hand, and the second with a wave, exclaimed that he recognized his defeat. He promises to give the spiritual stones, only asks to spare him. The boy approached him, and taking one of the stones, replied that he had just said that he would kill him with his attack. The man replied then, pouring out later, that there are no, and they do not do this of the divine mind. Before he had time to finish how the trickles of red blood poured out of his mouth, and he began to scream even more falling down. The man fell straight to the ground, face down without moving. The guys around grabbed their heads and asked him really dead. The second said that it was terrible to kill several masters in a row. Even Mr. William, the great master of the divine mind, they immediately began to stretch all their crystals and tell Mr. Jiang that they just passed by and did not want to offend him. They gave all their stones only to express their apologies and the master forgave them. Jiang Junshan asked his master what they would now do, and he thought. He answered his student that this guy is strange, and perhaps he was an old master who had gained youth again. He asked to remember the rumor about the water of longevity for tomorrow's auction. They say that people from 9 ghosts will also come to this event. The guy thought about what the master of the protagonist called and thought that the young old man was Zhang Cheng-hai. The guy went to him and greeted him, explained that they were the Jang family from China. He continued to say that the guy looks a little like his old friend. He became interested in whether he knows a man named Zhang Cheng-hai. Jang began to carefully listen to this guy hearing about the family. He looked at the guy and asked if he was Zhang Junshani. The guy bowed to him and replied that it was really him. In fact, he was very surprised how this guy knows his name. He thought about whether he really is Zhang Cheng-hai, but suddenly the main character raised his palm and hit him with all his might in the face. He exclaimed that there could be no mistake. The man flew down, falling his back directly to the ground with a cry and pain in his soul. He was very surprised and grabbed his hand by the cheek with contempt. Looked at the protagonist, but Jiang did not feel sorry for him, and on the contrary began to finish off this guy that there was strength. The man who was with Jiang Junshan immediately froze and was surprised how everything happened quickly. The boy thought about the fact that he did not even expect to meet someone from the Jang family here. It was because of him that his father was then expelled from his family, and he lost all his strength and almost died. The man rose to his feet and asked him dare to beat him. The main character replied that he had beaten himself. Then the man next to this guy asked him not to be too impulsive because this young man is too strange and you need to be careful. Jiang said that he gave him 10 seconds. If he does not give all the spiritual stones during this time, he will die today. To himself, he thought that his father said that the insult to his Jang family was a load in his heart for the rest of his life. He needs to give the opportunity to deal with this personally, otherwise he will not forget it until the end of his days. That is why he cannot kill them today. The man asked Xianshan to give spiritual stones. The guy wanted to object, but he patted him on the shoulder and explained that they would reduce scores with this guy when they learn more about him. The boy immediately agreed and answered his master that he was completely right to pass the stones. He sorted out the stones and threw a despicable look at the protagonist with hatred, passing them to him. Xianshan exclaimed goodbye that their family would find him and would have to return everything. The man agreed with him and asked him to leave soon. The main character looked after them and said that, let them live a few more days. To himself, he thought that with the help of these stones, he could make the concentration of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the top of Mount Hushan rises before us. The full moon rose at the very top of the sky. Jiang, looking ahead, said that he did not expect this place would be so filled with spiritual strength. It is not surprising that this place attracts martial arts from around the world. When he scattered all his crystals, he concentrated spiritual energy. The boy thought that, although there are only a few low-quality spiritual stones, this is enough. The pharmacy of the concentration of spiritual energy could collect the spiritual energy of the sky and earth. Depending on the quality of the formation, the cultivation rate could be increased at least several times, 10 or even dozens of times. In the previous world of cultivation, even the weakest cultivation sects or clans had the concentration of spiritual energy in their headquarters, and there were several of them. It is good that the spiritual power in this place was increased by at least 20 times. It's even more than the spiritual energy of that cave where he fought with Yan Nanyan. The boy put his hand forward, everything lit up with bright fiery light, and he began the formation of closing his eyes. The main character sat in the lotus position and thought that it was time to break into the next level of the king's body technique. He continued to sit in one place, and a huge bright ray of fiery yellow light rose straight to heaven. After that, he enveloped him from all sides, and the guy with his eyes closed continued to hold several crystals in his hands. This cultivation was quite unpleasant and it hurt. He was covered with droplets of sweat and began to scream in horror. Spiritual power fills his body, and it seems that it will now explode from such a powerful energy. The main character continued to scream, and his eyes were filled with yellow, transparent light. Streams of bright yellow rays rose higher and higher to the sky itself, and he grabbed his head with his hands. Ray continued to rise to the very sky, sparkling with bright yellow colors more and more. Jang said that he finally broke into the second level of the king's body, and his strength reached the last level of formation. He looked at his hands and exclaimed that in this world it was approximately the level of the Holy Master. The boy began to look at and say that 9 ghosts would have to appear in his eyes, and very soon, and now the second day has come, namely noon. The boy climbed the steps to a huge high building. When he went inside him, the girl met at the reception and asked if he was Mr. Jang. The main character, smiling at the girl, replied that it was he who went to the steps. The girl greeted and asked Mr. Jang to go to the second floor with her, so that they would prepare a separate box for him. Jiang began to slowly climb the steps and cast his eyes to the side. He never thought that someone would come out to welcome him. You may be all because of yesterday's brawl. The girl led the master to the VIP room and offered to enter. They explained to him that the next lot put up for auction is a pill of purification. Having accepted this pill, any person can double the speed of cultivation. The guys around were very surprised because it was reducing the speed of cultivation that is something incredible. They thought it was an exaggeration. A girl with a microphone exclaimed, "That is one condition. This pill is effective only for people below the level of a great master. Therefore, it is necessary to make bets in accordance with this condition." One of the guests said that it will act only on those who have the level below the great master. This is impressive because so many people can reach the level of a great master. Another man who hugged the girl offered 20 million for this lot. Another guy who eagerly echoed a hot dog with a sausage said that he was giving 50 million for this lot. Chang thought about the purification pill. Of course, she is not of very good quality, but it is surprising that someone in this world was able to make such a pill, and he was interested in who did it. The girl with a microphone asked if this was the richest man as a richest man, Chen Kun. She thinks that no one will put him anymore. The girl again said that Mr. Jang put 50 million and asked if anyone else wanted to take part in the auction, repeating the amount twice already. She exclaimed that she was sold and congratulated this master for participating in the auction for the pill of purification. A man in glasses told the girl that the boss says that the next lot could be an elixir of immortality. Meanwhile, a bottle with a potion was already handed over to a man who bought such an expensive lot. Jang thought that there are very strong fluctuations in spiritual energy. A girl with a microphone exclaimed that the treasure of their store, the water of immortality, was further put up for the auction. The girl exclaimed that this water of immortality could extend a person's life for more than 50 years. It will act even on ordinary people who did not cultivate. Chen was then covered with a surprised girl with a microphone. Is it really even a strong cultivator who has not reached the level of the Holy Master, has life expectancy as an ordinary person? Suddenly, a girl in a mask appeared on the balcony and said that she would take this water immortality. There were several more girls around her, and she said that she put 5 sacred stones. The protagonist was observing the auction, looking at this girl. He was interested in who she was. The guys in the hall were very surprised when they heard how many stones she puts on this lot. This is not what you can buy for money because the sacred stones themselves are priceless. The main character, closing his eyes, felt the power that belongs to the 9 ghosts. It is much stronger than that of any of the members of the 9 ghosts that he met before. She feels that he captures her spiritual power, and he believes that her strength of the level of the Holy Master. The girl with a microphone voiced the amount of 5 sacred stones and asked who else wants to bet. Then the guys asked to simply declare this lot sold and who could go immediately with trump cards. The girl immediately congratulated this lady on the fact that she made a bet on the invention of their store, namely the water of immortality. If the servant behaves like that, then this means that the host is probably the same, and the girl has already taken her lot. The girl with a microphone gave the command to transfer the water to the buyer, but she was already nearby. She extended a bubble with a potion and she looked a serious look in her direction. Jang thought that this woman could be a master of Sect of 9 ghosts, but she is too young. There are rumors that 100 years ago, 10 or so great sect masters united against the Sect of 9 ghosts, but were killed by their master. The girl looked at the protagonist and grunted. She told her servants, taking her potion, to leave here. The boy continued to watch her and thought that he was interested in knowing who they were. He continued to watch the girl and her servants who went outside. Chen stepped after them and asked why they were in such a hurry to leave. He clenched his fists and smiling and asked if they wanted to stay and drink a cup of tea together. One of the servants grabbed the sword and exclaimed that if he did not want to die, then let him leave right away. The second man decided to use force and said that he would leave if she gives him sacred stones and the water of immortality. He also wanted her to sleep with him. But before he had time to finish, how powerful power hit him directly in his chest. The man screamed, and scarlet blood poured from his throat right to the floor, and he immediately fell dead. The girl put her sword forward and exclaimed that she would repeat her desire and asks them to praise from here. Chen squeezed his hot dog and angrily asked how she dares to attack his people. Then the girl with a sword continued to stand and wait for their attack. Chen gave the team to kill them immediately. Everything around was flashed with bright golden rays, and the guys were surrounded by incredible and powerful power. The girl only cut everyone into small pieces and blood poured from their bodies. Xunshan asked his boss whether everything was really planned. Is he really looking for his death? The guys thought that it was too cruel and several people died. You need to be able to kill so many people at once. The protagonist, looking at the girls who left, thought that he had a very bad foreboding. He continued to watch where they were going and was already on High Stone. He heard some kind of noise and cast his eyes to the side. The boy walked between stones and tall, dense thickets. The girls had already turned into a green forest, entering the very depths of the forest thicket. The protagonist followed, of course. He was a little scared and anxiety enveloped his heart. Drops of sweat flowed down the face of the protagonist. He turned around and saw a lot of fog around him. Not understanding where he came from, the boy decided that here something was definitely not so, and was even more alerted. A little paused. When there was even more fog around him, he decided that it was acting in someone's spell, but he could not understand why this spell is so similar to what was on the island of the immortal Penlai. Perhaps it was also created by them and he did not have a way out now. He froze in place and he was surrounded by a thick white fog. The girl came as close to the guy as possible and asked if he was Mr. Jiang. The boy spread his arms to the sides and replied that she already knew who he was. He asked if she was a master of Sect of 9 ghosts. The girl replied that she was Jiang Xinxie, the 18th master of the Sect of 9 ghosts. Master Jang killed their several students. And why not give him this at least some explanation? The boy threw a despicable look at her and asked what she wanted. The girl replied that in 9 ghosts, they always appreciated talents. And Mr. Jiang is so young and so developed. If he joins them, they will be able to settle their grievances. The main character was very surprised and replied that she would take revenge on anyone who harmed his parents. Jiang Xinsui said that in this case she would not stand on ceremony with him. The girl directed in his direction bright sharp swords who approached him at an incredible speed. Jiang felt the spiritual power of these swords and very strong. There were too many of them. He became interested in how 3 people were able to get such an incredible spiritual power. Swords were approaching faster and began to stick into the ground with their powerful peaks. The girl exclaimed, turning to her chapter that it seems this guy was not as strong as they thought about her. The second also supported her. Jang began to beat off his swords with his own hands and said that he expected only 2 spiritual swords real. The girls became interested in how he could find 2 spiritual swords and stop them with his bare hands. The protagonist grinned at how they could try to harm him with such small tricks. He beat off 2 sharp balls in their direction and asked to catch them because he returns these swords to them. The girls were very surprised because he had just revealed his position. The second asked not to panic and use her spiritual power to protect. They put their palms forward and they lit up with a bright yellow light. The girls tried to resist the main character, but he was not a mistake. Miss went further while her subordinates from the strongest blows fell down. The girl approached the main character and asked how he dared to kill her people. Jang smiling replied that this was not his fault and they tried to kill him first. He cannot just stand quietly and watch how he is attacked. When clones came out of it again, he realized that she was using the same trick. Zhang Xinzue approached the main character faster, and there were several. The boy was sweating a little as he realized that they were all real. He felt a little uneasy. He imagined that this was just an illusion due to speed and decided not to be fought for it. The boy was in a blue ball in the form of protection, hiding from the powerful energy of her opponent. Jiang Xinji carefully watched the ball in which the main character was. Jang did not expect it to be at an average level of formation of the base. The boy said that he underestimated her. Zhang Xinji grunted and exclaimed that she wanted to leave him alive, but changed her mind. Zhang replied that she was chatting a lot, but he is not sure that she was able to kill him. Before he had time to finish how the girl had already raised her hand up in order to attack the main character again, the guy again felt the art of 5 elements and she began to use the technique of a water dragon. She released the blue dragon towards the guy, and he began to run away from the open mouth of the monster. The dragon was chasing him faster, and Zhang gave Daru through the entire cave and mountain embankments. He thought that this woman is so good in applying the art of 5 elements at an average level of development. Running away, he thought that someone was taught above this level, which speaks of his incredible abilities. The girl clenched her fist and released a new flow of energy in the form of blue rays. Blue bright rays have almost touched the protagonist, and now they lifted him up. He circled in blue bright rays as if in a tornado funnel, and she continued to watch him. After that, Zhang Xinzui approached the guy and exclaimed, raising her sword over his head, that none of those who want to kill 9 ghosts would run away. She swung with all her might and hit the guy on the head with her sharp sword. He seemed to bifurcated in the form of a blue mummy, and his head was divided into 2 parts. After that, he evaporated in this blue haze that the girl was very surprised. Jang suddenly appeared opposite her and said that the master of 9 ghosts was really ruthless and merciless. He asked who would kill the girl without looking at her face before that, and took off the bandage. He took off the mask that was on her face and saw the appearance of Jiang Xinji carefully peering into her. Jang actually thought that Yu Yao is the most beautiful, but he did not expect that the master of the sect of 9 ghosts had a special beauty. Jiang Xinji began to hide behind her hair a little embarrassed. She asked how he dares to remove the veil from her and promised to kill him. Jang asked the girl why she was fighting and killing with such a wonderful appearance. Why shouldn't she submit to him? And he thought about still sparing her life. Jiang Xinji immediately asked him to shut up because he was the first man in the world to see her face. So he must die today, and she took her sword again, rose above his head. The girl wanted to deliver a crushing blow, put the block in front of her on the boy. His block did not work normally, and he flew far back, falling on his back. Suddenly, a fiery dragon already appeared around him, and he spun in a bright yellow funnel. The dragon was already behind him, and he felt it with all his guts with a wary. His fiery dragon took off up to fight her blue, powerful dragon. 2 great forces met and weaved in a fight among themselves, while a guy and a girl stood opposite each other. She was very surprised and asked if he knew exactly the same water dragon technique as she did. The boy replied that he was known as the Master Jang, and who copied the 5 elements. Simply put, he learned all the spells of the 5 elements, just seeing them once. To himself, he thought that such low-grade spells of the 5 elements were not even worth mentioning in his past life. Jiang Xinzi raised 2 fingers up and exclaimed that this could not be. It cannot be that a copy of the water dragon could compete with the real technique of a water dragon, which her master personally handed over to her. The dragons continued to fight among themselves, and the guys look at each other and be at a quarrel. The girl again pulled 2 fingers forward and her dragon began to erupt the blue flame from her mouth. The main character also extended his hand forward and his fiery dragon began to erupt the flame. Again, 2 forces met, and their dragons continued to erupt the flame against each other. It was beautiful to watch, like a blue and yellow beast fighting against each other. They grabbed in a fierce battle trying to kill each other, which was even more bewitching. The fiery dragon rose above the blue and began to erupt a very powerful stream of bright yellow flame on it. After such an incredible power, the girl began to fall with a cry down, as the fiery dragon had just wounded her. Jang asked whether it was possible to ask her a question, and asked in what relations 9 ghosts consist with the immortal, a group that sold the water of immortality, most likely unusual martial arts masters. He asked the girl whether he thinks right. Jiang Tinsi exclaimed, looking into his eyes so that he himself asked if she wanted to know. Then the protagonist asked the girl, is she really not afraid that he would kill her now? Jiang Xinji in response asked if he wanted to take revenge on her master, and asked her to kill her then and would never find him again. The guy grabbed his sword with his hand and thought about what he should do with this girl. He said, without letting out the weapon from his hands, that since he found her, he could find her master. Does she really think he will not do this? Then the girl asked to wait and said that she could take her to her master. She thought that he was only at the level of the foundation like her, and the master was already far ahead and he would die in a battle with him. The sky was bright and starry, which made it possible to see around very well. Jiang Xinji led the protagonist to her master, and now she said, approaching a huge stone in the form of the entrance, that they are already in place. Jang noticed that they have 9 ghosts. A strange taste, and they use an ancient maze as a shelter. The girl replied that it was not too late to retreat at least his strength, and unusual. But if he decides to resist all of the 9 ghosts, then this is the right way to die. The boy asked if she was worried about him. Jiang Xinji was in earnest angry and turning to him asked not to flatter herself. She went to a huge stone and laid her hand in the middle, after which the door began to open slowly in different directions. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that he was looking for his death, so let her not blame her. They went inside and began to move along a narrow concrete bridge. They walked along it for a long time until they approached a circle in the form of small steps. The main character became interested in why there is no one in such a big shelter, and he looked at the wall. Then he raised his eyes and saw a huge square in the form of purple rays. Bright rays completely enveloped the protagonist, and he began to put his protection in the form of a blue ball around him. Some man in a hoodie stood on a high concrete column and put his hands forward. He said that he worked in the network of spiritual energy. The man was not alone. There were several of them, and they used the heavenly spiritual network. Jang thought that there was no one here, but in fact it turned out that it was an ambush. Jiang Xinji told the guy that he was too underestimated by 9 ghosts and carefully came here and therefore he would die. Then the boy asked if they think that they caught him with this holy network. Men in hoodies called him an arrogant boy and exclaimed that he would certainly die today. The main character again found himself in the purple bright rays hiding behind his blue protection in the form of a ball. He grabbed his flying sword that lit up with a bright golden light. The guy grabbed the sword exclaiming, looking at the villains, that they would become experimental for his sword. Jiang Xinji was very surprised when she saw a flying sword in his hands. She felt incredible power. She heard from her master as if only a true cultivator could acquire him, and she wondered how he got him. The boy continued to wave his sword and asked where their power was now. Jang was in a stream of powerful power. Against their power, he waved his sharp sword. Streams of bright sunlight poured outwardly, illuminating everything around inside. The man in a hoodie asked the others not to panic, but to create a spiritual shield rather. The guys were wary and began to create a huge purple shield with a whole crowd. A strong explosion occurred, and stones began to fly in different directions, falling with a roar to the ground. The protagonist scattered all the people in the hoodies with his sword and broke their abode. And he smiled at the people lying on the ground and did not let out his sword out of his hands. Jiang Xinji went to the meeting and looked in surprise at what had happened. The guys whom he scattered did not stand from the ground. Some who were still alive began to rise to their feet and put their hands forward. In their hands were sharp daggers that shone with bright purple rays. They raised their hands up along with this weapon, and flashes flashed around. They wanted to release a volley of gun against the protagonist in order to neutralize their enemy. But the boy grabbed his sword and directed him to the side in order to defend himself and attack them. The sword sparkled with golden darkness, illuminating everything around and giving fear to others. He fell into the guys, tearing them to pieces, and they screamed, facing their faces on the stones. The boy raised his sword up and turned to the girl. He wanted to officially declare, From today, 9 ghosts no longer exist. But suddenly he heard some kind of sound near himself. The main character could not understand what was happening and sat down on one knee, sweating a little. He felt a powerful, incredible spiritual power and was a little alert. Suddenly, someone called the girl, calling his student. It was her mentor. A man with a rod in his hand stood on the very top step. He was the head of 9 ghosts, and his name was Jiang. The guys who still remained alive immediately fell to his knees in front of him and greeted their mentor. Jiang grinned that only a few years have passed since the girl joined 9 ghosts, but she led her tale. Jiang Xinxi also kneel and asked her to forgive her for her mistake. Jang was also kneeling and raising his eyes, a little inquiring if he was the head of the sect of 9 ghosts. The man continued to hold a golden rod in his hands and slowly descend the steps a little lower. Suddenly, the protagonist rose into the air without releasing his long sword from his hands. There was a strong flash in the form of a golden beam, and he hit his back on the concrete column with all his might. The main character fell on one knee and felt a mirror of refuge. In his cheeks were flowing streams of sweat, and he thought that for the first time after returning to this world, he ran into an enemy who made him feel powerless. In the end, the level of world of cultivation differs from the level of the world of masters of martial arts. The difference in strength of one level is huge. Jiang noted that at such a young age he was already a great master, and it is not surprising that he was so arrogant. It is a pity only one thing that he did not contact those. The boy got to his feet and exclaimed, looking at the man, that the one who had caused harm to his parents would pay for everything. The master, looking at the kid, replied that he couldn't protect his loved ones in any way. The sword in the hands of the protagonist was lit up with bright gold, and he asked about the truth. The boy began to tear off her legs from the ground and approach her enemy faster and faster. But the master was much faster and stronger. Before Jang would come to him like a strong hand and a man was on his neck, Jiang told the chief hero that he could not defeat him since the difference between them was too great. He squeezed the guy's throat very much and a stream of blood began to flow out of his mouth. The man lifted Jang high above the ground and lowered it to the ground very rudely and boldly. The stones scattered to the sides and the exhausted boy fell on a hard surface. Jiang asked Jiang Xinxi to lock him and asked not to rush with the murder. The girl immediately listened to her mentor. Jiang Xinxi changed in her face, thought that it was all because of his self-conceit. She warned him that the master is very strong and invincible. Before she had time to finish the string of her thoughts, as the main character recovered and sat down in front of them, he exclaimed, bleeding, that no one had left no one more serious than scratches on him. The master carefully looked at the guy and was very surprised from where this aura appeared with him. Jiang began to rise to his feet and said that this is the first time on Earth when he uses the whole power of the king's body technology. Despite the fact that this is only the first stage, it is very noticeable, and he rose to his feet. Jiang Xinxi was simply shocked by the fact that she felt incredible power, which was stronger than her mentor. She could not understand who this Jang Warfei. Information received during the organization's investigation showed that he was nothing more than the son of an ordinary martial artist. So why then this guy is so strong? The girl could not understand this. The main character was already approaching his enemy to strike. He was very quickly next to him, but the master blocked the blow with his golden rod. He was very surprised because, even at such a speed, not to hurt him. He tried to explain this to the main character. Jang did not listen to him, but came up faster and faster close to his enemy. He had already crept up to his golden rod that cracked from above and began to crumble. The rod simply crumbled in the hands of the master that he was simply surprised to endlessly. It is simply impossible and no one can break through its shield. As a guy was able to do this to him unknown. Jiang stood down his back on sharp stones from such a powerful energy of Jang. He was beside himself with rage and could not understand how this guy suddenly became much stronger. The man decided that if he went further, he would not be able to do anything. But the protagonist was already on top of him, and a powerful flow of energy spilled over the entire dark cave. The boy asked the master, is it all that he is capable of? He again struck the master of the strongest blow such that he flew away far back, breaking huge sharp stones with his body. The guys in the hoodies could not understand how the masters knocked down. Jiang Xinxi covered her face with her hands, thought that it was simply impossible. From the moment she met him, she never saw his defeated. Jiang got to his feet. He said, making his way through thick white smoke, that he did not expect that some kind of Patlin guy would win him. He completely stood on the ground and glowed with a blue transparent haze that enveloped his body. The boy felt the body of a water spirit who seemed to be going on in the master. He did not think that the man owns the body of the water spirit. The master stood whole and unharmed in front of the main character. The body of the water spirit can stimulate the potential of the human body and can instantly increase its strength by more than doubled. Even in the world of cultivation, this is a very rare skill. Jiang told the guy to now pray for mercy, and perhaps he would spare his life. He thought that this guy really knows about the body of water, and perhaps he is from a sect of cultivation. Jang, looking at the old man, replied that he was not going to beg for mercy. On the contrary, just in time to experience the whole strength of the first stage of the king's affairs, Jiang put his palm forward and in this case asked the guy to take death from his hand. The main character was opposite the man and threw a despicable look at him. The master has completely changed and his eyes lit up with a snow-white void. He released a stream of powerful power towards the guy and asked him to rest on the world. But Jang put his palm trying to recapture the old man's powerful blow, and a bright, fiery flash occurred. The strongest explosion illuminated everything around when their forces met. People in hoodies flew away from a powerful flow of energy. Jiang Zinzi also flew away far back, feeling terrifying power and power. Bright yellow rays rose up in the form of a strong conflagration, which burned and rose to the ceiling itself. The old man continued to fight against the guy, and each of them put up defense. Jang, clenching his fists, thought that he was with him on an equal footing. Despite the fact that he first used the full power of the king's body on Earth, the impact forces were enough to break through his shield. The master carefully looked at the protagonist, and he became interested in what kind of technique this guy is using, because he is almost powerless against him. Jang again rose into the air and bouncing over his head of the enemy squeezed his strong fist. The man tried to calculate that the guy was going to take and sighed heavily. He did not manage to do anything like a powerful fist of the kid was already right in his chest. But suddenly the man was behind him and exclaimed, touching his shoulder, that he was careless. Since he did not notice him and is so careless, he will immediately break his hand. But it wasn't there, and Jang, with a deft movement of his second hand, turned the hold on the contrary, grabbing the master by the palm of his hand. The next blow flew right into his chest and streams of scarlet blood sprayed from his mouth. The main character put into flight with one powerful blow to the master, and he flew far back. A strong explosion occurred and white thick smoke enveloped the man. Jiang Xinji was scared for her mentor and called him. Jiang asked the guy who he was and exclaimed that he could not be so strong at such a young age. The boy laughed and replied that if he did not meet like him, this does not mean that there are no people like him. Jiang said that he was concerned that such power was behind him. But since he is so aggressive, he asked not to blame him for rudeness. The man decided to act and began to release blue rays towards his opponent. He lit up with a bright blue color and began to release blue lightning towards the guy. He exclaimed that outside he could still have a chance to defeat him, but not here. And inside this cave, he created an invincible body of the water spirit. The protagonist was observing the master realize that this technique continuously fueled it with spiritual energy. From the palm of the master, the blue dragon began to fly out and approach the boy. He was already too close to the main character, and he tried to understand how he would continue to act. He saw in front of him again a powerful blue dragon which was already close to him. Without thinking twice, Jang released his fiery monster that had already approached the blue monster. They again merged in a terrible battle and the blue dragon grabbed Red with his teeth, but he quickly burst out of his arms. Jang exclaimed that he did not know where the man learned the technique of a water dragon, but he considers her too weak against him. The boy put his arms to the sides and lit up with a red fire flame as if he were in a bright ball. This ball enveloped him from all sides so that the blue dragon could not break through his defense. He surrounded the completely bright red ball and tried to go inside. But how can a simple midges try to break through his spiritual shield? 6 blue dragons appeared in front of the main character. He did not expect the master to release 6 water dragons at once. Even at a high level, it is impossible to do this. And is it really because of the body of the water spirit? The boy barely got out of his protection that these dragons began to break through. He grabbed his chest by his chest because he was hard to breathe. Jiang said that inside the body of the water spirit, his spiritual power is limitless. The protagonist, smiling, asked a man whether he had some other techniques. It was really difficult for him to breathe, but he still held on. Jiang began to release his monster again. He decided to use the technique of the king of water dragons, and the blue rays spilled around. The blue dragon again began to approach the guy to strike. The man released his beast, laughed, and exclaimed that he would regret that he had contacted him. Jiang Xinzi asked her teacher Li died. Jiang asked if she wanted to die. The girl obviously did not want this, but did not know what to answer her teacher with a little hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy exclaimed that he was very sorry, but he was going to disappoint them. The old man could not understand what was happening. The water dragon is destroyed from the inside, and this guy simply could not do this. There was a strong explosion inside his dragon, and he really seemed to begin to crumble into pieces. His power began to run out, and the dragon turned from blue into a purple ray. Jan Mei was very surprised because this purple flame looks strange, but in 5 elements the water defeats fire. And then the purple ray already flew up to the water blue wave at an incredible speed. Jang asked the master. Really, he still does not understand that this is an unusual fire. The gloomy lotus of the first-level purple flame that he uses against his enemy. Jan Mei closed his eyes and began to scream in horror, feeling this incredible power. His face changed, and the man realized that this purple flame could not be repaid. Jang asked the master not to fight as it is a purple flame transformed from a purple flower. It will not go out until the goal will burn. Jan Mei continued to scream and asked how he dares to use such an evil technique against him. Jiang replied that they, 9 ghosts, committed a lot of bad deeds, and he still had the arrogance to blame others for this. Then the man began to draw something in his palm and exclaimed that he would die and take him with him. Zhang Zinsui, observing from the side, realized what her teacher actually wanted to do. Jan Mei told the girl that this water spirit technique was initially given to her. Therefore, they must defend him together certainly. Meanwhile, the guys in the hoodies settled on a gravity. They said that now everything would explode here and began to run away from wherever as possible. Zhang squeezed his teeth angry, exclaimed that the spiritual power was so powerful and could explode. He did not expect this, and the master said that he would kill him even if he died himself. The strongest explosion occurred again, and bright fire rays rose to the most stone ceiling. The man smiled angrily, smiling that he would be buried with him. The strongest explosion ruined many sharp, huge stones in the cave. With his incredible force, he destroyed his own abode, and stones scattered around. At the scene of the explosion was a deep funnel, and clubs of white smoke rose right up. A hand appeared from this funnel, and the protagonist began to climb out with a girl. Jiang clicking on her that this old man had gone crazy and he killed his own people. Jiang Zinsi began to pull out a sharp blade from his shoes and approach the main character behind in order to kill him. The boy thought that if he had not reached the next level of the king's body, then he would have had a hard time now. Before he could finish his thought, as the girl was already behind him and stabbed on the shoulder with a knife. Blood immediately poured from the shoulder of the protagonist, and he exclaimed that he had saved her. But she still decided to take revenge on him. Zhang Xinji, with tears in her eyes, asked why he saved her. Jiang asked not to understand him incorrectly because it is simply because it will still be useful to him. The girl replied that he destroyed their organization, killed her teachers, so she should take revenge. She continued to resist the main character and approach him with a new strike. The boy, looking at her stubbornness, exclaimed that she was acting very stupid. With one deft movement, he disarmed the girl and she began to fly far back, hitting a huge stone. He explained that 9 ghosts committed too many atrocities, so she better stare. Zhang Xinji grimaced, lowered her gaze to the floor and thought that she had nothing to oppose to him. Jiang came close to the girl and, taking her face with his hand, said that he would not kill her, but she would have to serve him. Zhang Xinshui replied that almost none of the followers of the 9 ghosts could live, and 3 months away from the organization. Then the boy asked if she also wanted to be in the grave for them if everyone died. The girl replied that everyone who obeys 9 ghosts should take a tablet of leopard grounds given by the master. Although this significantly increases strength, it must be taken once every 3 months, otherwise wait for death. Jiang said that he considered them devoted students, but they are all just in despair. It is better to die than to constantly hope for the actions of a leopard foundation. Then the main character replied that he could calm her and he may have an antidote. Zhang Xinzi exclaimed, looking in surprise at him, that it was simply impossible. Only the highest level masters can convey the antidote to students. Then the protagonist began to pull out some little thing from behind the bosom. Zhang Xinzi was very surprised when she saw in front of her a spatial ring of her teacher. The master seemed to be revived and dried up with a bright blue flame approaching them. In the hand of the guy was really his strongest ring of golden color. The palm lit up with bright fiery light and the ring began to rise up. A lot of cold weapons began to leave it and climb up. Among the weapons were a variety of bottles with a potion. The girl saw a bottle of antidote in front of her. Jiang heard about him in a past life. This is an elixir that was improved by a formula transmitted by the Shenlin sect during the Qing dynasty. He told the girl that if she obeyed him, then he would forever save her from the toxic action of the Leopard Foundation. She asked if his words were true and froze in anticipation of an answer. The main character, looking at her, asked him to save her life if he wanted to lie. Then Jiang Zhenxia dutifully knelt before him and said that from today she would swear to serve the master Jang. The boy replied that these were just a word. If she betrays him, then he will turn her life into such hell that the leopard base will seem to her a fairy tale. Jiang Zinsui continued to stand in front of him on her knees and agreed with the boy. Jiang ordered the girl to go and restore the activities of 9 ghosts here. 10 days later, he asked to find him in the city of Yunlei, and he will give her an antidote. The girl immediately obeyed and headed for his order. Jiang, when she left, fell to his knees and streams of scarlet blood began to flow out of his lips. He thought that she had finally left. He could no longer restrain the surge of blood and qi. He already used all his strength. Looking at the stones, he thought that this is quality, and they are much better than at random. He realized that this was a really worthwhile thing and picked up a bottle of Payandan. Payandan is the highest quality pills designed to heal the wounds of cultivators. And on this earth, there are talented cultivators, and the guy immediately drank pills. When there will be free time, he decided to cook more of such pills to feel much calmer. And now I have passed for an hour. The main character continued to meditate sitting in a bright fiery stream. He closed his eyes and climbed the air on the fiery cloud. His hair spread out in the wind. The boy thought that he did not expect that he could reach the average stage of life. In combination with the king's body, he can be on the Battle of Big with a master of the late stage of Bigu Jin. Jang raised his hand up and sharply a golden sword was in his palm. He opened his eyes, continued to meditate and swing a golden sword in front of him. Only one of his waves and a sharp, huge stone was half cut. After that, the boy began to wave along other stones and they climbed up scattered around. Jang stroked his sword and smiling said that of course his strength is not enough to release all the power of a flying sword. As his strength increases, the power of his weapon increases and it is just fine. More than 2 weeks have already passed and you need to return home. The plane was already in the air. And before the main character, an international transition to which he finally reached. The boy climbed the steps among the crowd of people constantly thinking about something. One man in sunglasses pushed all the people and apologized, asked to give him the way. On the street stood girls and men with posters who said that they endlessly love Yue. The girl took off her sunglasses and continued to say that they love her. The main character was also among this crowd and realized that she was in front of him. This girl was the incredibly popular singer of their generation of Ga Yue, and in a past life her singing helped him at the most difficult moments. What a pity that she died in a car accident. But the boy felt that something was clearly wrong here. Why does its necklace come from negative energy? Is her death really related to martial arts? The main character thought about it. He was near the waiting terminal. The weather was sunny and beautiful. The atmosphere did not foresee anything bad. Jang looked carefully at the number and was surprised that already on the 23rd of June, his gaze changed and he realized that this is the day when the singer was in a car accident. Ge Yue and Zhenmin are participants in the world famous honey group. It seems that that girl is one of the participants and she also has an aura of martial arts master, so she gave Gai Yue the very necklace. The man asked the singer whether she would definitely get it herself, to which the girl replied that she really wants to go herself. The man with glasses was upset and asked her to be careful on the road. Zhou Yu waved her partner's hand and asked if she wanted to ride with her. She explained that she knows one place where delicious desserts are served. The girl in response, smiling, said that she did not want and go with the manager. She asked the girl to protect herself. Ge Yue sincerely smiled partners and said that then the next time they would go together, and now the red car was already racing along the highway. The guys shouted after that they would always love her. The partner had already called someone and said that Ge Yue had already left. Singer Yue, at full speed, raced on a high-speed highway in her car. Yue was driving a convertible. Opposite her, a huge truck raced along the road. A huge truck drove straight to a car of a frightened girl and rammed it. The truck hit the girl's car with all force and carried it to the side. The girl's car after the blow flew off the side of the road and hit the tree. The driver left the truck and took the phone. The man told his partner on the phone that the matter was done. The woman answered the driver so that he would not leave traces. The man looked in front of him in surprise and saw that Jiang went to the girl and took her in the hand. Jiang silently swung his foot with all his might, hit the man. The driver, after a very strong blow from the protagonist, flew off and crashed into the car. Yue came to her senses in the arms of a guy. She opened her eyes and looked around in bewilderment. The singer was surprised to ask the protagonist who he is. Jang answered the girl that someone wished her death, and he saved her. The main character sharply jumped with the girl up. A car exploded behind them. Yue thought in surprise that she did not even have time to raise, as Jang appeared and threw her out of the car. The protagonist supported the weakened girl with his hands. Yue was surprised to ask the guy who could be so cruel as to go to this. A man ran up from the side. He held out his fist forward and shouted to the guy so that he would not get into where he should not. The protagonist dodged very quickly to the side and set the driver to the driver. He felt that the man had a late stage of Hua Jin. The driver sharply swung his hand against the protagonist and shouted that the 7 people were blessed by his strength. He used a Jetinshin fist. The main character sharply swung his foot and hit the flying man with all his might. The main character with all his might hit the man's foot and angrily asked who hired him. The frightened singer stood and looked at the unfamiliar man. Jang angrily asked the driver who sent him to kill this girl. The man shouted to the guy with a weakening voice that he was sent by Zen Min. The main character was surprised when he heard about Zen Min. He did not understand how this could be. The man abruptly ran to a standing car. The main character viciously turned to him. Jang activated the magic in his hand, and a bright glow appeared near him. The main character attacked a truck and a driver with the help of magic. There was a bright explosion. Ye, with excitement, asked the guy, "Did he really want to kill a man?" Jang said to the girl with a reasonable voice that kindness to the enemy is cruelty towards himself. On the second day, there were many people on the street near the building. Red advertising ribbons hung on huge blue balls. A man with a glass in his hands came up and asked the woman, "Is it over with business?" Min, with a smile, informed Mr. Louis that everything went very successfully. Louis remembered how the singer rejected him. He shouted that the girl should not go to anyone. Min ran up to the man and thanked him for taking on expenses for this matter. Louis put his hands to the girl's head and said that she would not need anything. A guy with glasses ran up from the side. He asked Mrs. Zen if Madame Gay arrived. The guy in glasses with excitement said that an autograph session should begin soon. Louis, in a strict voice, explained to the manager Jiang that Madame Gay could not come today. Instead, Mrs. Zen will be. Louis angrily asked the manager, was something wrong here? The manager answered the partner that everything was fine. Previously, the boss informed him that that evening he transferred the office of the Big Bear to the young Mr. Louis. Louis pointed his hand to the side and said that the manager was preparing. The guy bowed and said that he would do everything. The singer came up from the side and asked people in a strict voice who said that she would not come. People turned around and was surprised to notice Go Yue. The main character stood next to her. Min looked in surprise at the singer, strictly asked, "How could this be possible?" Yue angrily asked Min, did she really not expect to see her here? Louis looked at the singer in dismay and wanted to ask why she was still alive. Yue pointed her hand to the protagonist and said that she was saved by him. Louis turned around and reminded the woman who was frightened that she told him that everything had passed successfully. After a small pause, Louis carefully turned to the side to the main character. The man pointed to the protagonist and said that he had no right to enter here without an invitation. Jang, in a calm voice, told his partner that he could go anywhere and will stop him. Lai pointed his finger to the side. He viciously shouted to the guards to bring the offender. The guard approached the main character and said that if he has no invitation, then he should go out with them. Yu ran to the guards and shouted in an evil voice that she herself invited Jang here. Min grabbed the singer's hand and strictly asked how she dared to argue with Mr. Louis. Yue was angry and swung her hand. She knocked Min with all her strength. Yue angrily shouted a surprised girlfriend that she decided to kill her. Jang thought with surprise to himself that she was a strong girl. The guards angrily clasped the guy from all sides. Suddenly, the fighters felt that they could not move. The man got angry. He viciously looked at the guy and thought that he was a master of martial arts. Louis swung his hand against the protagonist and viciously shouted that he would kill him. The man screamed very loudly. Suddenly, his hand fell off during the blow. The main character, in a calm voice, told the guards that he should not deal with him. Opposite him stood a frightened Louis without his right hand. The beaten and wounded man viciously shouted to the guards to kill the main character. The fighters from all sides attacked the guy. One of them angrily asked Jang, how did he dare to harm the master? Near the main character, there was a very strong and bright explosion. The guards flew far to the side. Inside the room, a man at a table with drinks told the guy that he hopes that he would introduce him to Master Jang. The guest responded to his partner that Master Jang had disappeared half a month ago. The man looked in surprise at the guy and asked him about the disappearance. The guy told in a calm voice that even the family of Xia, who was very close to the Master Jiang, could not contact him. Suddenly, a servant ran into the room. He shouted to boss that the young master had been chopped off. The boss asked a frightened voice with a subordinate, "What happened?" The servant shouted in a frightened voice to the man that the life of a young master is in danger. The subordinate fled along the corridor and shouted so that the boss followed him as soon as possible. Min stood on the side and looked in surprise at the protagonist. Mr. Lui could not withstand one blow of the guy. Min rushed to the side of her girlfriend and asked her not to kill her. They knew each other for more than 10 years. The main character sharply put his hand forward and attacked the woman with a bright beam. Min fell aside. Father came up and saw his son kneeling on the ground. Nearby was his severed hand. Louis, in a frightened voice, asked his father to take revenge on him. The man sternly told his son that he would make the guy pay twice as much. The boss pointed with his hand to the protagonist and threatened that he would not leave here alive. The guy came up from the side and called the master Jang in a frightened voice. The protagonist turned in surprise and noticed that Zhao was standing next to him. Zhao greeted the protagonist. He called him the head of Jiang. The man was surprised that in front of him was the head of the Alliance of Martial Arts of the city of Yunlei. The boss scaredly fell to his knees and shouted that he was in front of him, the real Master Jiang. Louis was surprised at the words of his father. Father hit his son with his hand on the back and shouted to shut up. Jiang angrily looked at the man and recalled that he said that he would not leave here alive. The boss, in a frightened voice, asked for forgiveness from the protagonist. The man thought to himself that the master is very harsh. If he kills his son, then he will be able to give rise to another. The main character maliciously told the man that he wants to chop off his son's second hand. The boss turned to his son and viciously said that he did not give a worthy respect to the master Jang. The protagonist, in an evil voice, told a man and son that they would fail as soon as possible. Jang turned around and sternly asked Zhao, why was he looking for him? The partner told the main character that the head of the Northwest tried to invade the city of Yunlei. The protagonist angrily thought about himself when he heard about the head of the Northwest. The main character angrily asked the guy who was the head of the Northwest. Zhao explained to his partner that Lu Tianlun is the king of the Northwest. Zhao told the main character that Lu Tianlun was holding 5 provinces of the Northwest and controls the schools of martial arts. The main character told Zhao in a thoughtful voice that their city Yunlei was subordinate to the province of Linen. Zhao explained to his partner that their province of Linen borders on the Northwest, and therefore they have not yet interfered with each other's affairs. Zhao, with excitement, told his partner that recently other fighters have been constantly crossing the border and amazing their martial arts schools. The main character strictly asked his partner, did the neighbors know about him? Zhao explained with excitement to the chief hero that no one had dared to try before him. But after when the fighters learned about him, then everything changed. The protagonist looked angrily at his partner and said that he would speak on. Zhao, in a malicious voice, told the guy that the fighters called him a dog and said that he was not an equal to the head of the Northwest. The protagonist repeated the words about the head of the Northwest in a thoughtful voice. Jiang sharply held out her hand forward and tore off the necklace from the girl. The guy explained the surprised singer that the enchanted necklace poisoned his life every day. He wanted to destroy him. Jiang squeezed a necklace in his hand. He told his companions that they needed to go and hold the head of the Northwest. On the street near the temple stood a group of fighters opposite each other. The guests shouted to the soldiers that they were all weak. The leader shouted in an evil voice to the fighters to call their masters Jang. The subordinate slyly told boss that their opponent could appear at any moment and kill them all. The man asked the fighters with an evil and impatient voice, "Where is their boss?" The girl shouted in a dissatisfied voice to the rivals so that they would not dare to insult their masters. The old man said Feng Huan in a frightened voice so that she would not think to fight against opponents. Boss shouted to the girl an evil voice to come to him. He would have made her a wife. The old man viciously asked the rivals, how do they dare to speak like that with his granddaughter? The boss swung with all his strength and hit the old man in the chest. He shouted that his grandfather had overestimated his strength. Feng ran up to the wounded old man with fright and helped him rise. She asked her grandfather, how did he feel? The angry Hale viciously asked the fighters, how did they dare to harm her grandfather? A fire appeared around her. Feng began to go forward. A fire sparkled around her. The boss shouted in a frightened voice that the girl had great power and the middle stage of Hua Jin. The old man looked in front of him, said that he sees 9 turns of a destructive fire. The old man shouted to the girl from behind so that she would not use the technique of 9 turns of a destructive fire. Her body is now unable to withstand the consequences of such a technique. A hairdryer surrounded by fire was moving forward. She was very weak and could not get the approval of the master if she did nothing. The main character, along with the girl, was in the mountains. He told her that she was not worthy to be his student. The hairdryer sat in a meditative pose on the ground with her eyes closed and fire appeared around it. Suddenly, the girl felt very poorly. She had a bloody vomiting. The boss, with fright, noticed how a bright fireball appeared on top of the girl. Feng held out her hands forward and launched a flame in front of her. She shouted about the first circulation of destructive fire. The fighters scattered in all directions. The boss put it frightened in front of him and shouted that a terrifying force was enclosed in the fire. Feng continued to attack the opponent with fire. She shouted that she would not lose and deserve the respect of the master. The fighter scaredly shouted that he could not withstand such a technique from his opponent. There was a very strong explosion, and the girl was taken far back. The fighter looked very carefully at the rival and said that she did not know how to use the flame. The man jumped up and swung his hand. He shouted to the girl in an evil voice that she would die. The old man was very scared for his student Feng and called her by name. The hairdryer looked very scared as the opponent's hand appeared before her head. She thought there was no sense in her. The main character ran up from the side and grabbed the man by the hand. He angrily asked him, was he really going to kill his student? Feng, with excitement, asked the guy if he recognized her as a student. Jiang answered the girl to rest so far. He decided to figure it out. The main character held the boss by the hand. The man asked him with interest if he was a teacher of this girl. The boss, in a strict voice, warned the protagonist to immediately let him go. Zhao ran out of the door from the door. He shouted to the main character that it was a fighter in front of him, that Jang was not even the head of the Northwest. The boss was scared. He realized that in front of him was the Master Jiang, who was the head of the Alliance of the Martial Arts of the city of Yunlei. The main character sharply swung his hand. He shouted to the opponent that he knew his name and now he could die. The protagonist, with all his might, hit his opponent with a powerful blow with a bright lightning. The fighter excitingly in front of him and said that in front of him is the legendary young Master Jang. Another warrior said with excitement that Jen could not even withstand one blow from the guy. The fat fighter sharply jumped above the ground. There was a pink dome around him. He viciously shouted to the main character that he was paying his life for the murder of his brother. The fighter put two hands forward and tried to attack the protagonist. Zhang blocked the attack with his hand. The fighter stood on the side and was surprised to watch the battle. Someone said that the guy was able to survive even before the crushing blow of the second gen. The protagonist beat his opponent with a magical blow of his hand. The fighter screamed angrily and flew back. Jiang waved his hands in all directions. His opponent in a pink dome flew in different directions. The protagonist sharply swung his hand and beat off the fighter far back. The opponent of the protagonist flew back to his fighters. Someone shouted that the guy's power is at the level of the Holy Master. A fighter ran up from the side and pointed to the guests. He shouted that these warriors had wounded a lot of their brothers and they need to be killed. The beaten fighters picked up the second Genya and prepared to retreat. The main character looked angrily at the guests and said that they could leave. Jang clenched his fist. He sternly told the guests that they could return and inform their chapter that he is determined. The main character attacked his rivals with the help of fire. They scaredly asked him to spare them. A fighter in a frightened voice promised the guy that they would give his words to the head of the Northwest. Jiang angrily held out his hand in front of him and shouted to the fighters to leave. The attackers ran very quickly to the gate. They decided to hide as soon as possible. Jiang stood and silently looked after them. The main character picked up 2 red pills. He told his friends that each of them would learn a lesson. Jiang told the old man with the girl that this pill in the return of blood could quickly heal the wounds. The old man extended his hand to the guy and thanked him. Feng also thanked the protagonist. The protagonist sharply dragged on of the ground and jumped very high up. In parting, the guy shouted to the elder that he leaves everything on him. The old man may call him if necessary. The elder said goodbye to the main character. The girl waved his hands. The main character walked outside the city and went to a large building. There was a car nearby. She called the main character and strictly asked why she could not get through to him before. The guy replied to her that his phone had a battery and he forgot to charge him. She asked the guy with displeasure on the phone, why does he make her worry about him? Chang told the girl that he had come to her yard. He asked if she was at home. The girl ran out of the house to the gate. She scaredly called the protagonist. She hugged the guy on the move. She said in a joyful voice that she was afraid that he would not return. Jiang told the girl a joyful voice so that she would not be worried. In this world, no one could survive him. The girl looked with excitement at the guy and said that she feels useless. She could not help him. Jiang joyfully held out his hands to his girlfriend and said that for him, great help was already its very existence. She asked the guy with an exciting voice to teach her cultivation. Jiang asked his partner what happened and why did she want to cultivate. She looked at the guy, explained that she just wanted to help him and not be a burden. Jiang turned to the side displeasedly and told the girl that he did not agree. She asked the guy with excitement, "Did she really have talent?" The main character answered her that there are a lot of murders in this world. He does not want her calm life to be destroyed. She excitedly told the guy that she didn't give a damn. She wants him to be with her. The main character looked at the girl carefully and asked if she thought everything out well. The girl replied that she thought over. Jiang thought and decided to himself that his rebirth changed a lot in this world. He was not sure if something else was needed to do. Jiang answered the girl that he agreed with her, but only if she is strongly tuned. Yao hugged the main character and thanked him with a joyful voice. The main character thought to himself that this time he would certainly become stronger. He would not allow anyone to offend the girl in this life. Jang handed his girlfriend Yu Yao Pilulia for washing bones and said that this would help her to cultivate faster. Yao took a red pill from the hand of the protagonist and swallowed it. The girl swallowed a pill and felt that she had choked. Jang called her in dismay. The protagonist spoke his hand on the girl's head and asked her with excitement, "What happened?" Yao answered the guy with fright that she could not breathe and her head hurts. The main character told the girl with a fright that in her black spiritual power repels his spiritual energy. Jang saw a very dark aura around the girl. He bounced back with fear. The girlfriend's face skewed. The aura around her was getting darker and darker. Jang looked scared at the girl and realized that this was not her black spiritual power. The main character raised his hand up and shouted to the girl that it is absolutely not important who she was. Jang laid his hand on his girlfriend's head and shouted that an evil spirit would come out of her. Suddenly around the protagonist, along with a girlfriend, a very bright explosion rang out. Everything around shone. The guy moved to parallel reality very sharply. He saw a huge palace and square in front of him. Around it was deserted. Jang landed in the square and was surprised to look around. He realized that he was in the sea of consciousness. Yu Yao! The main character looked in front of him and realized that spiritual power was leaving the palace. He wanted to go there and look. Jang jumped up in front of him and flew forward. He landed on the stone floor and cracks appeared from below. The main character looked around in surprise. He did not understand what was happening around him. Jang looked around and noticed how a bright blue radiance appeared around him. He could not give up, otherwise the girl would have threatened. The guy began to cross his foot to his foot. Paul under it began to crack and fall apart. Jang quickly ran forward. Paul under him continued to collapse. The main character with excitement told himself that spiritual pressure became stronger. Jang felt how he began to abandon his strength. He fell to the floor and rested his hands. An explosion rang out, and the main character changed and he had long hair. He shouted about the full shape of the body of control. The fighter said in an evil, demonic voice that not a single entity can stand in her way. The guy slowly headed to the entrance to the palace. Around him was a fiery flame. The doors to the palace opened. The guy slowly began to climb the steps up. The guest in the fiery aura entered the palace. A girl was sitting on the throne there. The guy stood near the entrance and looked at the mistress on the throne with great surprise. The hostess on the throne silently and piercingly looked at her guest. Jiang looked displeased at the girl and realized that Yu Yao was sitting in front of him. The guy looked scaredly at the girl and shouted very loudly that she was not Yu Yao. The main character pointed a finger at the stranger on the throne and asked why she was in the mind of Yu Yao. The stranger silently looked at the guy with a piercing and unblinking look. The guest wrapped his arms around his head with all his might. He could not understand what was happening. The guy shouted very loudly. Around him was a bright pink radiance. The girl looked at him silently. The main character woke up and heard the voice of his girlfriend. He was lying on his knees and she called him by name. Jiang rose sharply and grabbed his head with his hands. He looked at the frightened girlfriend. Yu ran up from behind and wrapped her arms around her friend. He looked at her silently. The main character, along with his girlfriend, went near the building. Jiang grabbed his head with his hand. The main character went into the room and sat on the bed in a meditative pose. Jiang looked in front of him. She silently headed for the exit. Jiang will look at my girlfriend and realize that Yu Yao had not yet threatened any danger. The next day, the main character was at home. The sun shone brightly on the street. The main character sat with his eyes closed on the bed in a meditative pose. The guy was distracted and turned to the side. She called him on the phone and he picked up the phone. The girl with excitement told the guy on the phone that the people of the head of the Northwest are here again. They wanted to personally convey something to Jang. The protagonist asked his partner, what did they also wanted to convey to him? Feng explained to the guy that she did not know what they wanted to convey to him. Guests are waiting for him to come. The main character pushed the curtain and looked at the street. He told the girl on the phone that he would be soon. Inside the temple stood fighters in 2 rows. 2 guests stood near the entrance. The old man viciously reminded the guests that the last time the great master Jiang spared their lives, and they dared to come again. The fighter with a smile told the old man Xie to calm down. He explained that this time they came by the will of the head of the Northwest. The hairdryer looked displeased at their partners and shouted that they did not believe them. Feng pointed to the fighters with her hand and told her grandfather that they need to be tied so that they would tell the truth. The guests were scared. They noticed how someone went to the temple to them. Jang went to the throne. The old man and the girl bowed and greeted the masters of Jang. The guy looked in front of him and told everyone that they could sit down. The main character asked the guests, "Why is their ambassador the head of the Northwest here?" The fighter handed the guy a small document. It was an invitation. The guests bowed to the guy and said that the head of the Northwest invites them to a banquet to conclude peace. Jiang looked at the fighters displeasedly and repeated his words about peace negotiations. The fighters looked in surprise in front of them. The main character telepathically pulled out an invitation from their hands. The main character held out his hand in front of him, and a note from the guest flew to him. On the side of this was watched by a surprised hairdryer. Jiang opened a note and began to read it carefully. The hairdryer next to the guy read on a piece of paper that he was invited by the head of the Northwest. The girl with excitement told the main character so that he would not go to the meeting. It should be a trap. The main character got up and said in a cunning voice that he would definitely go to the feast if there is a trap. Jiang told the guests that they could pass them to the owner, that he will be in 3 days. 3 days later, the main character, along with his companions, came to the palace. The hairdryer walked with her companions and looked around in surprise. She could not understand why the head of the Northwest lives in such a palace. Zhao explained to the girl that the head of the Northwest is an emperor for the region. Feng explained to his companion that the head of the Northwest is very powerful. Even the local government and the army try not to contact him. Zhao raised his hands up and was surprised to say that all this is like the mafia. The girl told her companions that if they did not rush, they would offend the chapter with their delay. The fighter turned around and in an evil voice told the girl to shut up and follow him. The hairdryer climbed the stairs. She told the fighter that he had previously been modest, and now he became very arrogant. The soldiers went on the red carpet and bowed to the ruler. The main character stood behind with his companions. The ruler sat and viciously looked at the guests with a dissatisfied look. His eyes burned. The protagonist was surprised to look at the man on the throne. It was difficult for him to believe that it was the head of the Northwest. The ruler in amazement asked the protagonist, "Is that Great Master Jiang?" The main character looked at the head of the Northwest with surprise. The owner of the martial arts school of the Northwest, named Lai Zinda, held out his finger to the side and asked the protagonist displeasedly, "How dared to talk like that with the head of the West?" Feng called a displeased voice a barking fat and angrily asked why he was talking so with her teacher. The barking angry grabbed his hand at the table and broke off a piece. He angrily asked the girl, "What did she call him?" Feng looked at the man with a tender tone and repeated that he was a fat man. Lai launched a ball against the girl and angrily asked if she really wants to die. The fat man, with all his might, tried to hit the girl. She defended herself from him with her hands. Lai looked in surprise at the girl and said, with the fright, that she was in the late stage of the transformation stage. The main character held out his hand in front of him. A pill of return lit up over him. The ruler, with great surprise, noted that the guy had a spatial ring. The main character threw the girl a pill. He shouted that the fat man is at the first level of the master. She will be able to defeat him. Fan threw the pill in her mouth and told the teacher that she would do everything. Bright changes began in the girl's body. She activated the prosperity of the sky and land, and the burning execution of 9 revolutions. A bright fire appeared near the girl's body. She used the burning execution of 9 revolutions. The girl held out her hands up and a bright fiery explosion rang out above her. Jang looked at his girlfriend in surprise and thought that she skillfully used the burning execution of 9 revolutions. Feng launched a huge flying fireball against her opponent. The fighters scaredly warned the masters to be cautious. Last time they suffered losses because of this power flame. Lai put his hands behind him to protect. He viciously asked the girl, "Can she really hit strongly?" Feng held out her hands and fire from them. She used the burning execution of 9 revolutions. Lai held out his hand forward and used a fist to protect. The man held his icy hand in front of him. There was a bright fire around her. Lai held his hands in front of him and tried to defend himself from the attack. He thought displeasedly to himself that the flame was crowding his ice fist. A very bright, fiery explosion came over the fat man. After that, he flew back. The man in amazement said that the master Lai lost even after using an ice fist. A beaten fat man lay near the column. The man ran up to him and asked if he was all right. The fighter turned to his colleagues and shouted in a frightened voice that the master barking was dead. The warrior pointed a finger at the guests and shouted to the guards to grab them. Fighters with weapons began to approach the girl from all sides. Zhao spread his hands to the sides and told the soldiers to all calm down and talk peacefully. The fighters raised their weapons up and began to shout that they needed to take revenge on the death of the master Lai. They prepared to kill the guests. The ruler got up from his throne and told the soldiers to stop. Lu Tianlun explained that he invited Jiang in order to conclude the world. Master Lai should not attack guests. The ruler looked with excitement at the protagonist and invited him to talk. Jiang answered the man with displeasure that his people were standing around him. So do not treat dear guests. Lu Tian looked at his subordinates and said that they diverge. Fighters with weapons began to step aside. Fan told the soldiers that it would be better. The girl angrily asked the warriors, "Why did not none of them bring a chair for her teacher?" Lu Tian demanded strictly at the fighters to bring the great master Jana a chair. Two fighters brought out an old wooden chair and placed it on the red carpet. The main character sat in his place. He silently looked at the ruler on the throne. The fighters around were angry. They were unhappy due to the fact that Jiang sat opposite their head. The fighters viciously shouted to the main character that they will teach him now. Jiang got up from his seat at that time. Jiang looked strictly at the rivals and said that they would leave if they did not want to die. A fighter with red hair got angry. He ran to the side to the main character. The warrior accelerated and jumped from above on his opponent. He used the herd's hand. Fighter Chen in a burning aura flew from above on the protagonist. The cheetah's hand was a very fast and strong movement. Only the head of the northwest could reflect it. The main character looked angrily at the opponent and said that he was very weak. The main character extended his hand forward and, with the help of a bright lightning, stopped the opponent's attack. With the help of a powerful blow of the blue lightning, Zhang threw Chen from himself. The fighters around were very amazed due to the fact that Master Chen was killed by just one movement. The main character looked angrily at the fighters and said that everyone who will be in his way will die. The ruler ran up to the main character and prepared to attack. Zhang shouted to the ruler that he was very fast. After that, did Tian hit his head with all his might? Li Tian hit the protagonist with all his strength and he flew far back. Jiang flew aside and broke a column with him. The girl called him in dismay. The ruler jumped up and prepared to attack the guy further. The warrior shouted in a joyful voice that the chapter had finally struck. Li Tian swung his foot up with all his strength and hit the guy falling on him. The main character fell from a height. He could not understand why his opponent is so fast. The ruler at the back shouted to the guy that he wanted to give him a chance for life, but he killed his two people. Li Tian once again swung in the flight and finished off the protagonist. Jiang fell to the ground. Chao shouted in a frightened voice that if Jiang was killed, then they will follow him. Feng looked with excitement in front of her and said that the great master Jiang could not die. The fighter in the crowd said that the head of the Northwest is one of the best in speed in China. Above the ground were dust clubs. The main character began to transform. He said that he was interested when he heard about the Speed Lord. The hairdryer ran to the side of the teacher and called him with excitement and fright. The ruler looked at the guy in surprise and saw that his aura had changed. It is possible that Jiang aroused a hidden force. Li Tian, with burning eyes, sharply extended his arms forward and prepared to rush further into the attack. The ruler raised his hand over the head of the protagonist. He shouted to him angrily that he was not an opponent. Li Tian looked with great surprise in front of him and noticed that the guy had disappeared. Jiang was very sharply and quickly behind the ruler. He shouted to him that he was very slow. The main character with all his might hit his opponent behind a powerful burning blow. The main character launched a bright fiery lightning against the opponent. He struck him to the ground. Li Tian jumped to his feet. He held a huge piece of a red board above his head. He shouted to the opponent that he was very persistent. The man unexpectedly very brightly lit up evil fire eyes. The fighters on the side watched in surprise how a bright fire appeared around the ruler and rushed up. Li Tian spread his hands to the side and shouted loudly. There was a very bright fire next to him. The warriors looked in surprise behind the head. Someone shouted. Li Tian activated the spiritual successes of the king. The protagonist carefully looked at the running opponent and noticed that his speed increased. The protagonist swung his hand and, with all his might, hit Li Tian flying on him in his chest. Jiang jumped up sharply. The man tried to hit him with his foot and shouted to the guy that he manages to evade his attacks. Did Tian sharply jumped up and viciously asked the guy, what would he say to it? The main character calmly watched the opponent's hand flew straight in front of him. Jiang sharply put his hand forward and beat off her attack from the opponent. Li Tian bounced back. He looked at the protagonist with great fright. The main character sharply jumped up and swung his hand. He used a spatial fist. The surprised ruler stood on the ground. The protagonist flew up with all his strength on top and hit the head of the back. Li Tian was surprised due to the fact that the guy had speed and his strength was higher than him. Li Tian, after a very strong blow from the opponent, fell into the ground and stones scattered around. There were dust clubs at the battlefield. The fighter shouted that it was impossible for the head of the Northwest to be defeated. Zhao said with excitement that the power of the great master Jang is becoming more terrifying. The main character approached the ruler lying on the ground. He viciously told him that now for him is not the best time to meet him. Li Tian found the strength in himself and abruptly jumped to his feet. He prepared to fight further. Warriors were delighted. One man shouted that the head of the Northwest was again on his feet and could not lose. Suddenly, the man sharply jumped onto the roof of the building. Feng shouted in surprise that the head of the Northwest was running away. Li Tian from the roof pointed to the guy with his hand and said that he was a monster. Jang swung his hand and prepared to use a spatial fist. The protagonist with all his might hit the ruler in the back with a powerful blow. Li Tian was wounded and he had blood. The head after the wound fell to the ground. The frightened fighters around decided that Li Tian was dead. The fighter said in a frightened voice that their king was dead. Around stood other frightened warriors. Zhao pointed his hand to the side and said that Lu was dead, and the head of the Northwest would be Jiang. The man looked at the protagonist in amazement. He did not know whether it was necessary to recognize him with a new chapter. Zhao in a strict voice told the fighters that if they don't like something, then they can challenge his owner. Fan turned around and greeted the protagonist. A crowd of soldiers greeted the new head of the Northwest. The main character demanded that the soldiers call him just the Great Master Jang. The warriors answered the guy that they would do so. The main character climbed the stairs to the temple. A girl and Zhao walked behind him. Fan took the phone in her hands and began to carefully read the news in it. Fan looked at the phone and told the main character that he had hit the first lane. Jang looked at the girl in surprise and asked where she read this. Fan with excitement handed the main character the phone and said that he would look. The main character took the phone in his hands and began to carefully read the news with interest. Jang read the news on the network to himself. It described that he killed the head of the Northwest. The guy looked at the phone with surprise. He was surprised due to the fact that information about the ancient masters of martial arts was open to the general public. Zhao was surprised to ask the protagonist, did he really not know about the Forum of Ancient Martial Arts? Zhang answered his partner that he did not know about it. Feng explained with excitement to the main character that for entering the site he should register as a member of the Association of Masters of Ancient Martial Arts. Ordinary people here do not receive information. Jiang sat and carefully read the information on the phone. He noticed something interesting on the site. The main character demanded from the girl to publish on his behalf the message on the site. The head of the Northwest called all users idiots. Any displeased could give him a call. Zhao was very worried when he heard such words from the protagonist. Feng with fright told his friend that such a message would cause a public outcry. All will begin to attack them. Jiang handed the girl the phone and said she would send this message. Feng answered the teacher that she would do so. She took the phone in her hands. The girl was surprised to show the main character the phone and said that everything is ready. Jiang took the phone in his hands and began to read the message on the forum carefully. The head of the Northwest called all idiots. The main character carefully looked at the phone and was pleased with the message. Zhao looked into his phone and shouted to the main character to read the comments. Jiang looked into the phone and read the comments. Users they wrote that his account is not real and writes on his behalf of an imposter. Feng shouted with great excitement to the guy that people consider him an imposter. The hairdryer handed the telephone to his friend and demanded that he made an account to his name verified. Zhao explained to his partner that the forum is anonymous for confidentiality. Information on it is anonymous. Suddenly, the main character rang the phone. The guy looked scaredly aside. Jiang looked that Mei Ji called him. The partner told the guy that he was called from the newsing channel, Yunlei. The main character with excitement confirmed on the phone that he is the Great Master Jang. The partners asked the protagonist to give an interview and talk about his next actions. The main character by phone demanded that his interview be broadcast live on the forum of martial arts masters. The main character told the partners that he was waiting for them in the main hall of the head of the Northwest. Jiang replied that they would wait for him in 3 hours. Jiang held out his hand to the phone and turned it off. An unknown number called him. Zhao with excitement told the main character that the Lin Yun channel is the most influential social network in the world of ancient martial arts. 3 hours later, the main character sat in his palace with reporters. The host with a microphone sat near the protagonist. Zhang was sitting next to her in a chair. The presenter raised her hand up and shouted that it was time to start. The audience carefully watched the broadcast with the main character. They wrote to him comments. The presenter on the microphone congratulated the protagonist for becoming the new head of the Northwest. Jiang thanked her back. The journalist asked the guy, how did he get off with Lu Tianlun? Jiang answered his partner that Lu Tianlun was very weak. The host slyly smiled at the guy and asked if he was really 18 years old. The main character looked cunningly at the girl and asked how she herself thinks. The presenter asked the guy, what could he say to their subscribers? The protagonist said in an evil voice that anyone who asks him a call will surely lose. The journalist coughed when she heard such words from the guy. She decided that young people are very daring. The main character told the audience that they could challenge him and win. Then everything will belong to them. The presenter told the audience that they would continue the air. If they feel confidence in themselves, they can go to battle. 2 days later, a warrior after a very powerful blow flew out of the palace. Surprised fighters stood below. The warrior fell to the ground after the flight. The main character shouted that the next could suit. A beaten fighter was lying on the ground. The warrior said in amazement that everyone who opposed the master of Jang lasted no more than 3 seconds. The main character asked the audience, can none of them fight back? The fan came up and said with the excitement of the guy that all the presidents left outside. Jiang looked into the phone and said that everything is today. Suddenly, there was some kind of noise on the street and bright flashes appeared. 3 magic warriors with luminous eyes appeared on the street. These were 3 holy masters of the Lu family. The old man looked angrily in front of him and asked who Jiang was here. The main character responded. The warrior swung his hand. He viciously shouted to the guy that he would die. The main character put his hand and put up in front of him. He repulsed the attack of the old man. The stranger sharply jumped up and backed back from the protagonist. The old man landed on the ground. He said in an evil voice that the guy has a strong aura, and he killed Tianlun. Fan turned aside with great surprise and noticed that a girl was standing next to her. Fan turned and asked Yun, was she also a master of ancient martial arts? The partner leaned toward the girl and said that her expectations were very underestimated. The girl in a calm voice explained to her partner that she was interested in the great master Jang. The hairdryer turned into displeasure and told the girl that she was not interested in her teacher. The warrior grabbed the phone in her hands and began to lead a live broadcast from him. Jang in a malicious voice told the elderly that they could fight against him together. The warrior got angry. He really did not like the words of the protagonist. The old man told fighters named Chen Fen and Chen Yuan so that they would not intervene. He decided to deal with the guy himself. Feng looked at the side on the side. She said with excitement that the 3 old men did not even touch her teacher. The partner answered the girl that her teacher was strong. But the 3 old men are also not weak. Feng turned around and asked the warrior, why does she consider the elderly strong? Yun indicated her partner in the phone and said that she could look. Users on the internet wrote various comments. They called the elderly 3 holy masters. Fan said in a dissatisfied voice that the elderly for more than 100 years and there is nothing to be afraid of them. The master waved his own hands and a bright blue glow appeared around him. He had ice from below. The girls were scared at a short distance. Feng was scared by her hands. She said that unexpectedly became very cold. Lin handed the phone to her partner and said she looked. Commentators on the web wrote that the holy master Lu Chensen used the greatest technique called the Black Demonic Wind. Jiang angrily glanced at the opponent and asked what kind of old tricks are this? Li looked angry at the guy and shouted so that he wouldn't blame him for later. The old man rushed forward and used the claws of the black demon against the guy. Jiang slyly said that he first sees how the master of ancient martial arts uses shadow techniques. The main character put his luminous hand forward. He shouted to the old man to see the true light. Jang stood and held his hand in front of him. He recaptured the attack of an old man flying on him. The old man looked in front of him. He noticed a bright fiery flash. Jang cunningly glanced at the opponent and said that he could not cope with him. The main character threw the old man far forward. Another opponent suddenly appeared behind him. The fighter activated the claws of the black demon in his hand and prepared to hit the guy. The old man swung back and pierced the protagonist with his hand. The guy had blood, and he began to fall. Jiang turned back in surprise and noticed that the second old man was behind him. Feng looked scared at her teacher and called him. Next to her stood frightened Lin. An angry old man with all his might hit the protagonist behind his claws. Li at the front of the guy angrily told him that he had already lost. Jiang swung his hand and shouted to the opponent that no one could be in two places at the same time. It was just a black trick. The surprised protagonist on a grand scale and with all his might hit the old man on the body. Lu sharply jumped up. After the blow of blue radiation, the main character fell to the ground. Lu soared high above the ground. The main character lay on the ground in clubs of dust. Feng turned around and asked Lin with the phone, "What is spiritual power?" Lin said that there is a legend. It says that when the master of ancient martial arts reaches the level of the holy master, he can arouse the potential of his body. He will have a divine force and a unique secret technique. The fighter on the side said in surprise that the step of the black demon Chensen was honed to the ideal. Another warrior looked at the protagonist and said that this guy would lose exactly. The main character got to his feet. He told the old man that he would find flaws in his technique and everything will be over. Li answered the guy that his technology has no weakness. The main character activated the king's body and used the second level. A fire appeared near his body. The fighters were surprised to notice that the protagonist had his spiritual power suddenly grew up. The old people were scared. They used the claw of the black demon to fight off the guy. Chang swung with all his might and struck through the old man with his hand. Was he in surprise, glanced at the protagonist and asked how he did it? Jang answered the opponent that his tricks would not work against him. The audience watched the broadcast and wrote comments. Old man Lu Chensen was defeated. Feng joyfully raised her hand up and shouted that her teacher was really invincible. Another warrior ran up from behind. He shouted to the main character to let the old man go. Li! The fighter attacked the protagonist with the help of a bright yellow lightning. Jiang flew up. The main character flew at a height. Around him was a bright yellow radiation. The warrior extended his hands forward and used a fist of heavenly bear against the guy. Near the palace, there was a bright blue explosion. The warriors on the side were surprised to watch everything. Lin, with excitement on the side, said that two holy masters of the Lu family were very angry. The main character is in danger. Feng explained to his partner that her teacher had nothing to fear. The main character stood, and around him was a bright radiation. He told the fighters in evil voice that they had to attack him all together. One of the warriors sharply jumped up. Jiang, in an evil voice, told him that he was very fast. The old man swung his foot with all his strength and hit the protagonist on the head. The warriors flew around the guy on both sides and beat him with Jiang. I could not protect against them. A fighter with burning eyes swung his hand and prepared to attack the guy with a fist of air. The old man launched a very bright blue light from his hand. He attacked his opponent and the guy fell down. The main character lay in dust clubs. Around him stood fighters. The audience watched the broadcast and wrote comments. Jang jumped to his feet. He told his rivals that one of them was strong in distant battle and the other is strong in his neighbor. The audience watched the broadcast of the battle. The protagonist stood in the center of the pit from the back and in front of him were rivals. The protagonist unexpectedly abruptly fell off his seat. He ran to the opponent from behind and offered to compete in speed. Jiang ran up behind the fighter and with all his might hit him in the back. The warrior, after a very strong blow from the guy, flew far and crashed into the wall. The main character sharply turned sideways and prepared to fight off the attack. Jiang launched a very bright fiery stream in front of him. His opponent used blue lightning. There was a very strong explosion. Jiang was away. He turned around and shouted to the opponent that he was not enough speed. People watched the broadcast of the battle and wrote compliments to the master Jiang. The fighter rose above the ground. He told the main character that he would show him the real ancient power of martial arts. The fighter created several clones. He sharply jumped and flew forward. Jiang in dismay asked the opponent, "What kind of technique is this?" The main character of the evil turned around and shouted to the fighter that he had become slower than he was before. Jiang looked displeased in front of him and noticed that the opponent had almost dispelled his strength. The fighter from behind ran to the main character and strictly demanded that he give up. Jiang began to serve. He felt weakness in his body. The opponent ran up to the main character and hit with all his might with his hand in the back. The fighter hit the protagonist with all his strength and he flew high up. The audience carefully watched the broadcast of the battle. A warrior ran up behind the protagonist and wanted to hit him with his foot. The warrior clutched the back with all his hands and used the strongest iron grip. Fing looked scared in front of her and did not understand what this old man wanted to do. Lin said in a frightened voice that the fighter wanted to die with the great master Jiang. The man swung his hands and a bright glow appeared around them. He shouted to the main character that he would kill him with another warrior. Jiang saw a bright burning palm in front of him. He was surprised when he realized that the fighter decided to die with him. The warrior explained to the guy that he himself is an old person, but Jiang will be the only one who will die. The fighter held out his hands forward and attacked the protagonist with a fiery stream. The fighter felt a very strong blow, and a fiery explosion rang out around him. The man looked very scared aside and asked what happened. The main character behind the fighter and said that he had a very wonderful technique. Jiang extended his hand to the man and grabbed his neck. He shouted that his technique against him would be useless. The main character grabbed the fighter behind his throat and shouted to fail with his old tricks. Suddenly, a yellow glow appeared in the sky above the main character. An unfamiliar warrior in yellow heat fell on the guy from above. He shouted to stop the young man. The head of the Tai Chi sect, named Shentian, flew from the sky. He stood in white clothes and looked at Jiang with displeasure. The protagonist maliciously told Shentian so that he does not get into his own business. The fighter viciously reminded the guy that he had killed the disciple of his sect. Therefore, this is his business. The main character asked the warrior whether he was the head of the Tai Chi sect. The sect master called his name to the guy. The man went to the master from the side and wanted to say something to him. Shentian demanded that the protagonist leave the opponent alive and retain dignity. Then he will forget about the previous insults of the Tai Chi sect. The man looked at the guy and noticed that he looked like a cultivator. But for the first time he saw such power as his. The protagonist viciously demanded from Shentian to show him all the tricks of his sect Tai Chi. He did not need dignity. The man pointed to the protagonist from the side and demanded that the guy kill him. Jang answered the fighter in displeasure that there could be no negotiations. The Shenyang told the guy that Tai Chi techniques are the highest technique of their sect. The main character held out his hand in front of him, and a luminous pentagram appeared in front of him. Shentian was surprised due to the fact that the guy used the palm of 8 trigrams. Jang in an evil voice told the opponent that he would start. A bright pentagram shone in front of him. Shentian attacked his opponent with the help of fire. Jiang put up the defense in front of him and realized that his opponent was beating no weaker than Chen Yuan. The man scaredly asked the guy how he was able to steal Tai Chi technology. The protagonist demanded from Shentian to give him all Tai Chi techniques. In return, he promised to give advice how the head could reach the 6th level. Jiang met a man who reached the 5th level in a past life. Therefore, he knew a little about Tai Chi technique. The man got angry. A bright fire appeared around him. He told the guy that if he could withstand his blow, then he would give him the Tai Chi technique. The main character answered the opponent that he agreed and he could beat him with all his strength. Shentian attacked his opponent with the help of Tai Chi's fist. The main character answered him with a fist of the king. There was a bright fire explosion. The spectators on the network closely followed the battle. They wrote delighted comments. The main character, after the attack, bounced back. He stood at a short distance from the Shentian. Both opponents suffered after the blow, and they began to have a bloody vomiting. Lin kept the phone in front of her and said in a frightened voice that it could be a draw. Feng called her teacher with excitement. The protagonist wiped the traces of blood on his face and told himself that it was all over. Suddenly, Shentian's body felt a strong blow and he had a bloody cough. The fighter fell to the ground. Feng shouted scared that Shentian had fallen and their teacher won. The main character approached the opponent and viciously asked if he himself would give him himself or he would take him. The man asked the guy if he would teach him his techniques if he gives him the Tai Chi technique. The main character looked at the man and said that he had never broken his word. Shentian took a small book of his hands and handed it to the main character. Jiang stood and looked at him. The head handed the guy a book called The Divine Technique of Tai Chi. Jiang picked up a book. The man looked at the protagonist and thought that the guy could break to the 5th level and glorify his sect Tai Chi. The main character looked at the man and said that he would inform him when he reaches the 6th level. Shentian thanked his partner. 10 days later, the main character was in the mountains and cultivated. There was a bright fire around him. Jang held out his hands in front of him. In front of him and below his pentagram was a huge fire appeared from the sky, and he in flight struck through the large mountain. After the fire hit the mountains, a large hole appeared. Jiang looked in front of him and thought that the divine Tai Chi technique was really good. In the world of cultivation, it is considered a divine ability of the middle level. The main character stepped aside. A bright fiery lightning appeared above him. Jiang heard a noise and looked around in the mountains. There should have been no one else in such an elevated city. A green military helicopter appeared. The main character stood on the ground and looked at him. A fighter jumped out of a helicopter in a green military uniform. He stood opposite Jiang. The soldier gave the salute and said that his name is Yuan Zhenhei. He asked the protagonist to go with him to his general. Jiang strictly asked the soldier what the general wants from him. Yuan explained to the guy that the general would tell everything on the spot. The main character answered the soldier that he would go with him. Jiang was wondering why he needed the army. The guy jumped up the helicopter and along with the military flew over the mountains. Yuan handed a black bandage to the main character and said that he put it on. The guy put on his eyes. He thought that he would now be a secret place. 2 hours later, the helicopter, along with the main character, landed at the military airfield. Around there were army cars. Jiang removed a dark bandage from his face and carefully looked around. From behind, someone suddenly flew up to the main character to attack. Jiang turned sharply and put his hand forward. He repulsed the military attack against him. The main character sharply raised his leg up and hit the soldier with all his might. Jiang, with a blow of his leg, repulsed the military attack against him. The man told the guy that he had a quick reaction. A group of armed soldiers suddenly appeared on the side. They surrounded the protagonist. The soldiers directed the weapon to the guy and demanded that he do not move. A general named Chen Yuishan strictly commanded his subordinates to let their weapons go. Jang was his guest. The main character in a calm voice asked the general, why did he invite him here? Chen invited the protagonist to go inside the bunker to talk there. The general on the move asked the protagonist if he wanted to join the army. Jiang answered the officer that he was not interested in the service, and he may immediately get down to business. The general near the open door told the main character that he himself is very arrogant. Jiang was sitting in the room at the table for negotiations. The general sat at the head of the table. Chen, in a stern voice, told the guy that he will now inform him of secret information. Jiang must keep this data secret and not tell anyone. Jiang asked the general, why did he decide to tell him the top secret information? The general turned around and told the guy that they were asking him for help. Jiang answered the man that he could tell him everything he wants. Chen turned around and in a serious voice reminded the guy about Mount Taishan. The general told the main character that Mount Taishan is the main of the 5 holy mountains and a famous tourist place. The man showed the main character the slide on the wall. He said that for a month now, tourists have not been allowed to the mountain. Jiang asked the man, how did everyone still know about this? Chen smiled slyly and told the guy that their military was holding information about such things a secret and did not give them out. Jiang told the man that the information he wants to say is related to Mount Taishan. The general told the guy that a month ago, a fog suddenly rose. After that, more than 1,000 people disappeared. The main character asked the general, why didn't drove the drones in search of people? Chen explained to the guy that the drones were sent, but they all shot down on Mount Taishan. The main character told the general that there should be many martial artists who are well prepared in the army. Chen turned around and explained to his partner that they defined the incident as supernatural. A detachment of dozens of martial artists went to Mount Taishan. But something happened to them. Jang asked the general with excitement. What happened to the fighters? Chen with excitement told the main character that none of the fighters survived, only a heavy wounded master could escape. Jang asked the general, what did the surviving master say? Chen told the main character that on Mount Taishan, everything happened due to the fault of werewolves. The main character realized that the general wants to send him to Mount Taishan to find out what was happening there. Chen explained to the guy that he would be accompanied by 2 other holy masters. Chen spread his hands to the side and told the guy that they would fulfill his conditions if they would not be alone to national interests. The main character told the general that he agrees, but he has 2 conditions. Jiang wanted his family to receive the highest level of state security from today. Also, if the main character finds something on Mount Taishan, then this will belong to him, and he will not have to give it to the state. Jiang smiled joyfully to the main character and said that he was taking both his conditions. The main character held out his hand to the general and shook her. He decided to go to the mountains. 3 days later, the main character in the mountains were weighted by military fighters and masters. The holy master Wei Lao, with a long gray beard, stood and looked unhappy to the side. A master named Lun Lao asked the general, why didn't Jang have come yet? Did the guy decide to escape? Chen answered his partner that he was now making an appointment with the great master Jang on Mount Taishan, and you need to wait a little longer. Lun answered the general with a dissatisfied voice that they have been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, the main character ran up from the side. He He was straight behind the man. The protagonist told the fighters in a strict voice that they are being advanced. The main character, accompanied by fighters, went along the mountains. Around, the remnants of people were visible. Jiang, accompanied by fighters, he told the soldiers that now the visibility is low, and you need to carefully look around. Jang looked carefully aside. He noticed dense spiritual power. This could be the cause of a werewolf mutation. The soldier saw on the ground a piece of clothing with a symbol of their unit. It was their last group. The warrior extended his hand to a piece of clothes on the ground to raise it. Suddenly, around the soldier appeared in some strong twist. The soldier sharply turned back. He stood and looked scared at the stone. Lei asked the warrior with excitement, "What happened?" The main character stood and looked scared at the soldier. The warrior was attacked by an unknown force. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion and the soldier's body was torn into pieces. The main character saw bright rays around him. He realized that the other fighters did not manage to react. Bright rays appeared in the air. They did not sparkle and headed in different directions. Wei held out his hand forward and shouted to his companions that there were werewolves around them. It was necessary to use the spiritual shield to protect. Predatory wolves flew around people. Warriors put up a protective dome. Jiang stood calmly and looked at all this. The main character stood and calmly watched a huge predatory wolf flew on him. Jiang held out his hand forward and beat off the werewolf. He shouted that he had not attacked that. The main character threw predators around. He shouted to the main werewolf so that he would appear and did not hide. Leo inside the protective dome turned around and warned the guy that the king of werewolves was coming to them. A huge predatory wolf with red eyes appeared. He looked angrily at people. The soldier shouted that the predator is even more than an adult. The soldiers grabbed the rifles and began to shoot a large werewolf from all sides. The warrior with a machine gun scaredly shouted that the king of werewolves was bulletproof. The dangerous predator took out a large demonic pill and prepared to swallow it. The monster in burning eyes attacked people with the help of dangerous pink radiation. The main character shouted to his friends that there was a very strange in this black wind. The guy turned around in surprise and saw how the soldiers began to die from radiation from the werewolf. Jang told himself that he had met an extremely dangerous demonic creature. Wei ran to the guy and said that everything went according to plan. He offered to retreat. Mutations began in the body of the protagonist. He decided to try to fight against the werewolf. Jang shouted that he wanted to see what the king of werewolves would answer him. He had a body at the second level. Predators from all sides picked up the side of the person and prepared to pounce on him. The main character with powerful blows of his hand began to scatter the werewolves around. After that, one of the werewolves flew a magic gray pill. The main character managed to grab her. The old man ran up on the side and was surprised to ask the guy, "What kind of pill is this?" The main character opened his hand, and a silver pill lay on it. It was filled with spiritual energy and was equivalent to one medium-sized spiritual stone. Jang looked in front of him and saw a huge bloody predator. He said that the king of the Wolf King can increase the level of cultivator if it is compressed. A huge predatory wolf jumped up and tried to attack the protagonist. Jang sharply raised his hand up and was able to beat off with the blow of the predator's paw. There was a very strong explosion near the mountain and soldiers flew around. The old man shouted loudly that this was a very powerful spiritual power. The main character bounced back from the attack of the monster. Near the werewolf, there was a bright red radiation. Jang launched a magic golden blade above his head. He shouted to the predator that he did not have time to play with him. He wanted to get a pill from him as soon as possible. The wolf with burning eyes sharply rushed forward into the attack on a man. The main character swung his blade and hit the werewolf, flying on him with all his might. A bloodied, wounded, and chopped wolf fell to the ground after an attack from a person. Suddenly, severed limbs of the predator began to recover. He jumped to his feet again. The old man stood on the side and scaredly shouted that the predator had a paw had grown again. Jang swung a blade and shouted that the werewolf wanted to get. The main character waved wide his golden blade and chopped a predator flying on him. A man was able to chop off a powerful blade from a werewolf flying on him. At the demonic wolf, red eyes sparkled brightly. His paw has grown very quickly. Jang looked in surprise at the predator and said that he seemed to have consciousness, and he was mocking him. The werewolf ached and ran to the man. The main character swung a blade. Jang shouted to the predator that in his last life he killed such animals like him with one blow. The main character with all his might swung with his sword and chopped a predator who cried on him. The wolf ran to the guy with all his might, hit him with his tail. The main character, after the blow of the predator, flew to the side and hit his back uphill. Jang looked strictly at the werewolf and said that his head was his weak place. The predator opened his mouth and a bright golden pill appeared from it. The moon stood surprised and could not understand what kind of technique it was. The main character put the blade in front of him and shouted to the predator that he could show everything he is capable of. The werewolf attacked his opponent using red magical radiation. The main character with all his might swung a blade and attacked the mutant. He was able to repel fire radiation. The wolf looked very angrily and with hatred in front of him. In front of him was a bright yellow flash. The main character swung with his blade and chopped off the werewolf's head. Jiang turned to the side. Behind him on the ground lay the body of the werewolf. A golden pill on the ground rolled out of the body of a defeated and dead beast. The main character looked at the pill. A very dense spiritual force and very concentrated came from her. The old man asked the guy from the side, "What would they do now?" The main character told the soldiers to take everything around them. He decided to find a place where it would be possible to clean the gold pill. Jiang jumped sharply and soared up. The soldiers bowed to the guy and said that they would still do it. The main character was sitting on a hill in a meditative pose. Around him was a fire. A magic pill flew in front of the main character. Jang thought to himself that, along with any effort, the result would be twice as much. The main character opened his mouth. A magic pill flew in front of him, and he prepared to absorb it. Jang swallowed his magic pill inside. She shone brightly inside him. The main character felt an influx of energy inside himself. It was a powerful spiritual power. The old man, along with the warrior, sat in meditative poses. There was a fiery aura around them. Yu turned around and asked a warrior named Kun Lao, "What are his sensations?" The man told the old man that he did not expect him to reach the next level a couple of days after a long-term stagnation. The old man turned and told the partner that they should thank the great master Jang for that he brought them to the mountains of Tashan. Lao was surprised when he remembered the masters of Jang. Suddenly, a huge yellow beam came down from the sky. There was a pink aura around him. The warriors looked at him with surprise. Lao said that the main character was going to take a breakthrough. They must come and see. The main character unexpectedly inside the yellow ray went down to the ground. The warriors around him were surprised. Suddenly, he came to his senses very sharply and opened his eyes. He looked in front of him. There was a very bright explosion, and yellow lightning flew from the protagonist in all directions. Suddenly, the explosion from above the mountain became brighter. Everything around was on fire. Jang jumped to his feet. He shouted in a loud voice that he had finally advanced one more step by the middle of the second level of control technique. The fighters approached the guy to congratulate him on great progress in cultivation. Jang turned to the side and looked at the radiation from the sky, which was beating in the building. He told his companions that they needed to reach the peak of the Jade Emperor. This was the main peak of Mount Taishan. The main character looked in front of him and told friends that there could be werewolves around them. He felt them. Around people appeared huge predators with burning eyes. They surrounded them from all sides. Big demonic eagles for the attack began to go down on top of people. The old man swung his blade and hit the eagle on the head with all his might. Lao also managed to attack a flying bird with all his might. The main character chopped a blade of flying predators. Lao fought off the monsters and shouted that there were a lot of werewolves. They were surrounded. Jang shouted to his companions that they needed to kill the monsters. As if mutants seemed to lead some kind of power, the main character swung and directed the blade forward. He shouted to the fighters that they were coming. Jang jumped up and sharply ran forward. He chopped predatory mutants with his blade. The main character with a sword in his hand shouted to the fighters to approach him. Around there were killed kilos of mutants. The old man fled behind the protagonist. He shouted to the guy that it was impossible. Predatory werewolves raced behind people. The main character, along with his companions, ran to the top of the mountain. Surprised warriors stopped. Jang looked and saw a bright yellow glow in front of him. He shouted that this technique of Taidza. There was a bright explosion and mutants flew in all directions from the protagonist. He shouted to the fighters that they should nourish the light curtain with spiritual energy for the formation of the shield. The main character told his companions to stay here and defend themselves. He decided to take care of everything else. The soldiers extended their hands to the sides and activated magic. Jiang stood, and next to him was a blue glow. A bright blue glow rose from the roof of the building at the peak of the Jade Emperor into heaven. The main character was surrounded by a bright blue aura. He felt a terrible spiritual power in front of him. The main character saw something suspicious on the side and turned around. The huge demonic monster attacked the guy with the help of bright light from his eyes. Around the guy there was a bright fire explosion. He realized that this thing suppresses him. The demonic mutant swung his blue paw and prepared to finish off the guy. Jiang was afraidly stood on the ground and felt that he could not move anywhere. The demon held out his paw forward and grabbed a man. He squeezed the protagonist with all his strength. Jang could not understand what was behind him for a creature. A mutant with burning eyes said in an evil voice that people did not need to invade here. Jiang looked as a scared to the side and told himself that he needed to run. The demon looked at the man and told him an evil voice so that he would not try to escape. The main character sharply turned to the side. He was very frightened by the voice of the demon. Jiang was frightened to himself that he could not even exhale freely, and not that to fight off. Suddenly, a very bright energy passed through the body of the protagonist. His body seemed to light up. The demon put his hand to the guy and said that this cold-blooded man broke his own tendons and veins to break through his pressure. Jang flew in space surrounded by a fiery dome. The demon at the top of the mountain directed the yellow one to the side and launched the main character there. Two warriors stood on the ground on a pentagram under a protective dome. Around them were predatory animals. He shouted in a frightened voice that if Master Jang was not returning, then they will not be able to hold the defense. The fighter directed fiery energy up and attacked one of the mutants. Bright fiery energy passed through the body of the werewolf and chopped off his head. The old man, along with the warrior with the help of fiery energy, attacked mutants running on them. The main character ran up from the side. He shouted so that the moon, along with the belly, as soon as possible to run away from here. The guy, along with the soldiers, flew down from the mountain. The old man in the flight asked in surprise what happened to the great Master Jiang. Loon answered the fighter to talk less and did more that the master told him. A group of soldiers gathered near the foot of Mount Taishan. The warrior asked the general if Jiang could solve the problem that arose on Mount Taishan. Chen turned around and explained to his partner that if their master does not solve this problem, then no one could help them. Suddenly, 3 flying people began to descend from above. The soldiers on Earth were frightened. The warriors looked in front of them in surprise and saw that Master Jiang flew to them with his companions. The main character sat in the middle of a large pit. The warrior asked him, "What happened?" Jiang turned around and explained to the general that this place should be protected and no one should go there. Creatures are inaccessible to people. Chen scaredly asked the guy, what did he see for creatures? Jiang answered his partner that he saw creatures that do not belong to this world. The general was surprised to ask the guy how the creature could fall into their world. The main character strictly answered the military that no person else has the right to enter Mount Taishan. Loon came up on the side and told the guy that if they do not deal with these creatures, then the demons can break out. The main character told the man that demons could not escape. He put a curse on Mount. It is this barrier that holds demons on Mount Taishan. The old man said in a frightened voice that after all this time, creatures moved only within the Mount Taishan. The main character explained to the soldiers that they would be safe while the curse is the whole. The guy looked at the demonic mountain and said that he would definitely return there. Jang turned around and told the soldiers that he wants to find himself a place where he would lick his wounds. Inside the abandoned cave gathered a group of warriors in late and dark evening. The warrior on his knees asked the master, what kind of order did he have? The gentleman told the subordinate that he found a method to open the tomb of the ancestors of his family Jang. The man was very amazed and asked, how can he open the tomb of his ancestors of his family Jang? The gentleman viciously told the subordinate that he should sacrifice the blood of the Jang family and he will open the tomb of his ancestors. The warrior with excitement asked the master, where would he take the blood of the Jang family? The gentleman viciously reminded his subordinate so that he would not forget how he took the place of the head of the Jang family. The man was scared. He looked displeased at his partner and wanted to ask something. The gentleman told his subordinate that he wants to remind him that his brother Zhang Zhenhai did not know what kind of equipment he cultivated, and now his strength has grown greatly. Sooner or later, he will return to reduce accounts with him. The warrior with excitement told his partner that he had already sent people to kill his brother many years ago. The master went to his subordinate and told him about a fighter who became famous throughout the world after he defeated the masters of the Tidza sect alone. The man jumped to his feet. He asked his partner, did he really mean the great master of Zhang? Mr. said that Master Jang is the son of Jiang Zhonghai. The recovery of Chen Hai is somehow connected with this. The warrior thought. He realized that Master Jiang was very similar to his father. The gentleman told the subordinate that if they do not get rid of the guy, then very soon he will become a threat to them. The man promised the master that he would do whatever he wishes. The main character sat in a deep meditative pose. He soared above the forest trees. Chang was sitting with his eyes closed. and above his head there was a fiery glow. The main character opened his eyes and came to his senses. He soared high above the ground. Jiang took the phone and looked at him. He thought that if not for the king's technique, then he would have been dead long ago. The main character saw his father called him on the phone. He decided something happened. Jang took the phone and prepared to call. He felt that his partner did not answer him. The main character went home to his parents. He decided to visit them after a long absence. 3 hours later, Jang went to the door of his apartment and opened it. He called his parents. Jang looked with surprise inside his apartment. He saw some mess there. The main character carefully looked at the mess in the apartment. He realized that something had happened at home. Jiang took the phone and called his girlfriend Jiang Xinshui. He told her that his parents had disappeared. It was necessary to use the strength of 9 ghosts to find them. The girl answered the guy that she would do everything. The main character turned off the phone and prepared to wait for a response from the girl. Jang looked at the phone with great attention and noticed how someone called him from an unfamiliar number. She called the main character and reported that she had found his parents. The general called the main character. At this time, some kind of message came to the phone to Jiang. The stranger sent the chief hero of his father's photograph and demanded that the guy come to the cemetery of the Jang family in the city of Lunjiang. The main character carefully looked at the photographs of his father. The man was connected with the goal. Jiang was very angry when he realized that his father was seized. He crushed the phone with all his strength. People on the internet discussed among themselves the news of the abduction of the master from Mount Taishan. Users wrote different comments. The hairdryer sat and read all this carefully. Yu stood near the window. He turned around and asked the girl if she sent a message to the great master Jiang. Feng answered the old man that she had not received an answer yet. The girl jumped to her feet. She shouted that she wanted to go to the guy to the rescue. The old man turned and told the girl that she was very weak. She will only be a burden for Master Jiang. A lot of people gathered in the tomb of the ancestors of the Jang family. A group of warriors were kneeling. Related warriors were kneeling. Silently next to them was their kidnapper. An old man named Zhang Yan shouted very viciously to the kidnapper that he was making a big mistake. The man told his father that he was doing everything for his family. He asked the old man if he wants the stamp of the family of Jang to sleep. The old man got angry, and with all his might with hatred spit in his son. Yan shouted displeasedly to the man that he was a criminal and wants to sacrifice one of the Jang family. The warrior wiped his face with a rag. He turned around and told the old man that when he opens the tomb of the Jang family, he would receive their equipment. After that, he will become the greatest of this family. The warrior turned around and told Ziyushan with a displeased voice that he had changed a lot after so many years. The man angrily shouted a partner named Jiang Chenhai that he was not good for him even. The warrior told the old man that while traveling to the secret kingdom, the children of the Jiang family were killed at his request. And then he set up Chenhai. The man reminded the old man that he himself expelled Ziyunshan from the Jang family. All this will not get away with him so simply. Yan looked strictly at his partner and asked displeasedly why he was configured against his younger brother. The man viciously told the old man that he had never looked at him personally. He determined all his attention to his younger and gifted son. Yan told a bound man named Chen Hai that he believed his eldest son and expelled him from the clan. The son answered his father that this was not his fault. Chen Hai turned around and viciously shouted to his brother to stop it all. He cannot be a full-fledged opponent to the Master Jiang. A master appeared in the dark hoodie from the side. The warrior approached him and greeted him. The warrior in a humble voice asked the master, "Was the technique ready?" The gentleman looked at the shining gaze and said that the technique was ready. The man said in a joyful voice that the ETP technique can cope even with the Holy Master, not to mention Zhang. The gentleman in a strict voice told his subordinates that the ritual should be started. The man stepped forward and hit one of the prisoners in the back with all his might. The fighters very scaredly asked the head of the sword to spare them. The man swung and prepared to cut down the captives. He shouted that the Jang family would not forget them. The warrior cut off the connected fighters with his sword. Around the blood splashes scattered. Yan shouted to his son an evil voice that he was to blame for growing him. A tied prisoner shouted to Zushin an evil voice that the demon had lied to him. The seal laid down by ancestors cannot be opened by the blood of their own heirs. The man went down from the steps with a blade and shouted to the fighter that now he would reach him. The fighter swung his sword and shouted to the frightened Chen that he would die now. Suddenly, a bright fire stream appeared on the side. He hit and took the man far aside. After a very powerful attack, the fighter flew to the side and hit the wall. Jang silently went into the room. someone scaredly called him by name. Yan looked in surprise at the guy and asked, "Was he really Jang?" And the main character approached a frightened man and recalled that last time he spared him despite the fact that he wanted to kill him. The man stood behind the master and in an evil voice told the guy that he would pay him for his last shame today. The gentleman looked strictly at the guy and asked if he was the great master Jiang. The main character answered the partner that he was the great master. A bright lightning appeared on the master's hand. He sternly told the guy that he underestimates the enemy. He demanded that Jang show him his strength. The dark warrior stretched forward in his two hands and attacked the guy with the help of magic. With the help of dark magic, the gentleman constrained the protagonist and raised him high above the ground. Jang soared above the ground and could not free himself. The frightened Chen and Yan looked at him from the side. The master looked at the protagonist with an evil and hated look. Jang felt a strong strangulation in the body. The main character felt a very severe body in the body. He screamed and began to lose consciousness. The protagonist was attached on some pillar. There were bright blue flashes around him. The guy looked in front of him in surprise and noticed how the girl in white clothes came up to him. The attached Jang looked at the girl in surprise, and she seemed to him a friend. The main character realized that he sees his girlfriend in front of him by the name of Yu Yao. A tied guy in surprise asked the girl, "What is she doing here?" The partner replied to him that she came here to save him. The protagonist shouted to the girl with a frightened voice so that she would not approach him. It was dangerous. Yao held out his hand to the head of the protagonist and reminded that he had previously defended her. The girl angrily pierced the frightened guy with a blade and shouted that he would die. The main character sharply extended his hand forward and grabbed the girl with a blade. Jang in an evil voice told the frightened Yao that he would not lead to such a cheap trick. The main character directed the knife to the girl's head. She slyly asked him, "Did he really want to harm her?" Jang pierced his partner with a blade and strictly asked how she dares to pass herself up to Yu Yao. The knife passed close through the girl's throat. Fire appeared around and fragments of glass scattered. The main character was in the hall. He was under the influence of the magic of the master. The fighter shouted to the guy to wake up. The man in a joyful voice told the fighter that he could call a guy as much as he likes. Jiang was under a mental attack and could die soon. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked scared in front of him. His body was connected by a purple magic beam. The man looked scared at the guys and said that he woke up. The girl was delighted due to the fact that Jang came to his senses. The main character spread sharply and launched a bunch of fire. He shouted to the master that he did not expect him to create illusions. He underestimated him. The main character launched a bunch of fire. He flew around a man and related captives. The main character approached his liberated parents. He told them to leave here. Yan told the main character from the side to stay and he would help him. The guy explained to the old man that he should leave. Freed fighters headed for the exit. The main character stepped aside. The building unexpectedly began to crumble. Large stones began to pour on the head of the soldiers. People were very scared when large stones began to fall on them. Suddenly, a predatory paw of a monster appeared on the side. A huge monster with burning eyes and predatory fangs prepared to rush at people. The master controlled a huge monster. He shouted that no one could escape from his murderous technology. Jiang angrily looked at the warrior and said that his technique is that he calls the soul from under the ground. The gentleman shouted that everyone would be sacrificed. A red radiance appeared near his hand. The monk shouted loudly. Huge stones continued to fall from the ceiling. They failed the way out and people could not get out of the building. Jang swung a sword. He shouted to the master that he urged only the remains of souls. The main character sharply swung his blade. He decided to try to attack a huge monster. The predatory mutant screamed angrily. He raised his paw to attack a person with it. Jang looked in front of him in dismay. He realized that he was in great danger. The main character sharply jumped forward and dodged the monster's paw from the attack. Jang jumped to his feet and looked frightfully in front of him. He prepared to beat off another mutant attack. The evil monster slowly walked and headed for the man. The main character looked at him carefully. A bright, fiery radiance appeared near the guy. He shouted to the monster that he would use the decapitation technique against him. Jang swung widely with his sword. The predator, after his attack, flew far to the side. The protagonist turned angrily and looked at the master. He threatened him that he would be as follows. The black magician extended his arms forward and a red radiance appeared around his body. Suddenly, the gentleman, with the help of magic, created a huge horned demon. Around everything shone in red. The huge mutant viciously looked at the man and shouted loudly. The master held out his hands in front of him and shouted to the guy to give up. The remnants of the soul Taota in his technique were invincible. The predatory monster prepared to rush at the guy. The main character sharply bounced to the side to evade the blow of a predatory demon. Jang sharply swung his sword and shouted in the flight of his opponent that he would die first. The monster attacked a man with a bright flame. The girl scaredly shouted to a friend to be more careful. The main character sharply waved in front of him with his sword and touched the body of the monster. There was a very bright fire explosion. The protagonist was taken far back. The wounded predator looked at the man with hatred and prepared to hit him with his paw. The man shouted to the monster Tauda to the side to finish with the guy as soon as possible. The demonic monster hit the ground with all his might on the ground. The main character managed to deviate aside. Jiang jumped high up and swung a sword. He used the impact technique from above against the mutant. The guy grabbed his blade with both hands and shouted that he was using a swing with a sword. Jang used the technique of impact on the top in the flight. He wounded the monster with a blow. The protagonist with all his might hit the monster in the body with a blade. The mutant had a thick scales. The monster, after hitting the blade, was very wounded. He had a bloody vomiting. Tauda swung his red tail with his red and hit the protagonist with all his strength. After a strong blow from the monster, the main character flew to him straight. The woman was very scared. She called a guy by name. Tauda slammed the mouth after the main character got there. The man looked angrily and joyfully at the monster and said that Jang could never defeat the technique of the master. The warrior demanded from the master to quickly kill everyone else. He wanted to quickly get equipment from the tomb. The black magician extended his hands forward and began to strangle the frightened man with the help of magic. The warrior hung on the hand of the master and suffocated. He called him scared. The magician, in an evil voice, told the man that he needed him only in order to spend all the members of Jang in one place. Now the man will follow them. The black magician swung his hand and launched in the direction of Xunshan. He flew into the wall. The man hit the wall with a grand scale. On the side, one prisoner called him in dismay. Xunshan, in a wearing voice, asked for forgiveness from Chan. He said that he would die full of regrets. Chen turned around and viciously looked at the man in the hood. He prepared to rush at him. The fighter accelerated and rushed at the master. He shouted that he would die. The gentleman abruptly extended a huge magical hand in front of him to fight off the attack of a man. After a powerful attack from the magician, Chen flew far to the side and crashed into the wall. Around the master, the good of the bloody red aura, he said in an evil voice that today the Jang family will end in their existence. Bright spray of blood appeared in the room. The black magician began to use the spell. The demonic beast screamed loudly. There was a bright flash on his body. The master lifted his hands up. The demonic red monster shouted loudly. His eyes glowed with fire. The main character stood and there were magic twists around him. A bright flash appeared next to him. Jang looked angrily at the master and sternly told him that he should disappear. The gentleman scaredly asked the protagonist, was he really able to defeat Tauda's soul? The main character looked at the opponent and said that he had helped him reach the third level of the king's body. The gentleman answered the guy that the sect was not mistaken about him. Jang has become very strong during the year. This was all connected with the secret, which was stored in the family tomb of the Jang family. Jang thought when he heard about the tomb, he now realized why the spiritual power of the opponent seemed to him a friend. The guy in his past life in the world of cultivation also had a sect of the underworld. He had a close relationship with her. Jiang grabbed a big sword in his hands and asked the opponent, "Where is the head of their sect?" The gentleman answered the guy so that he would not ask about what he does not need to know. The main character was unhappy. A fire appeared around him and he shouted to his opponent that he himself would know about it. Jiang ran to the warrior and put the blade to his head. The master was surprised due to the fact that the guy ran up to him so quickly. Jiang held his weapon near the head of the warrior. He demanded that he tell him about the secret from the tomb of Jiang. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared near the Lord's body. She wrapped around a surprised guy with a sword from all sides. Jang looked in front of him in surprise and shouted that he had a blood spell in front of him. The gentleman looked at the guy with a sparkling gaze and said that they would still meet. Jang looked thoughtfully at the dark aura in front of him. He said that in micro-cultivation, the blood spell was one of the great techniques of the sect of the underworld. A man with a woman from the side approached the guy and asked if everything was in order with him. Jiang replied that he was fine. Yan came up on the side and thanked the guy for the salvation of the Jang clan. They all apologized before him. The main character looked angrily at the old man and said that they no longer interest him. Jang told the fighters that after the death of Xunshan, someone else should become the head of the sect. Yan glanced at the guy and said in a serious voice that he could take the place of the head of the sect. The protagonist showed his hand to the side and said that his father Jen would take the post of head of the Jang family. Jiang put his hand on his father's shoulder and said that he was very quickly progressing in his cultivation. In less than 6 months, he will definitely reach the level of a sect master. Yan looked at the father of the protagonist and said that he was worthy. The old man demanded that the fighters greet the new head of the family. The warriors shouted loudly that they greeted the head of the Jang family. Chen looked at the warriors and warned them strictly that if someone else from the family Jang will start something like that, then a cruel punishment would follow. Suddenly, the main character launched a bright zipper into the wall and struck a large hole. Jiang stood surrounded by warriors and held a sword in his hands. Opposite him was a huge hole, and stones were lying. Warriors began to go out through a break in the wall. Jiang told his parents to follow the fighters. The main character stopped and looked aside at the demonic aura next to him. Jang looked thoughtfully at the aura. He did not understand what the secret of the crypt of the family. Jang won the sect of the underworld. The old man scaredly called the protagonist and wanted to say something to him. The guy turned around displeasedly. Yan told his partner that in the generic tomb of their family, Jang is a secret that is usually known only to subsequent chapters of the family. Jiang turned around and asked the old man, "Does his father know nothing about it?" Jang turned around and demanded that the old man inform him that he was already in the tomb. Yan told the guy that there is one legend. Their Jang family was #1 in ancient martial arts on the continent. Then they began to weaken. The ancestors predicted that when the son of the Jang family appears, and the seal of the stone gate in the tomb of his ancestors will open, the gender Jang will shine again. The guy asked the old man, "Did the ancestors say that he was hiding behind this stone door?" Yan answered with the excitement of the guy that great power was hiding behind the door. The main character approached a large circle and asked the old man how could he open the gate. Yan answered the guy that he does not know who could open the gate. Only one who will exalt the Zhang family can do this. Jang stood and looked at the magic gate. He told the old man that he could leave, and he himself would explore everything. Yan answered his partner that he would do everything. Yan looked at the protagonist and thought that this guy could exalt the Jang family. Jang extended his hands to the magic pentagram. He felt strong power there. The main character scaredly shouted that the pentagram sucks his vitality. Jang saw how the pentagram shone in front of him. He could not tear off her hands. Suddenly, a huge bright monster from the gate appeared. Jang thought that he seized the residual soul of Tawota, who had just been improved inside him. Jang himself said with great excitement that he needed to create a shockwave in order to free himself. The main character extended his hands forward and used a shockwave against the pentagram. Suddenly, a bright white explosion appeared near the gate, and the guy took the guy back. The main character bounced back far to the bench. He told himself that the stone gates, as if alive, they resisted his blow. Jang himself said with excitement that contact made him understand that the secret of the gate was connected with the spell. Near his hands was a bright yellow radiance. The main character held out his hands forward and attacked the gate with the help of fiery rays. The gate shone and sparkled brightly. They gradually began to open. Jang looked with surprise and fright in front of him and realized that the gate was opening. The main character stood and watched a very bright explosion in front of him. He almost blinded him. The explosion inside the cave was very strong. People on the street were scared. After a powerful explosion, the protagonist was thrown out of the cave. People on the street were frightened at him. Chen abruptly jumped from the ground and grabbed the protagonist in flight. Below, the fighters watched him in surprise. Yan ran behind the man and touched his back with his hands. Chen held his son. Jang stood confidently on the ground. At the back of him was the main character, an old man Yan. The main character smiled at the soldiers and said that in this place the spiritual power is stronger than in any other place. The main character stood on the street with his father and old man in the cave. There was a very bright explosion. Chen said with excitement to the guy that he was an abundance of spiritual energy. He was wondering what was hiding inside the tomb of the ancestors. Zhang answered his father that unknown creatures were hiding inside the cave. Jang thoughtfully said to himself that the secret of the tomb of his ancestors was somehow connected with Mount Taishan. A crack appeared on the stone gates of the tomb of the ancestors. From there, a large amount of spiritual power poured, but an unknown creature still cannot escape. Chen was surprised when he heard about an unknown creature. Jang told the fighters that he was going to arrange a collection of spirits in this place and then meditate. They better leave here. After that, the warriors jumped from the ground with a whole group and began to fly up. Jang looked in front of him and thought that he would set the spirit gathering spell. After that, he will collect spiritual energy here near the tomb of the Jang family. Then in this place, the heirs of the Jang family will be able to come here to cultivate. The main character looked at a small gem in his hand. He raised his hand up and magical lightning flew from him. The better the quality of spiritual stones, the better the effect of the spell of collecting spirits. Near the protagonist, flying blue pills appeared. A fire appeared near them. Jang was surrounded by a very bright pentagram. Everything around him glowed. The protagonist bent down and hit with all his might with his hand on the ground. There was a fire explosion. After that, a bright fire rose up from the ground. Jiang used the collection of spirits. The fire rose from the ground high up and headed for the sky. Everything around shone brightly. Jang looked scared in front of him and said that spiritual energy should not be scattered around the area. Jang was sitting in a meditative pose. He did not know whether such a powerful spiritual power could help him break into the third level of the body of control. 3 months later, the old man stood on the outskirts of the hill and carefully looked into the valley. He saw a fire explosion. The great elder of the sect of eternal life named Tian Yu looked aside. He felt a very powerful hesitation of spiritual power, but it disappeared a moment ago. The old man carefully looked into the valley and noticed that the radiance appeared again. After that, the elder Tian took off and began to steam over the mountains. Tian looked in the flight at the entrance to the tomb. There was a bright radiance. He said, "This is a spell to collect perfumes." The main character sat with his eyes closed in a meditative pose. Tian looked at the guy and said that spiritual energy came from him. The guy's eyes lit up brightly and he opened them. Around him continued to rage a fire. Tian looked scared in front of him and felt strong spiritual pressure. The main character felt that in him the body of control almost reached the third level, but he needed to wait a little more. The main character turned around and looked at the tree. He thought that powerful fluctuations in spiritual energy during cultivation attracted several large cones. Jang turned around and went aside. He decided to talk with a stranger. The main character asked the old man in a strict voice, why did he decide to invade the territory of the Jang family? Tian asked the guy if he was the master of ancient martial arts. The style of cultivation of a guy was really like a true cultivator. Jang asked the old man, "Is that cultivator?" The guest introduced himself to the guy and said that he was a great elder named Tian Yu. The guy asked the old man if there is Jian Mei in his sect. The old man answered the guy that the girl Yang was in his sect of eternal life, but she was killed. Jang looked at the master and answered him in a strict voice that he himself had killed the girl. Tian looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he was the great master Jang. The main character stood on a tree and asked the old man if he wants to take revenge on the girl. Tian answered the guy that the loss was small. He will not take revenge on him because of the girl. Jang asked his partner displeasedly. What did he want? He was on the territory of the Jang family and the entrance to outsiders was prohibited here. Tian told the chief hero that in 3 days there would be a day of a large competition of 3 great sects of cultivation. He would like Jang to come to the sect of eternal life and give them some advice. The main character struck a warrior with suspicion and said that he should have hidden motives. The old man pointed aside with his hand to the fire. He told the main character that such a spell could not create an ordinary person. Even the great schools of cultivation cannot do this. Jang asked Tian if he wanted to get this technique. Tian looked at the protagonist and said that he would create for him this spell for his sect of eternal life. The main character asked the old man what he would receive from him in return. Jang remembered that the last time he met the water of eternal life from the sect of eternal life, such closed sects of cultivation on earth have many good things in their collections. The old man with a smile told the main character that he would consult with other members of the sect. They will decide about the remuneration for the great master of Jang. The main character took the phone and dialed the number. He prepared to call a girlfriend. The girl Jiang picked up the phone in her hands and greeted her friend. Jang told a girlfriend to come to the Jang family. 3 days after that, she will go with him in a sect of eternal life. The fellow's partner asked the guy, why should they go to the sect of eternal life? Jiang answered her that she would know everything when she came. The old man told the guy that he had just talked on the phone with a student of Yan Mei named Jiang Zinsui. The main character asked his partner what problems could be. The old man with excitement told the guy that he would recognize this child. The girl has good talent and beautiful appearance. The main character answered the old man that after 3 days he would go to the sect of eternal life with Jiang. Tian answered the guy that he was leaving now. After that, The old man abruptly broke off the tree and flew high up. The protagonist called his father and said that he installed a spell to collect the spiritual territory of the tribal tomb. A man can organize everything so that family members of Jang unholy unhooked everything here and do not let outsiders. Also, members of the Jang family can go here to cultivate. Father answered his son that he would suit everything. The main character told his partner on the phone that he has a friend and 2 students. They will also come here to cultivate. They need to be allowed here. The guy thought to himself that he also needed to call Xia Fenhuan and Fan Shu. There is a lot of spiritual energy in this place. Therefore, the speed of their cultivation should increase. 3 days later, the main character was near a large tree. On Mount Li, a girl Jiang ran up to him on the side. Jiang told his girlfriend that on Mount Lishan, Nuva lay holes in the sky with molten stones. It has a high concentration of spiritual power. Jiang began to run around the tree. She told the guy that the maze is located here. You need to go around the tree 10 times clockwise and 10 times counterclockwise. Then you need to release a little spiritual energy. Jiang continued to run very quickly around the tree clockwise. Jang put up 2 hands in front of him and activated a magic spell for dispersion. Suddenly, a huge temple appeared in the forest with the stairs in front of people. Jin turned around and told the guy why did he force her to run around if he could have been so easy to dispel. Jiang slyly answered the partner that she did not ask him about it. The main character, along with his companion, began to climb the stairs to the temple. There were 2 guards near the entrance. The fighter near the entrance asked the guests if they had a pass in the sect of eternal life. The girl told the guards that the head invited the great master Jiang to him. The fighter told his friend that he should go to the head and find out if the great master Jang was invited to them. The fighter answered his colleague that he would do everything. The guard told the guests to wait here. If their words are true, then they will be let out immediately. Suddenly, a group of warriors appeared in the sky. They approached the main character. A guy with a green sword, accompanied by his friends, went down to the ground. The fighter went behind the girl and held out his hand silently to her. The son of a master of infinity named Jiang Ushuang looked at the girl and called her. Ushuang admired the girl with admiration that her beauty is still shining. Jiang greeted his older brother. The girl stood nearby and looked at Ushuang with admiration. One of them said that she wants to marry this guy. A guard came out of the gate. He told the main character that the great master of Tianyu was waiting for him. The main character told his companion that they need to go. Jiang answered him with consent. Ushuang turned around and sternly asked the guy who he was. Jiang displeasedly demanded from his partner that he would not be rude to the owner. Ushuang turned to his partner and said in displeasure that she had called the mortal man by her master. Suddenly, the main character swung sharply and with all his might hit Ushuang's hand over his face. The protagonist told a beaten fighter in displeasure that he was asking a lot of questions. The guards with swords rushed at the protagonist. Ushuang angrily asked him how he dared to hit him. The fighter shouted to the guy that he was looking for death. A bright fire appeared near him. The girl said in a frightened voice that Ushuang was very angry and the main character would be dead. The owner from the palace angrily shouted to the young master that Jang was his honorary guest of the sect of eternal life. Tian held out his hand to the side and sternly stopped the fighter of the Yulch. Tian turned and looked aside at the protagonist. On the side, he had a displeased Ushuang. After a small pause, Ushuang smiled slyly and wanted to show the old man that he was fine. The guy looked at the old man with a smile. Tian smiled at him back. The main character looked angrily at the guy. Ushuang looked at him in displeasure in response. Tian sharply turned to the side. Ushuang, along with their fighters, headed for the gate. The old man joyfully held out his hand to the guy and smiled. Jiang smiled silently in response to him. The protagonist cunningly looked at the old man and demanded something from him in return for his participation in the sect competitions. Tian looked very slyly at the guy and said that he would not be disappointed. The man showed his hand to the main character at the entrance and said that he would pass. The main character, along with his girlfriend, climbed the steps of the temple to the exit after the old man. Jiang looked around and asked the old man, "Are they not going to the main hall?" Tian pointed his hand to the side and told the guy to follow him. The main character looked in surprise to the side and saw his golden sword soared up. Jang held out his hand and grabbed the blade. He did not understand why his sword was so alarmed. The main character held a sparkling sword in his hands. At this time, the old man stood near the white statue. Tian went to the white statue of a woman and began to turn her aside. The main character looked down in surprise and noticed how the entrance to the basement opened in front of him. Tian stood on the side. Suddenly, the blade sharply flew out of the hand of the protagonist and flew to the side. Jiang very quickly ran after his sword and shouted to return. The blade jumped out of the hands of the protagonist and flew into the tunnel. Jiang ran after him. The main character ran into the room. In the center, there was a bright fire. Jiang was surprised due to the fact that dazzling heavenly fire exists on Earth. Tian bowed to his chapter and said that he brought the master Jang to him. The head of the clan of Long Livers named Gu Yun Pen greeted the protagonist. He told the guy that he could take a dazzling heavenly fire. The main character answered with a penalty that he would take fire if he insists like that. The guy realized that the age of the head of the clan exceeds 100 years, but he looked very young. The main character told the masters that they should leave this place. He wanted to stay here and improve him. The new gift Tian reminded the guy about the array of collecting auras and a tournament of 3 clans. Jiang looked aside and told the old man that he would not be worried and he would not disappoint him. The old man in the back thanked the protagonist for his anxiety. Jiang stood and looked at the fire. Jiang spread his hands to the side and a huge flying sword appeared in front of him. Tian climbed the steps from the dungeon. He told the head that a guy could somehow destroy the dazzling heavenly fire. Drink answered the master that obtaining an array of gathering an aura of the highest level is much more important for them than dazzling heavenly fire. 3 days later, in the arena, 2 warriors were preparing to reflect. Fans were sitting on the stands. Ushuan very quickly defeated his opponent and a beaten warrior fell to the ground. Ushuan turned to the audience and asked if there really was no one of the clans of centenarians and thousands of animals who could fight him. Fans in the stands were unhappy. Someone shouted that the Ushuang is very arrogant. The girl explained to the audience that the fighter was a number alone even during the last tournament. Ushuang turned around and asked the head of the Gu. He had hired their clan to his help? Perhaps his opponent was frightened and hid. Tian explained to the fighter that Master Jang was now busy and could not come. He prepared to announce that the winner of the tournament of the 3 clans this year will be a young Master Jiang. Ushuan shouted to the girl with a joyful voice that the so-called master is actually a coward that runs away when not. Jiang extended the blade against the warrior and shouted so that he would not insult the master. Ushuan in the arena demanded from the girl to call his master and he would fight him. At this time, the main character suddenly appeared. He went down from the sky from above on a gold blade. Jang on top of his gold ball headed for the battle arena. Jiang and other guests in the stands were very amazed and delighted when they saw a young master. Jiang extended his sword to his rival and said that if he fights against him, then there will certainly be blood and loss of lives. Ushuan asked his opponent if he really had a sword in his hands, which belongs to the sphere of Jindan. The audience was surprised. One of them shouted that the guy was saying more arrogantly than Zhang Wushuan. Another fan said that the guy comes from the secular world. From the point of view of cultivation, he should not be an opponent of Xuan. The master told the main character that his confidence was due to the fact that he had a weapon of the Jindan sphere in his hands. The main character asked the opponent, "Is he really afraid?" Ushuan told the main character that he was thinking a lot. He warned the guy that he could not defeat him with the help of the Jindan weapon. Zhang suggested his opponent to sign a life or death contract together. Ushuan strictly warned the protagonist that the younger sister of Qing Sui would belong to him after the death of Zhang. For fighters, contracts for life or death were prepared. The main character stood with a sword in his hands. Ushuan threatened him that he would not forgive him, even if he knelt before him and called him his father.